I don't know.
It's the name of the
I
band.
listen to all music. I don't literally ever complain about any music
Yeah. Well, yeah.
other than the ones that just are satanic, but whatever.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it sounds good. Anyways, what you got for us today, sir? What you got? What you got, Garfield?
No, well, you said prove me that Jesus is not a real person, and
Yeah.
Paul was a person too as well. So like they're all I mean, what is history? History is what?
What happened
History is
in the past?
literally proven Jesus was real.
Okay. And where or how?
And in Bethlehem, he was
And what now?
crucified.
In Bethlehem?
And yeah,
So in Bethlehem, he's
Bethlehem.
not crucified. And also, even scholars, some Christian scholars, acknowledge that Bethlehem would not be where he was born, anyways. It would likely be Nazareth. But
Yes,
according to the
yes.
story, or according to most scholars, unfortunately, there's no evidence that Nazareth even existed in the beginning.
Nazareth?
Yeah, in the beginning of the 1st century. Yeah, there's no evidence of that.
Hey, we can show it on the maps if you actually pulled it up.
There's no map from the 1st century that recognizes Nazareth. In fact, the first map that actually recognizes Nazareth is about the 5th or 6th century or so, as at least something that's not explicitly like maybe a Christian map or something. But the first time it's mentioned by Christians is in the 2nd century. It's not mentioned in the Old Testament. It's not mentioned in maps or lists from the time. It's not mentioned by Philo. It's not mentioned by Seneca or even Josephus, who's from Galilee, born in 37. It's not mentioned in the Mishnah, either of the Talmuds. Jewish Apocrypha, it's not in there.
Well, we talked about it in Bible study was one time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was
But
like
anyways,
years ago.
do you have any evidence of Jesus or Paul?
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, every single day you breathe.
Do you have any evidence that they existed? I don't really care if they exist today. It's not really my concern.
Well, I mean, again, history has proven that actually is.
Yeah, like
Jesus
how?
has.
How did it prove it? That's what I'm asking.
Because that's the oldest history of everything.
That doesn't make any sense. We have books well before that. Do you not understand that like the Greek philosophers were before supposed birth of Jesus?
Yeah, they were trying to kill off all the little babies before Jesus was ever born.
The Greek philosophers?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of
like
the Greeks
like
were trying
Plato?
to kill off. Yeah, trying to kill off all the children just to make sure that Jesus Christ was not born.
Yeah, that's not a thing, dude. What do they have to do with that? They're not even close to that area. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about it's kind of like also the times that Moses was even born. Moses was actually
Cool. Well, I didn't mention anything about Egypt or Moses.
right. I'm just speaking of like the certain circumstances of when Jesus Christ was born. So like
Well, that has nothing to do. I mentioned the Greek philosophers, and you tried to say that they were trying to unalive a bunch of babies so that Jesus wouldn't be born. It's pretty obvious to everybody watching this that you have the cognitive range of a lukewarm bowl of potato water. I have no idea what you were even trying to get at, but what you're saying isn't a real thing.
You're saying that Jesus Christ is not real.
Well, yes.
And I'm also explaining how he is and how he became Jesus. He became Jesus through Mary, and God gave told Mary that he was gonna give her a child.
Okay, cool. Well, anyways, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul like actually existing, or you just kind of just saying some dumb stuff that your pastor told you and you just accepted as truth?
No, I read it. It's not that I
read it where
told me. In the Bible.
Cool.
Bible.
Cool. Well, it's good that you don't just accept everything that your priest gives you. Otherwise, you'd probably be in a lot of therapy right now. But nevertheless, the Bible is not historically accurate, especially when talking about Jesus or Paul.
Who said that?
Evidence, like actual contemporaries at the time. Well, archaeology, geography.
Can you show your proof?
Yeah. So in the case of like Acts, it says that Paul goes into multiple synagogues in Jerusalem while he's alive, but that doesn't make any sense. Synagogues wouldn't be in Jerusalem because they have the temple there. Synagogues are where you go if you can't make it to the temple. There's not synagogues in Jerusalem prior to the destruction of the temple in 70.
There's a way of actually seeing temples. Temples is your body. A lot of people actually misplace temples as a building, but it's actually a temple of your own body.
So Paul went inside bodies.
His mind, his mind, his body.
So people were capable of arresting him while he's inside people's minds.
Well, I mean,
because that's the story in Acts. It says you didn't arrest me when I was in the synagogues in Jerusalem.
Well, yeah, synagogue is different.
Okay, then there's no synagogues in Jerusalem during his life. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well,
because Paul dies before the destruction of the temple, and there wouldn't be any synagogues in Jerusalem because that's where you go if you can't make it to the temple. He also mentions the temple in the same sentence. So he's pretty clearly talking about places and not someone's mind.
Well, there's other ways of actually seeing this. But I don't know. I'm not really capturing exactly how Paul would not exist in the first place if he was not present in a synagogue.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm not really sure either.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's pretty clear to everybody. All right. Well, read for a bit. Maybe read something other than a book or the back of a shampoo bottle, and come back up when you can. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Marco Rondinelli.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, there's a lot of background noise there.
I know. Have a look. Do you know what's happening in this video?
I have no idea, man. Let's go ahead and keep that camera off there because I don't want to see your dick. What do you got?
Oh, no, it's not my dick. It's the Al-Zud chasing your Muhammad.
My Muhammad? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You believe in
sure.
Muhammad?
What do you mean believe in Muhammad?
You don't believe in Muhammad?
Why would I care about Muhammad?
Can I be a Muslim without Muhammad?
I don't know. Ask a fucking Muslim, dude.
So
what's my problem?
An atheist?
What do I have to do with it? An atheist? When did I tell you I was an atheist?
What are you, bro? What religion are you?
Whatever religion you are. Give me evidence for Jesus or Paul.
What religion are you, though?
A Donatologist. What's the evidence for Jesus or Paul?
For Jesus and Paul?
Yep.
Lots of it. For Jesus, lots of testimony.
Like what?
I can show you. Just give me one moment.
Sounds good.
Josephus.
Oh, you already got. Okay, Josephus. What does Josephus say? He'll accept a Donatologist because he doesn't know what that is. But anyways, what does Josephus say? What is ChatGPT telling you? It sounds like you haven't actually read anything before coming up here with a full chest of confidence.
No. I was thinking you're a Muslim, and I wanted to show you what the Al-Zud did to your prophet.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Sounds good, man. It looks like you just kind of wanted to be an asshole as opposed to anybody who was actually providing proof for what was going on. I mean, Jesus didn't exist. Paul didn't exist.
Bro,
you know who did exist was Muhammad, even though he was a warlord that had nothing to do with it.
Muhammad, show me a proof for Muhammad exists.
Yeah, we have actual contemporaries we were talking about him from the 7th century.
Yeah, show me the proof, bro.
All right.
For
But
me,
that being
Muhammad
said,
never
nope.
existed.
You are currently
Never
on a mission to
existed.
show me what Josephus said.
But
What does Josephus
it
say?
for sure was raped by the Alzud people, yeah, all night long. He
Sure,
never
maybe, I don't know, but what is your evidence
he
for?
never stopped reciting Quran, you know. That's why they start writing him, you
I
know.
don't care, dude. I'm not a Muslim.
No, I know.
So that being said, what is
I'm not a Muslim also, so
awesome, sweet. So what is the evidence that Josephus provides for Jesus?
yeah. I didn't came up for this, you know. I
Okay,
just
so
wanted
when
to
you saw
make
Jesus
fun
and
of
Paul
what
never existed up top, you didn't give a shit about your actual evidence because you don't have any. You just wanted to be a racist piece of shit. Well, see you later. All right. Anyways, there you go. And not racist because he's against Muslims. That doesn't have anything to do with racism. But racism specifically because of the fact that he saw a brown guy talking about Jesus in a way that hurts his little fifis and decided, you know what? This guy must be a Muslim. Not all brown people are Muslim. Some of them. Not all of them. Anyways. Let's see here. The caller is a former Muslim who has now become a Christian. Yeah, it sounds like, I don't know. All right. If you're over there on YouTube and you're thinking, hey, I don't know what's going on over here. Well, don't worry. Over on TikTok, you can come up. If you're on TikTok and you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. The request button should be right about there or down there. If you're on YouTube, join over on TikTok. The chat, there in the chat on YouTube, you should have a link to be able to join up and have a conversation. You can join up on TikTok, or if you send a super chat, I will read the chat. I will read your message. I will read it out loud, and I will respond to it. But you know, just kind of depends. If you have any question, go ahead and send it over. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, request up and give it to me. See what we got. Let's see. How are you credited to make any? You mean accredited? I think that's maybe the word you're going for there. Is accredited? Who the hell is Paul? All right, well, you can request up if you have evidence for Paul. Again, if you're on YouTube and you have a question, you can send a super chat and you can put the question in the super chat. I will read it and I will respond to it. Or you can hop up on TikTok. The link is on the YouTube profile or there in the chat to go over to TikTok and come up. Or if you just have TikTok on your, like the app or something like that on your phone, you can just search for Christ before Jesus and we'll have a conversation. That's not a problem. Let's see. NNBDSSA there on TikTok says, you ain't. I don't even know what you're talking about. No idea. No idea. Let's see. Let's see. You have an idea. I don't know what that person's talking about. Here, what we can do in NNB DSSA, I can't request you up because I don't know if you just don't have enough followers or something. No, you just have your profile set to private. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just mute you for the entire live. You can request up. I'm okay with having a conversation, but just request up. There's a button up there or a button down there on TikTok. Again, if you're on YouTube, send a super chat. I should be able to read it, or you can hop over to TikTok. Can't copy the link, go to his profile. What's happening? You can't copy the link on the profile? It should allow for you to. I don't know why it's doing that. Let's see. com/add Christ for Jesus. That should work. I have no idea. Hopefully it works. All right. So there is a super chat. We got a super chat there from, let's see, Deconstruction Junction. Hey, Deconstruction Junction. $5 says, it's Benny. Hey, it's Benny, everybody. It's Benny. Hey, buddy. Glad you're on YouTube on the regular now. Yes, I am regular on YouTube. And by that, I mean I am on YouTube and I am taking my fiber. So thank you very much for the super chat. I am glad I'm over here as well. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun having these conversations and everything. He is regular, everyone. Yes.
What's up, man?
What is going on? Carlos Apologetics.
Yeah. Um, I have a question because I used to come up here and talk to you a lot,
Okay.
and you gave me the argument of the Gospels are written 10 years apart. I want to know the
Say
exact
10
argument.
years
'cause I want-
apart?
Yeah, you said like they're written 10 years apart based off of the governors or something.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I want to know the argument so I can bring it to some people, and I want to see what they got to say about it.
It's not that no, the gospel. Okay. There's Matthew and there's Luke. Those are the two canonical gospels that have a story of Jesus' birth, and they talk about his birth 10 years apart. Or the story would have to be 10 years apart. Because Matthew says Jesus is born during the reign of Herod the Great, and Luke says Jesus is born during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria. So
Okay.
these are people who reigned 10 years apart. Herod dies in 4 BCE, and Quirinius starts reigning in 6 CE.
So it wouldn't be the governors; it would be the kings.
What?
You just said they reign.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. So a governor can reign. I mean, it's fine. It's just a word that we don't typically use in America, I guess. But nevertheless, Quirinius is not governor until 6 CE, and Herod the
Okay.
Great dies in 4 BCE. So regardless of their reign, they're not. They don't like the stories don't line up, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure you brought this to Christians before. What argument do they use, or do they not just have one at all?
I mean, there's no possible way to wiggle out of it. They try to say sometimes that like Quirinius may have served earlier, but we know what Quirinius was doing around the time that Herod died, and no.
Okay. All right. That's all.
That's it?
Yeah, I just wanted to know that so I could take it to my people and see what they say. Just interested to see what they would say.
What do you think they're going to say?
I think they're gonna because I was a Protestant. Now I'm trying to become Catholic. I think they'll probably say something about church
What?
fathers or something.
So you're like, man, this Protestantism isn't doing it for me. I don't like the idea of having 3 gods that I sometimes just refer to as one God. I want a whole lot more gods. I want a bunch of demigods.
I don't look at it that way, man. You know I
Yeah,
don't.
I know, because you just don't call a spade a spade. You call it a diamond and just trick yourself into thinking that it's something else. But
Well, I'm pretty sure you've
Catholicism
done.
absolutely has demigods. Like, what do you think saints are?
I mean, yeah, essentially, to an extent. I'm not saying they're God, but
They're demigods.
you've done church
half
history.
people, half gods. They've like been elevated to the point of godhood. They're just
You've
lesser
done.
gods. That's all that it is.
You,
You're a polytheist. You just don't call it polytheism.
hold on. You're a pretty smart guy. I'm pretty sure you've done studying on church history. If you were, I know you don't believe it's real, but if you were to become a Christian, it definitely wouldn't be a Protestant, right?
What? If I became a Christian, I would be a polytheist because all Christians are polytheists. They just don't
No,
know
I
it.
said Protestant.
It doesn't matter. Christian, it doesn't matter if you're Coptic, Eastern Orthodox, Assyrian, or Oriental Church, fucking Catholic, Protestant. It doesn't matter. You're polytheistic.
But they're not 3 gods. We believe it's God in 3 distinct persons.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
No,
Sounds
that's
good,
what we
man.
believe.
Yeah. 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 Cool. And you also read an Old Testament that says the Elohim. So I mean, no matter how you swing it, you're always going to be a polytheist. The only possible way that you could be a Christian that's not a polytheist is if you were a Muslim. That's like the only type of Christian that's not a polytheist is a Muslim.
Well, Muslims not a Christian. They don't believe Jesus is
Yeah,
God.
it is. Islam is just hard-nosed monotheistic Christianity. That's all it is. It's just desert Mormonism, but instead of going to everybody's a god, it's just there's only one. It's impossible to be a god. That's all it is. But that being said, did you have anything else?
No, that was all.
All right, right. Well, I'll hopefully your Christian friends have something for me.
Yeah, if they do, I'll come back.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks for coming up. All right. Let's see here. I am Ziggy on TikTok says, I'm a Christian that believes God is not three. Well, which God? Yahweh? Because Yahweh is part of a pantheon. Also, wanted to get over to some super chats over there on YouTube. Again, if you don't want to join up on TikTok, you can join up on TikTok. That's perfectly fine. Just search for Christ Before Jesus and hop over here. That's not a problem. Or you can send a super chat there on YouTube. I will read the message and I will respond to it. You can ask a question and stuff like that. That's perfectly fine. For $1.99 there, thank you very much. Dan Schwartz 9394 says, you in for a Simon Magus versus Peter rematch? Yes, in the Acts of Peter, Simon Magus fights Peter, or they like almost like have like a weird like mage battle. It's dumb. Like there's a talking dog in there. It's silly, and that's the only story that we get of Peter being crucified upside down, which is wild that people still believe it, even people who don't think that Acts of Peter is a real story. It's very strange. That's just kind of how Christianity and evolution of religions work and everything like that. The ideas get stuck in your head, and so it becomes tradition, and you just kind of hold on to it. So there, for $2 from EMWT6QE says, love seeing all your success on YouTube. Keep it up. Well, thank you very, very much. I'm trying. Next, we've got $1.99 from iSharp Gaming. Says, what if you're wrong, though? You'll scorch forever. If I'm wrong about whether or not Jesus existed, what does that have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with whether or not I'll scorch. What? I'm not making a religious claim. I'm making a historical claim. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed, I'd love to hear your evidence for it. But thank you very much for commenting. Let's see. And again, if you had a follow-up to that, you can absolutely send another super chat or jump over to TikTok. I'll have a conversation with you. Paul Bird, what you got?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I understand why you are talking about Paul, because Paul wrote about Jesus more than anybody did.
Okay.
I don't have any like concrete person or reference on why Paul existed. I just thought it was kind of common historical understood or agreed upon. So I don't have any like cites as far as Paul goes, and I'm not really using him as evidence.
Okay.
I do think the evidence for Jesus is thin. The only references I could find was Josephus, which is a Jewish historian.
Okay.
Are you familiar with him?
A little bit.
Okay. And then, obviously, I think the most common one that people do know about is Tacitus, the Roman historian.
That's Tacitus. Never heard of him.
Okay. I see you're reading his book right there.
Oh, didn't see you there. Yeah, so Josephus doesn't actually say anything about Jesus. The Testimonium Flavianum, which is what people point to, which talks about like Pilate and crucifixion, disciples, Christians, miracles, Jesus, all that kind of shit. Resurrection even. That is something that is written by Eusebius a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus. It is an interpolation. It is added into the text later. Josephus doesn't actually say it. The paragraph before it and after it go together, so much so that in his book Wars of the Jews, Josephus actually talks about the material before and after the Testimony Flavianum without the Jesus paragraph added, because it's not something he wrote. It also glazes Jesus pretty hard, especially for somebody who's supposed to be a Jewish person who's living at the Roman emperor's compound in the 90s when the Christians said that they were being persecuted by Emperor Domitian. So no, definitely not written by Josephus.
I'm not going to argue with you about that. I didn't know that much about it.
Yeah, even Christian scholars, between you and me, even Christian scholars acknowledge that there are parts of it that were definitely edited or added later, but they can't really determine or can't really show exactly what parts they know were from him and what parts they know weren't, and why, because there's no version of it that we have that only has the parts they think were in there. Does that make sense?
It does.
It's like taking a look at, I don't know, fucking Starry Night and be like, hey, this church, like the painting of Starry Night, if you're familiar with that, and there's like a church in the background, and be like, oh, hey, the original painting didn't have the church, but we don't have any painting that doesn't have the church. You just kind of said that. Like, that's like,
No,
you're just kind of randomly claiming it with no evidence to back it up. It just kind of, it sounds it sounds hella convenient for the Christians to say this kind of stuff. But that's par for the course. The Christians say a lot of stuff about history without having any evidence to back it up. They just kind of say it, and if they get enough of the scholars to say it or to think a particular way, they can say this is the consensus. And unfortunately, a scholarly consensus can be formed with just a majority of scholars, and the majority of scholars within religious studies are religious themselves in some shape or form. So all you got to do is just find enough people that say that like we like it, and you're golden.
Is that why you deny Paul?
Well, for Paul, there's no mention of Paul outside of Christianity ever. In ancient times, no one ever mentions him, like once.
Not even referencing his documents as historical or anything. Because I haven't physically seen him. Obviously, I don't have my hands on Paul's documents.
Right.
But I know there is. I guess what I've read or what I've researched is there's actually evidence that his writings actually exist. That would be my question about Paul.
Well, I mean, we have writings that claim to be his, but we also have writings that claim to be his that, like, even Christian scholars are like, no, he didn't write them. Like, for instance, they dismiss the pastorals, like 1st and 2nd Timothy, Titus, even though they say they're from Paul. Even Christian scholars say, no, they're not from Paul.
Okay.
So, I mean, we have texts that say that they're from Paul that we just know aren't because they don't even line up with the style. But even the authentic ones, whenever you dive in and take a look at like each individual chapter or chapters put together in different sections, you'll see that there's different styles of writing within there. We can see that there's different authors even in the authentic text, which shows that it's just not, it's not coming from one person. There's no letters back to Paul. No one says they just have one letter of Paul. Okay. No one mentions Paul prior to the 2nd century. No one outside of Christianity ever mentions Paul. It's
I'm assuming on your website or something you got like links to where I could like dive deeper into this?
So I've got a book on the topic. If you're interested in that, the book is called Christ Before Jesus. Obviously, that's the name of the profile and everything. The ebook is just $3. There is a link in the bio here on TikTok, and if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the profile as well, on the YouTube profile. If you do want a free resource for all this kind of stuff, my friend Gray Eyes, I don't know if he's in the chat there on TikTok or not, but he does have a website called mythicism.web.app. I can pull this up here, and on this website you can actually see pretty easily a lot of information that I talk about. And you click this little hamburger button up here, and you can actually take a look at different things that Christians will try to say is proof for Jesus and stuff like that, or talks about Jesus. And you can go through, like, here's even like just Shroud of Turin, like pictures and evidence and stuff like that as to why that has nothing to do with Jesus and it's fake. But yeah, there's a lot of different things, because you gotta think here, like, we have to bring a lot of receipts, and lots of times people go, oh, well, you're just conspiracy theories. Look at all these different ways that we can get to Jesus, you know? And it's like, well, yeah, that's because Christianity has been the, like, most dominating, a lot of times by violence and force, religion for the last, like, 1,800 years. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to have to peel back. There's going to be a lot of layers of historical revisionism and retconning and whitewashing that we've got to actually, like, dive into. And if you're willing to do it, you will absolutely see that this is just bullshit. It's built on a house of cards. But if you're not willing to, and you just go, well, there's just a lot of people that say the same thing, I'll just believe it. It's like, okay, well, you're not helping anything. You're just adding to the problem.
It's not doing your own research.
Yeah.
No, actually.
Yeah. But anyways, check it out. The website is mythicism.web.app. Someone, I'm sure, could put it there on the on the chat there on TikTok there, but mythicism.web.app is the way to get to that website there.
Well, appreciate your time.
Yep, and thanks for coming up. All right, really fast, before I get to Ibby really fast, there are some super chats I want to get to. For $1.90.99, a hard work $83.95 says, say hi to your mom for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. And then for $1.99, iSharp Gaming was following up. Initially, it said, what if you're wrong, though? You'll scorch forever. And in this new super chat, he says, you'll go to hell. Jesus is the only way to heaven. Well, again, need to establish that Jesus is a real person, and then I promise you we can talk about whether or not following him will get you to some place after you die. I mean, I will absolutely have that conversation with you if you can show me evidence that Jesus actually was alive. Yeah. Now, Ibby is your king. What you got? Is it Ibby? Is that what it is?
Hello. Ibby. It is Ibby, yes.
Ibby. Okay.
All right, yeah. So first and foremost, I'm not actually here to debate, I'm here to learn.
Okay.
I just want to hear about your position. I'm gonna ask a few questions. First of all, do you not think there's something to be said about the fact that all four gospels written in different places, different times, talk about this same figure, Jesus?
Have you heard of the concept of synoptic gospels?
I've heard of it. Remind me of what it means.
So the synoptic gospels are Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And the reason they're called that is because it's very clear that they use Mark as their main source, or at least something very similar to Mark, and then just build from there. So, I mean, the idea that Matthew and Luke and Mark are, similar, yeah, of course they are. They're pulling from each other. That's it's kind of how it goes. It goes Mark and then Matthew
John?
and Luke. So Luke is actually utilizing some of Matthew for some of its material, or some of the ideas that Matthew presents, and then a lot of Mark. And then for the bulk of their material, or Luke, from chapters 4 to 22, it's pretty much the exact copy of a gospel called Evangeline or Evangelion. It's produced by Marcion in 144, or published by Marcion then. And so, I mean, yeah, they're pulling from each other. It's like fan fiction of a book that came out prior. It's like sequels. That'd be like saying, hey, how is it that like all these different Star Wars movies written by different screenwriters all talk about the same like Skywalker family? And it's like, well, because it's based off of the IP that George Lucas created. Like, they're all aware of it, and they're all pulling from that and building on top of it.
What about John though? Was John not from a different time?
Oh, well, John, they're all technically from a different time, meaning like slightly different years or something.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you end up with material that's found in John that definitely comes from the prior Gospels as well. I mean, we can tell that it does pull from this kind of stuff. In fact, John actually links up a little better with the theology of some of the earlier Christians with the texts, like Evangeline and whatnot. Because Marcion, the guy who publishes Evangeline in 144, he believed that Jesus descended out of heaven as a fully grown man. Then in Mark, it doesn't really address it much, like how he got here. Matthew says he's born here. Luke says he's born here. And then in John 3, it goes back to that and says, in John 3, Jesus says to Nicodemus, no one has ascended to heaven except the man who descended, or the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man, referring to himself. So in other words, it's saying that Jesus descended. So it's kind of a tying in of like the kind of proto-Catholic idea of like Jesus being born here, he's a human being, he's the Christ, and also this more Gnostic idea. It also talks a lot about like the logos, like the word of God and everything being alive. And that was something that like Philo of Alexandria was talking about in a more like Hellenistic way. So it's really tying in. John is a lot more Gnostic, or like mystical, if you will. Jesus is just depicted very differently there. He's much more in control. He that's the one that is more claiming to be God. When he's crucified, he's not like a little bitch saying, oh, hey, like, I thirst, or, forgive these people, all these kind of things. No, he's like large and in charge. He tells Mary, hey, that's your son now. And he tells the disciple Jesus loved, he said, that's your mom now. So like, it's pretty clear that Jesus is much more like divine in that gospel and stuff. So it's definitely a very very different kind of thing, but it's still based on a lot of that earlier material.
Then wait, okay, so then this is where my brain's going. If that's the case, if it all revolved in some sort of way around the Gospel of Mark, as you said,
well, kind of. Mark is the earliest of the canonical, but right before that, I would say Evangeline is published. So, like, I would say
Evangeline.
Mark is about 145, Evangeline or Evangelion, thank you, it comes out about 144.
Evangeline. Sorry, I'm not sure if you talked about this. Can you tell me?
That's
who
the gospel
was?
that Marcion came out with. He published it in 144.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his gospel. Yeah.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then why does there appear to be some fundamental contradictions then?
In what?
Between the accounts. Between the accounts of like, for
I
example,
mean, they're still coming from
the
different
account of
sects of Christianity. If it was the same sect of Christianity, they just accept the earlier gospel. They wouldn't need another one. Like for instance, like Luke changes like the genealogy of Jesus that Matthew provides. But the reason why is because they're trying to clean it up. They view it differently, and they're trying to fix things that had came out before. Because Matthew skips over some generations and includes someone named Jeconiah, who in the Old Testament is cursed and says that his lineage will not, his descendants will never sit on the throne of David. So as a result, Luke has to come around and change the genealogy to not include Jeconiah. It goes a different route. And strangely enough, goes through Nathan, the son of David, who was never king. So, all right.
Yeah, I should probably change my word fundamental then to factual. Why does there appear to be some? So if they are in some way, shape, or form based on that original Evangelion gospel, right? Why implying that they must have read this Evangelion gospel? Yeah.
Well, or at least they are part of a sect of Christianity that initially heard that story, and the story has evolved in their area and everything like that, in their community, to the point to where they write it down that way. Yeah, it's kind of like if you grew up in an area. How would I describe this?
No,
if you grew up in an area that, or in a time where there wasn't a lot of people who could read or write, and someone over in say like New York City, I assume you don't live in New York City, but I don't know. Yeah. But like, let's say someone in New York City wrote Harry Potter or something like that, and so they start like disseminating the information and stuff. But the people in your city that you grew up in there's not a lot of people who are able to read or write. By the time that they heard about Harry Potter, some of the stories might be changed. And so by the time you hear it, let's say you're able to read or write, and so you're writing down Harry Potter based off of what you heard. You're going to get the story pretty close, maybe, but it's gone through some different variations. So you end up with a little bit of a game of telephone. So truth be told, the reason why we get different versions of the gospel story that every once in a while will change things up and maybe even contradict earlier gospels is because this sect of Christianity, this community, this church, if you will, which just means community, but this community of Christians is kind of, they're receiving this gospel from earlier, but they're changing some a little bit on purpose, but also some on accident, because maybe they've heard that Jesus did this other miracle, and so they'll put that miracle in the story. It's just kind of based off of what they've heard, what that author was familiar with.
Okay.
Like John has Jesus like changing water to wine, and that's clearly something that Dionysus did plenty of. So no other gospel has that.
Is he the Greek god that Jesus is often compared to?
Yeah. And Jesus fucking quotes him in Acts when he says to Paul, "It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks." That's directly from Dionysus in the play The Bacchae from Euripides, hundreds of years prior to Christianity. Or prior to the stories of Jesus, you get Euripides, who wrote that into a play called The Bacchae and has Dionysus say that line to someone who's persecuting his church. It's like, well, duh. but nevertheless, the point is, John's community, or the author of John's community, was familiar with the Dionysus story, or at least had heard that, and it got mixed in over time with this Jesus character. So they're going to have Jesus doing this like wedding at Cana story where he changes water into wine, like Dionysus does at parties. So it's just kind of how these influences just kind of seep in over time. And maybe it was on purpose. Maybe they thought, hey, let's have Jesus do this thing that Dionysus does so that we can minister through the Dionysus cult and say that our guy does the same thing. Maybe that was the purpose. Maybe it was on purpose. But maybe it was intentional, but maybe it wasn't intentional. Maybe it was something that just kind of happened over time, and people just thought, the author heard that story about Jesus, and so they just included it. We don't know exactly what the intention is, but we can definitely see where the influences are coming from, if that makes sense.
So on that point, then, where this kind of like Chinese whispers type of thing, who made the first whisper?
You're definitely from the UK. Okay. Yeah, because
I
we
must
call
have
that the game of
on my
telephone
words.
here in America because we're not racist
Telephone.
here. Well, no. Well, first of all,
That's
we
absurd.
definitely are. Secondly, we just I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we just call it game of
Yeah.
telephone.
Okay. I'm gonna call it Chinese whispers.
Okay, yeah, you do whatever.
So this game of Chinese whispers, who
Yeah.
made the first whisper? Where does it come from?
Well, the
Where's
Jesus story
of Jesus?
itself, the earliest that we can find it is when it's published by Marcion in 144. We don't have any
Okay.
mention of Jesus prior. You could say that Marcion made it up. You could say that his group, the students, his followers, the Marcionites made it up because they helped write some of the stuff like the Pauline letters. But we don't. Maybe they made it up, or maybe they had just kind of heard it or something and wrote it down. I don't know, but they're the first to write it down. So
then was this Marcion guy, was he like kind of,
he was Christian.
was he influential enough to kind of make this widespread
Yeah, he was
story?
a wealthy ship owner from Sinope. And Asia Minor is where Christianity more or less comes from. This is where it's actually from. It's not from Judea. It has nothing to do with Jewish people initially. It's from Asia Minor. That's where all of this kind of traces its roots back to. So he is a wealthy person who starts his own kind of group within Christianity. Christianity, it was like a mystery cult. It was Greco-Egyptian. It was already around. It just didn't have a mythology of Jesus. He's the first to publish one of the versions of like this mythology of Jesus. Prior to that, we don't have anything on him.
Where is this? What was the place you called? Like as in the global map. Where is this?
Now it's Sinop, I guess, is what it's called. It's on the coast of the Black Sea. It's northern Turkey.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that's oh. I know you're saying Jesus and Paul never existed. Do you believe any of the other apostles existed?
No, there's a slight chance, and I say like really small chance, that like Peter, James, or John existed, because that's like an inner circle, and they seem to be alluded to quite a bit. I don't have a problem with them existing as like people who were influential in Christianity, but as disciples of Jesus, no. They're probably just getting cameos in the story because they were influential in the story, if that makes sense. Like they may have been people who
Can I say something
were
so
part of
people can
Christianity
learn
in the first
something?
century.
Like, oh my gosh.
Say what?
Can I say something?
I'm good to drop down if she wants to.
Well,
I mean,
but yeah, that
Yeah,
would be the
man, like the chat like is so annoying.
Okay.
all right.
Go ahead,
Alright.
Ibby. What was your last point there?
What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. So in the case of these apostles, when you're saying they were alluded to from where? From like, are you talking about the Bible?
Yeah. Oh no, the 2nd century church fathers talked a lot about them. Yeah, that's what like the Catholic Church tries
I
to
like how
draw
you guys
their
meet me
line
in the
from.
chat, but all you do was talk shit in the chat. Like,
Wait,
it's,
just
your
well,
chat
hold
is
on,
so
Brian. I
crazy.
promise.
Your moderators are like,
Brian, I will get to. I promise. He's wrapping up. He's wrapping up, Ibby. Go ahead. What was your last point, Ibby? Because Brian needs to have a conversation.
So alluded to from church fathers, you said.
Yeah. Like early
What-
church
what do
fathers, like the Catholics, they draw their line like apostolic lineage through like Peter and stuff. They'll mention James and John and stuff like that. Like they'll mention them, but not as if they know them, because no one actually knew the people, especially in the 2nd century when they're writing. But like,
Wait, surely I must be lost here. Like, surely the early church fathers were alluding to Jesus and all of the other apostles, no?
not a lot. They primarily focus on
Actually?
like Peter, James, and John.
wow.
I mean, they'll mention them in other texts that get thrown out. Like they'll eventually have traditions about how like Bartholomew died and Thomas died and everything like that. But primarily they focus on Peter, James, and John.
Wait, when you say alluding to, as in, do you mean like talking about them as they are alive today?
No, they just talk about them.
Oh.
Like they try to say that they have a lineage, apostolic lineage that comes from them. Like, oh, hey, I learned, like Irenaeus. Irenaeus is the first one to give us the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John for the Gospels. He's writing 180 to 185. He says that his teacher was a guy named Polycarp. And Polycarp, Irenaeus says that Polycarp, his teacher, heard John at some point. He was a hearer of John.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's trying to establish that like he has authority because his teacher heard directly from someone who heard from Jesus something. Yeah. Now Polycarp, we don't have anything about from him that says he knew John or heard John. That's just some later claim from Irenaeus. But they're still trying to connect him to John. They're trying to connect themselves to John in some line, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But no one does
Sorry.
that like, oh, hey, like I knew somebody who knew Bartholomew. Like, no one does that.
So I know I'm asking a lot of questions since what I said was my
Well,
last question.
again,
but I
let's
wanna make
wrap
sure
it
I
up so that
understand.
we can get to Brian.
Briar. Okay. All right. Say less. I might come up another time then because I.
Well,
wanna
I mean, and
ask
feel
you
free
more
to just hang out, and you can come up at another time later on if you like can think of some questions or something like that.
All right. Say less. All right. Thank you. You're a Jew. I'm gonna follow you. All right.
Wait.
Bye-bye.
Did you say I'm a Jew or a G?
A G.
Okay.
A G. Sorry.
You're a Jew. I'll follow you. It's like, okay, well, that's random, but all right. Okay. Well, thanks.
Bless
Thanks for
up.
coming
Enjoy
up.
yourself, man.
What? And then Bria left. Bria, we were getting to you, Bria. No. What? What in the world?
What the hell?
Oh my god. What, Bria? I think maybe Bria was off the chat. Or maybe she was off the chat for a little bit too long or something. Bria, if you were off the chat too long, it'll kick you off. No one removed you. Please, you can come back. I will have a conversation with you. You were here first. I was looking to learn something. I don't know what Bria was talking about, but Bria, if you had something, is it Bria? Is that how you pronounce it? Bria? I have no idea. Anyways, is that some weird way to spell pilgrim or something? I don't know how to say your name.
Yes, that's Polish way to spell this name.
What's the name?
It's not a name. It's my nickname.
What's the nickname?
It's the Pilgrim of the Churches.
That's pilgrim?
Yes, in Polish you say it pielgrzym.
Jesus
So it's
Christ. That's like
similar
there's only
spelling.
like 2 vowels in there. Holy shit. There's like 3, I guess, if you
Polish
include
language
Y.
is not among the easiest.
God.
I was here yesterday and
Yeah.
we had somewhat respectful talk about Ignatius and Polycarp.
Mm-hmm.
You recommended me a book, and obviously I have not read it in one day. And
Right.
the worst, I forgot its name. So would you please put it
Yeah.
on the
Yeah, let me
screen
check
right
real
now
fast.
so I could?
And by the way, I did want to get to some super chats really quick. So $4.99 from iSharp Gaming following up. So initially he said, what if you're wrong though, you'll scorch forever? And then I pointed out that I'm just talking about history and not talking about religion. He said, you'll go to hell. Jesus is the only way to heaven. I said, well, if you establish that Jesus existed, then we can talk about whether or not he has anything to do with heaven and getting into heaven. So then he followed up $4.99. Thank you very much from iSharp Gaming said, I'm not saying believe in him right now. I'm saying, why wouldn't you? If the end result would be hell, guaranteed, just answer, stop running. LOL. I mean, I am answering. If the end result would be hell, why wouldn't I believe? Well, I don't know that that's the case. And you said guaranteed. If the end result was hell, if I knew for a fact that that I would burn forever if I didn't follow Jesus, then I guess sure. Yeah, but like I don't know that for a fact. I don't know that for guaranteed or anything like that. That's a wild claim. You're throwing in a guarantee, but I haven't even had any evidence that this guy actually existed, let alone said what he said and was honest when he said it and it was true and did these things and was actually the Christ and all this. There's so many different hurdles that you'd have to jump over, and we haven't even made it over the first one, which is his existence. So I promise to you, if we can establish that Jesus existed, then we can go to these other hurdles. That's not a problem. And then $1.99 from ED New York 222, or NY at least, said, what about Islam, Muhammad? Believe in that? Space, question mark. And the answer is, well, I can just answer, no, I don't. Do I think that Muhammad existed? Yes, because we have contemporaries who talk about him. Quite a few, actually. Or at least more than one. But as far as is like Islam goes, no. Islam is like hard-nosed monotheistic Christianity. They still have a Jesus and everything like that. Like, no. I don't think that Jesus existed, and that goes for the New Testament version, the Book of Mormon version, and the Quran version. Let's see. Now, back for Pilgrim. It was a book on Polycarp?
The book on Marcion Canon.
Oh, Marcion.
No.
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
book
yeah.
on the Marcion.
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull that up. This is the book. It's called The First New Testament. Let me go ahead and pull that up here for you. From scholar Jason Badoon. There you go. Whoop. Yeah, well, here, let me see. Yeah, it's First New Testament. The scholar's name is Jason Badoon. There we go. You can take a screenshot if you need.
Okay, thank you for
here,
that.
I don't know. I might
I
need to
would
lift it up or something.
like to reconsider my argument.
There you go.
So, yesterday you told me that you date the first Clement to the 2nd century, but
Yeah.
I find that most scholars, those even minimalists, date it to around 96 and tied to so-called tribulations of Domitian.
Yeah,
So
but there's
they
no
put
evidence
it
that
rather
Domitian
into
ever did that. In
that
fact,
years.
there's some scholars who have actually dove into that and saw that Domitian had persecuted the Jews, but never the Christians. That's just some like later claim from the Christians that they had been persecuted at that point. So no, there's no evidence whatsoever that the Christians even had persecution for Domitian. Even if that was something that had happened, there's no actual showing or proof that it's tied in with that. It just says at the beginning of First Clement, it said recent tragedies that have befallen us, but that doesn't mean that it's violence, and it doesn't mean that it's Domitian. Doesn't mean it's a really random claim, to be honest.
So why would you think? What are your arguments for the 2nd century dating of Pseudo Clement?
Yeah, so as far as First Clement goes, it never mentions Clement in it. So, I mean, if you think Clement is in the 1st century, there's no evidence that he even wrote it. It's just some later claim from...
I call it Pseudo Clement because it is a later attribution to this letter. So I know Clement didn't write it, but why do you think this letter? I would call this letter from Romans to Corinthians, actually, because that is what this letter claims to be. But
all right, fair enough.
What are your arguments for?
I mean,
for it being written in 2nd century, not
well,
the
first time that it's even mentioned is the late 2nd century. So I mean, I don't know why they would hold on to this letter for over 100 years. It just seems silly, or almost 100 years. And by the way, thank you very much to David Meyer 2359 for the Flow State gift there on YouTube. Thank you. But yeah, we don't have any evidence of it prior to that. We don't have any evidence of it in the 1st century. We don't have any evidence in the early 2nd. It's the late 2nd that we ended up with evidence for it. Now, if Clement does write it, which is what Irenaeus tries to say happens for he says he's the author of it. If Clement did write it, then we're looking at the fact that The Shepherd of Hermas, which is a book that came out in the middle of the 2nd century, or was written then, the author in that book states that he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him. So apparently Clement is someone who you can boss around in the middle of the 2nd century.
Well, Clement is someone just mentioned in the writings of Paul. So if we establish first,
if we establish that Paul is written in the 2nd century, then there you go.
They would assume that Clement is a historical person. But firstly, I would like to ask you a question, so I don't fight with a strawman here.
Sure.
Do you think that Marcion invented Paul, or did he use some earlier character just to bring his ideas?
I would say that Paul is either an invention of the Marcionites or Marcion himself, or it may be a placeholder for Marcion himself. Marcion, pronounced Marcion, means little mark, and Paulus just means the small one. It's possible that it's just a placeholder for him or a pseudonym for him. It just kind of depends. But there's no evidence whatsoever that there was any Paul prior to Marcion.
So I would like to say that, first of all, I would like to reconsider my yesterday argument about Ignatius and Polycarp, but let's start with, I think that the first polemics that we have against Marcion are in Justin and not in Polycarp or Ignatius. I think the groups that they are fighting against are not Marcionites. We do not find the theology of Marcion.
Really fast, I'd also like to point out that
Ignatius and Polycarp refer to.
Yeah, really fast. In the in the Marcionite reconstruction, or the reconstructions of the Marcionite Pauline letters, there's no mention of Clement in there. So, yeah, I mean, you'd have to.
Isn't Clement in Romans?
No, not in Marcion, not in Marcion's version.
So I know that
the Clement
in Romans there is this long passage about all the people in the Roman Church. So I think the Clement is from there.
I don't even think he's in Romans. I think he's more specifically in Philippians or something like that. Or it's a Philippians.
Okay,
is that what it is? I think so. Yeah, it's Philippians 4:3. So in Philippians, in the Marcionite version, here we're gonna look up Philippians here. No, I got two P's there. Okay, so Philippians. Let's see here. So he's supposed to be found in Philippians 4:3. That's the letter that he's supposed, or that's the verse that he's supposed to be in. And if we take a look at, I'm not really supposed to be showing this, I don't think, but Philippians, yeah, there's no chapter 4 at all for Philippians in the reconstructed versions of Marcion's thing. So it's literally just an added chapter. It's added later. There's no mention of Clement whatsoever in the Marcionite versions of Paul's letters. What that means is that Clement's just an added figure. It lines up with what I'm telling you. If Marcion's version of Paul's letters come first in 144, and then after 144, you get talk about this Clement person and stuff like that, well, there you go. The only reason that people think he's in the first century is because there's a later push to say that he's in the first century, even though the Shepherd of Hermas mentions tasking, the author of the Shepherd of Hermas in the middle of the 2nd century mentions tasking him with delivering a letter in the middle of the 2nd. So then it doesn't make any sense. The first time we get Clement mentioned at all is the middle of the 2nd century.
That's weird.
And then the first time we get First Clement, that letter mentioned is later on. So if you think he's connected to that letter, then that letter would need to be in the 2nd century. If he's not connected to that letter, then all right, whatever. But nevertheless, Clement still doesn't go to the 1st century. We don't have any evidence for him there, other than just later people claiming that it was there and then shoehorning him back in. We can see Clement is yet again another person who later on the church decides this is someone that we want to include into the story, to make it seem as if this is all happening in the 1st century, or to make it seem as if they themselves were back there with Paul or something, like a cameo. And we can clearly see that they added it after Marcion. After the Marcionite versions of Paul's letters, Clement is added into the text. He's yet again another person that gets shoved back into history. And it's obvious, because the further you go back in history, the less you see him, until you don't see him at all.
I think that, well, first of all, I think still that even though Eusebius cannot be trusted, I still think that Ignatius and Polycarp right before Marcion. Well, there is a tradition.
Polycarp writes before Marcion?
Yes, I think.
No.
Well,
no.
We have only one letter from Polycarp, and it writes like Ignatius is still alive.
Yeah, that's because M. David Litva puts Ignatius, like, I say that Ignatius dies in like 165. I think he's Peregrinus Proteus. M. David Litva, a scholar, puts it in like 170.
I would like to.
Ignatius is definitely
defend
not early 2nd.
This position that.
No.
Well, I understand that Professor Litva puts Ignatius and Polycarp after
but
Marcion,
Ignatius and Polycarp are both after Marcion. Why would they be earlier?
Well, first of all, I think that the groups that they fight against in their letters are not Marcionites.
They don't have to be.
If
they're writing so late after Marcion published, there's other ideas swirling around. It's not like it's just Marcionites and the Proto-Catholics. So there's definitely some other things, especially if you put them 2 decades after, especially if you put them 2 decades after Marcion's book comes out. 20 years later, there's not other ideas? Yeah, there's other ideas. It doesn't have to go against Marcionism directly. No. The only real time that you need to go against Marcion directly, like with certain texts, would be like, I don't know, 140s maybe? Say what? Docetus?
It's the yeah. I mean, well, first,
Yeah,
first of all,
Docetists were around. Yeah.
Direct polemics with Marcion is in Justin around like
Yeah.
150.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But,
like, yeah. Like earlier on. But I would
Polycarp
say that
and
these other
Ignatius
writings are showing up
are
later.
rather against Docetists, not some like Marcionite dualism.
Yeah, sweet. There's no evidence that Docetism existed before Marcion.
I would consider that it is more likely that this kind of theology was first.
Nah, because Docetism requires that Jesus is a person. We don't have any evidence that Jesus was even written about prior to Marcion, so no. Docetism requires that, unless you're just kind of talking about like maybe some people viewing a Christ figure or something as I don't know, but no. If you're talking about Docetism in regards to Jesus, it would need to be post-Marcion because we don't have any evidence of anybody having a Jesus story prior to Marcion. So it just, okay.
I think we're kind of stopped in a place whether
like if you can go and get me evidence for Docetism prior to Marcion, explicitly Docetism regarding Jesus, which is the idea that he's not a man, then I would like to hear it. Get that evidence and then come back with that if you can.
I mean, well.
Like, I'd be happy to hear it. I'd be open to hear it, but you're going to have to show me that Docetism is a thing prior to Marcion.
And Polycarp before Marcion, but
how?
Well, we know that Marcion was Marcion movement was a large thing, so so there later, for example, we have firstly Justin in polemics with him, and then we get Tertullian around like 200, still combating Marcionism.
Yeah, well,
and it would be kind of weird if we get
necessarily. Not everybody has to talk about everybody. It's just kind of how it works. Not everybody's talking about Marcion.
But we get Ignatius sending these letters like all around to Rome, to other places, where we would expect that if he has problem with someone, that would be with Marcionites.
Not necessarily, man. Not necessarily. Ignatius is thought by some scholars to be Peregrinus Proteus, who conned the Christians in the early to mid 2nd centuries, wrote some of their books, and edited others. There's no evidence whatsoever that he had really anything to do with like Marcionism per se, but okay, like it doesn't.
Well, he's kind of interested in some form of proto-orthodoxy and combating
he may have been teachings. He may have actually lined up with Marcion. It just kind of depends, man. But he doesn't have to talk about Marcion in order to be after Marcion.
In his, I think it's impossible for Ignatius to be in line with Marcion.
Okay, that's fine, but he doesn't have to be against Marcion in order to be after Marcion. You know who never talks about Marcion? Billy Graham. He was after Marcion.
Well,
like, it doesn't matter, dude. Like, I don't. You're. There's no evidence. You're not providing any evidence that it's before it. I've provided evidence that it's after it, but you haven't provided any evidence that it's before it. You're just kind of saying, "Oh, he doesn't talk about him." Cool. He doesn't have to. Like,
well,
sweet. Polycarp doesn't say anything about Marcion. He's after him.
Well, what would be again your evidence that Ignatius and Polycarp are after?
Polycarp is said to die in like 167. So yeah. Also, on top of that, Ignatius, we don't have anything from him, anything mentioning him until the late 2nd century. And even when he gets mentioned by Irenaeus, he doesn't even get named. He says a certain man of ours, implying that like very clearly he's someone who doesn't need to be named or doesn't want to name, but you're going to use his text. again, scholars have pointed out that there's a lot of similarities, just happen to be, I guess, between Ignatius and Peregrinus Proteus, written by Lucian of Samosata in 166 as dying in 165. Yeah, and again, we don't have any real evidence that Ignatius died as in like 108 or 110, other than Eusebius, an admitted liar. Oh, thank you very much for the gift there, MJ
Yeah.
Zuconius. The goat. Thank you. But no modern historian that doesn't just take Eusebius' word for it places Ignatius' death in about 110. They generally put it about 140 to 160, somewhere in there. And again, M. David Litva says that Ignatius' letter, those documents come in like 170. So I mean, no, there's just no evidence whatsoever that it's prior to Marcion. There's just none. Like the only thing you've got is like you feel like the argument from silence of somebody else in the text means that he's writing prior to them. Okay, like, I mean, I hear your argument. It's just kind of there, but.
Well, I don't want to appeal to the scholarly consensus because it is an empty argument, but well, I read Bart Ehrman's blog yesterday, and he puts
he would put
Ignatius
it there,
and Polycarp in like those 120, 150 years.
150? Yeah, that would be after Marcion.
Well, Polycarp in 150s.
Well, yeah, dude, that's after Marcion. Jesus Christ, dude. All right. Well, I would also put Polycarp's writing into like 150s. Jesus Christ, dude.
We have only one letter from Polycarp.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
From time of Ignatius. But it is traditionally believed that.
Okay, well, if Polycarp is writing in the 150s, then Ignatius is too, then, I guess. So that sounds good. Not a problem, man. All right, anyways, thank you very much for coming up. People are probably, their eyes have glossed over and everything like that. Yeah, if Polycarp, according to Bart Ehrman, is writing in the 150s and he's writing at the same time that Ignatius is alive, then yeah, that would line up with not only what I say, it lines up with Bart Ehrman says, it lines up with what I've been telling you, it lines up with what like the stellometry shows. I mean, this is all just shit from like the 150s and stuff like that. Like about a decade or so after Marcion publishes, and about almost 2 decades after Marcion's ideas start floating around. So. Jesus Christ. All right. Anyways, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. Seprog says I'm digging it, actually. Well, thank you for digging the thing, but I was ready to move on because I do want to get to some other callers and stuff like that. But if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, request up. The link should be right about there on TikTok or right down there. If you're on YouTube, there's multiple ways that you can get in touch. You can either hop over onto TikTok. The username is Christ Before Jesus, and I will gladly bring you up and we can have a conversation. Or you can send a super chat, and I will be able to respond. I will read it off. I promise. I will read your message out loud and respond to it if you send a super chat. I want to respect the fact that you have paid to get the message across. Yeah, there we go. The links are working there. Yeah, there it is. If you want to talk to the host, click the link there in the chat. You can click that link. I take guests over on TikTok. You can hop up and have a conversation. I am, not scared to talk it to you. I'm not scared to talk it to you. It's not a problem. I don't care if your name is Kevin the Ass Smacker or Dr. Bart Ehrman. I will talk to you. It doesn't matter. What is Iridescent Smoke got to say today?
So I have 2 questions.
Okay.
Does Justin Martyr ever mention a Bible or gospel narrative, anything?
Justin Martyr says he talks in 155. He talks about the memoirs of the apostles.
Okay.
That's what he says. He doesn't say gospels. He just says memoirs of the apostles.
And would that be the counter literature, or would that still be something closer to Evangelion?
I would say that it would be so. By the time that we have Justin Martyr writing, I would say that we have Matthew written. We might have Luke, maybe. We also have Mark. The Gospel of Peter is out at that point as well. There's at least 4 Gospels as well as Evangelion that's out by that time.
And same thing for Ignatius and Polycarp, because I guess if they're all kind of writing around the same time
Mhm.
period,
Yeah.
in the 150s.
Somewhere around there.
Do they also refer to Memoirs of the Apostles? Do they call it something else?
No. So Polycarp, I think, actually says gospel. I think. Pretty sure Ignatius does too.
I mean, that would date them probably after Justin.
Yeah, a
wouldn't
little
it?
bit.
In
Yeah, I
that
would
way.
say that Polycarp and Ignatius are like maybe mid to late 150s, and then you have Justin Martyr in like the early to mid. The one reason I think that there's the Gospel of Luke explicitly or specifically at the same time as Justin Martyr is because of the fact that he mentions Jesus sweating drops of blood. He doesn't say it's from the Gospel of Luke. He doesn't say it's from any gospel. He just says that he did it. But that is only found in the Gospel of Luke. So that either means that he's reading it from the gospel, or he's like we're seeing the sausage being made, if you will. Like, you know how I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was talking about how different communities would possibly hear the story of Jesus and like work in over time. Just the story evolves, kind of like playing telephone, and you hear little different versions of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so you're like, oh, hey, let's write down a story of Jesus and make sure to include the story where he changes water into wine, because that's what the people at that point in time, in that sect of Christianity, in that community, in that place on the globe at that time, believed that Jesus did. Does that make sense? Like, that was their story. Now, that doesn't necessarily, the author could have put it in, on purpose, like intentionally, or the author, like, because he was making it up, or the author could have heard that that's what Jesus did from his community because he had heard a more evolved story that was on down the telephone line. And so that's why he puts it in. So likewise with Justin Martyr, when he mentions that Jesus sweat drops of blood, we don't know if he's getting it from Luke or if he could potentially be one of the people who is kind of passing that story along because he heard it. And then someone picks it up later and adds it to Luke. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of unfalsifiable. I mean, it could be
Yeah.
either or.
We don't know. We just don't know. Like, it'd be nice to know, but we don't know. So it's just kind of there.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
I have another
But
question.
I err on the side of caution, and I just say, or like more conservatively, and just say that Luke was written by the time that Justin Martyr shows up. So that would make Polycarp be the person who, because the reason I
feel like
really
it's
try to
also
bring
just
that in is because
beneficial.
Polycarp and Irenaeus came up in our stylometric research for the Gospel of Luke as the author. And Irenaeus was writing after Justin Martyr, but Polycarp was writing like during Justin Martyr. And when talking with scholar Chrissy Hansen, she had mentioned that it would need to be Polycarp and not Irenaeus who wrote it, the Gospel of Luke, because Justin Martyr mentioned that thing. And so erring on the side of caution or more conservative, I would say it was Polycarp who wrote it as opposed to Irenaeus just picking up what Justin Martyr had said. Go ahead. Keep going.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I have another question, and it's about the Temple of Leontopolis that was in Egypt.
Oh, okay.
So I guess that was founded by Onias IV and like the disciples of Onias III, and my question is, did the followers of Onias III do you think they identified Onias with the Crestus figure that was like maybe a mystery cult that hadn't converged with Judaism necessarily yet, or the Hebrew Bible? Or did the Greco-Crestus mystery cult identify Onias as their Crestus? Like, is there anything that leans in either direction of whether or not Christianity is more of a Jewish subcult, or is it purely the Greco side, and then they just took aspects of Onias III for some reason and integrated it with the Jesus figure?
I would say that I mean it's definitely possible that version of Christianity or that version of like Jewish thought kind of seeped into Christianity there. I mean, especially since it's in Egypt. Pretty sure that particular place is in Egypt.
Yeah, no, it is.
Hellenistic. Yeah. So I mean, definitely possible. it's definitely possible. I mean, you might be onto something. I've always just kind of pictured it more as something that comes out of like the Bar Kokhba revolt, because that's when we end up getting Jewish people leaving Judea and going into the more surrounding areas. For the most part, if that was the case, that could be the reason why we
I
have
think
some
I
connection
have
there.
something
But
else
go ahead.
that reinforces my like
Okay.
just theory I'm coming up with on this.
Yeah.
So the wisdom of Sirach, which was
Mhm.
I guess somewhat their authoritative scripture,
Whose?
was the Temple of Leontopolis.
Oh, okay.
Like
Okay.
it had, I don't know the full gist of it, but I think you had Maccabees, you had Onias III's disciples and their sayings about him and what happened to him and stuff. And then you also have the wisdom of Sirach, and that was kind of like their main things, along with the Hebrew Bible. But that scripture was cut out of Judaism in 90 CE. It was deemed non-authoritative, and this is after the destruction of the Second Temple. So for me, that almost, I see that as maybe a catalyst, something that could encourage them to, take their theology elsewhere, since they were deemed, their main principal scripture was deemed non-authoritative, that it would encourage them to maybe identify their principal figure, Onias III, which is what their temple was founded after, to look at this Greco mystery cult that was worshiping this Crestus figure and potentially identify Onias with that figure.
It's possible. I mean, I'm not opposed to that kind of concept of how it comes up. It's just, yeah, it's
trying to
possible. I
discern the
know that there's
chronology,
like you also have the like the Elephantine community that had a Jewish temple, or a temple for Yahweh, that dates back pretty far, like really far into the BCE era, like 4th century and such. And they had multiple gods that they worshipped. They were polytheistic. So I mean, there's a good chance that because they were in a more of a hub for different places or different ideologies coming through, and of course a bit more Roman than Judea, it's very possible that they could have mixed with different things, including Christianity there. Yeah, I mean, or mixed in with like different gods being worshipped and whatnot to produce some sort of a Christ figure that's more syncretic and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to your particular theory there.
Okay.
Maybe if I like sat down, maybe I could find some things that I disagree with, but off the top of my head, it sounds.
That's really what
fine.
I'm looking for. I'm trying to, in my mind, fully construct what the hell was going on in the 1st century, and like how to explain how we get to Marcion. What was the substrate that he was working with?
Well, the only real issue that I can think of, if you're trying to throw it into the 1st century, if you're just talking about the religion itself, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the problem is you can't. Because we don't have any evidence that they had a text in the 1st century, you can't say, oh, because the text said this is what they were doing in the 1st century, if that makes sense. Like maybe you might be able to find some way to be able to explain the gospel as some kind of weird origin story or explanation of what they kind of sort of were doing in the 1st century, but you'd need to have pretty solid evidence for that. Other than just this later text kind of makes me think this. Does that make sense? Like, I have no problem with Christianity forming in Egypt. I have no problem with it forming in Asia Minor. I have no problem with it forming in both places, or even in Rome or something like that throughout the 1st century. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. It's just we don't get a text until the middle of the 2nd century, and I don't want to use said text that's filled with obvious anachronisms and stuff as the only evidence for why I have an argument for what they were doing in the 1st century, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it is pretty speculative, and it's whether or not it possesses any historical memory is really what it is.
Really, that is really it. But I mean, I'm not opposed to what you're saying. I
got really into the whole historical exodus and
Mhm.
what the most plausible explanation was, and how it was actually a lot earlier than what the Hebrew Bible dates it to, because it was like the 1600 BCE. But that, if there is evidence of historical memories, and just trying to figure out what those are throughout the entire Bible, or is it only that one example and there's nothing else that we can really look at as historically reliable?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's keep digging. I like the fact that you're rolling up your sleeves. You're thinking outside the box. Let's go find it. Let's go find it. And if you can, send me a DM, or if you're writing any papers on this or anything like that, or if you've got it written down, kind of some notes or something, send those over. Share those over on christbeforejesus@gmail.com, and I'd love to see it. I'd love that I'm sure that my co-author would also love to kind of take a look and see, is there some ulterior ways that we can kind of put this all together.
Okay, have a good one.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. That was Iridescent Smoke, everybody. Iridescent Smoke. We got a super chat over there for $1.99 from Jesus Christ. Hard Work 83.95 says, "Did your mom say hi back?" No, she did not. And thank you very much for the gift there, Captive America 669, as well as, and I did a little heart thing because somebody sent something. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure how to pull that back up. But thank you very, very much. Oh, no, it was Jamal Brown. Jamal Brown sent Flow State for 200. Thank you very much. 200 joules. I think that's like $2. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Well, thank you. We also have a super chat for $5. Thank you very, very much. From MJ Zuconius. Says, why does the existence of Jesus matter? Shouldn't the lessons be more important? So, I mean, it depends on your approach. There are some people who say, oh, yeah, Jesus existed. Or I'll grant that Jesus existed. Let's talk about the teachings, and that's fine. I get it. That's perfectly fine. However, I don't think that Jesus even existed, so I don't really care about the teachings. The teachings are all gone, so I don't care if they're good or bad. I could definitely point out some bad things. I mean, could you find the hay in the needle stack? Could you dig through the Gospels? Could you dig through the Bible and find the good advice? Yeah, you could. But is it really worth it? Nah, especially not since the historical story that it's, based around it's not even real. So it's just kind of a waste of time, if you ask me. But I mean, I see what people are saying there. You have people like, say, Deconstruction Zone. Shout out Justin over there. Deconstruction Zone, he talks a lot about how he'll grant that Jesus existed, and he'll talk a lot about like the teachings of the Bible and stuff like that. And that's fine. But that's just not what I'm willing to do, because I don't want someone to say, hey, I get that you're granting Jesus existed. Now I'm going to say that Jesus taught these things, and I think that they're very good. You should follow Jesus. Also, I think that he had followers. Also, I think that his followers all said that he resurrected because they believed that he did. And also, they wouldn't die for a lie. And also, blah, 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 blah. And just kind of use that inch that I gave them and stretch it out to a mile and use it as a springboard to then say, Jesus was the Christ. And it's like, wow, okay. What? So I like to just focus on the history. I think that that's the best way, at least for me, to approach the topic. Dr. Rajem, by the way, sent 6-7 for 6-7 joules. Thank you very, very much. My God. All right. We did have. Did Bria ever come back up? I wanted to talk to Bria or whatever her name was. Going straight for the neck. What is going on, Guy?
What's up, bro? I've been on this live before, a couple months ago.
Was your name Guy back then?
Yeah, it was still Guy. I was kind of
really quick. I know this is gonna be really random, but you ever seen the show Drake and Josh?
Yeah.
Okay. There's this one episode where Drake and Josh are at the theater or whatever, and they get robbed by these two guys named Buddy and Guy. And when the cops show up, they think that they're lying or something, and they're like, "Oh, okay, you got robbed, and what was this guy's name?" Guy.
Yeah.
And oh, okay, and what was his buddy's name? Buddy. Yeah, Anyways, keep going. What you got for us, guy?
Yeah, man. So I was just kind of explaining before, like I didn't really know. Like I've heard so many different takes on the history. Like I have a friend who studies like the history of this kind of stuff.
Oh, nice.
And
has he came up?
Yeah. Say that one more time.
Has he came up and argued for Jesus or Paul here?
No, I told him to, but you know he's afraid of like platforms. You know, he's a big he don't like going live in front of people. But
it's not that many people. It's only 316 people on TikTok and let's see, 397 people on YouTube. I mean, what? I mean, what? Come on.
All right, man.
It's just like 700 people.
Right, just a few.
Yeah. Like a neighborhood.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you were explaining to me before, like the Christians thing, how there's an E and Tacitus and all of that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if you had any like recommended any like information like books, documents, because I didn't really get any last time.
For what?
Researching the topic, man. Like, or on Jesus in itself, like to disprove.
Yeah. So I mean, there's different texts that you can go with. If you're looking for a book, if you don't, well, not only my book, me and my co-author, we have a book called Christ Before Jesus that's available, and your friend can read it for $3. The ebook is just $3, and he can try to tear it all to pieces and then come up here. That will give him a cheat sheet. He'll know exactly what I'm going to say for the most part, and then he'll be able to come on here and just be like, "Hey, this is where you're wrong, bucko."
Okay, bet. And then secondly, I wanted to know, like personally, if you had any kind of philosophies or anything that you were into, or just ideas that you, or morality that you subscribe to, or anything of that nature.
Don't be a dick.
Valid. I think we all should follow that one.
Yeah.
For sure. So when it comes to the metaphysics, you're kind of like, nah.
I'm like metaphysics. Is that what you said? Like all that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't deal with that stuff. No.
It's like, yeah. It's like we'll see when we die.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. I don't think I'll see much of anything in the ground. Like, it's not really.
Right. I just wanted to know. I think it'd be interesting kind of seeing where you lied on that and like kind of researching the same stuff. But hell yeah, man.
Yeah, not a problem. Bring your friend up, man. Bring your friend up. Tell him to join. He can join on TikTok here. He can at least sit in the YouTube if he has a YouTube, even if he doesn't like TikTok or something. I don't know.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna call him right now. His username is Syndicate. So if you see him in the guest queue in the next 10 minutes,
I'll bring him up.
Listen, all right, bet. I got you, man. All right, appreciate you.
All right, thanks for coming up. That was Guy, everybody. Again, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul and you're on TikTok, the request button is here. The request button is down there as well. Come on up. I want to hear from you. We can have a conversation. And we've had some pretty good conversations, I would say. If you're on YouTube, hop over to TikTok. You can either search for Christ Before Jesus, click the link that's in the chat. That'll take you over. Or click the link that's on the YouTube profile, because that will take you over to TikTok, and you can ask your question there. If you're like, I don't like TikTok, or I don't have an account, or I don't want to make one, or blah, 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 blah. Okay, just send a super chat. I will read the comment and I will respond. Let's see here. We do have one other guest, and while they're coming up, I want to respond. $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much. Over on YouTube, we got Matthew. One second there, Rapid. Matthew Mulkeen, who says, on chapter 3 of the audiobook, very convincing argument so far, great details. Maybe later in the book, but how do you explain shift to historical Jesus? And why that specific name Jesus? And I'm not really sure that last part. Why H Jesus? I'm not really sure what that... Oh, when? I don't know what you're asking there at the end. But that being said, why the specific name? So, we have actually kind of taken a look at that over time since the book came out. So, okay, this is where I think the name Jesus comes from. It's a bit speculative, a bit, but we actually do have good reason that this is actually being utilized. In the Catholic Bible, they have a book, sometimes known as Ecclesiasticus, that is called, at least in this version of this book here, it is called Sirach, or the Wisdom of Sirach. All right? Let me see if I can pull this up in here. Yeah, there's the book. Okay, there we go. Ecclesiasticus. There we go. So Ecclesiasticus, or the Wisdom of Jesus, son of Sirach. Because the book was actually written in Hebrew in the early 2nd century BCE and translated by the author's grandson into Greek in the late 2nd century BCE. The original author's name was Jesus ben Sirach. Later on, we get the Gospels, and the Gospel of Luke, which utilizes the book, the first Gospel published, Evangelion, there in 144. The Gospel of Luke, we ran it in the Greek alongside the Greek version of the Wisdom of Sirach. We saw that they had 6 words in a row that comes from or matches the Wisdom of Sirach. A professor, a lecturing professor, came up about maybe a month or so ago, and he explained that when he checks his students for like plagiarism, he says that if you get 4 words in a row, that's evidence that you've plagiarized. So the fact that we're getting 6 words in a row definitely shows that this is something that is being pulled from the Wisdom of Sirach. They are using the Wisdom of Sirach as one of their primary sources for the Gospels. It is a book that just has a bunch of teachings. It's kind of like, say, like Proverbs-ish, maybe Ecclesiastes, which is it's called Ecclesiasticus. But anyways, the point is, this text has a bunch of teachings from Jesus ben Sirach, and they get echoed by Jesus in the Gospels. So, if you're going to have your God come down from heaven and teach and be like this philosopher, you might pull from something that was already around, and you might just go ahead and use that name of that person who writes that text. So if there is a Jesus, if you will, behind the Gospels, yeah, I would say it's Jesus ben Sirach, but it's not. He's not even anywhere close to like Pilate or anything like that. He's not even close to the 1st century CE. So he's definitely not Jesus of the New Testament, but it might be where they're getting the name from. On top of all of that, in the 130s, there's the Third Jewish-Roman War. It's the Bar Kokhba revolt. And Shimon Bar Kokhba, the leader of that revolt, he's called the Messiah by Rabbi Akiva at the time. And Rabbi Akiva attempted to ban some books, including the Wisdom of Sirach there in the 130s, because he said that people that are heretics are starting to utilize that book, and they're using it quite a bit. The same word for heretic was later used by Jewish people to refer to, or as heretics or like liars, or this same word is used to describe Christians later on. So I'm thinking that they were aware that they started utilizing that book and talking about this Jesus character in this weird way. And Rabbi Akiva was like, "The fuck are you guys talking about?" So about a decade later is when we get the first gospel published. That's Evangelion from Marcion. So I would say that the Jesus name probably comes from Jesus ben Sirach. You could postulate some other potential, influences for it, or reasons that we get it, but I would say it's probably from there. So hopefully that answers your question. And then Serenity Serpent, that's Lady Huggy. Hey, $6.99, 69, everybody, nice. From Canada, but that's Canadian money, so it's more like 50 cents. Anyways, it says there's a book, a website, a Discord, a great community resources. Mental Health Wednesday is actually today, yes. Trivia Night Friday, yes, we've got Trivia Night coming up on Tuesday. Join TikTok Christ Before Jesus. If you're over there on TikTok, make sure to give me a follow if you can. And Lady Huggy on TikTok side has a link to the Discord. It is called Deconstructing Chaos. We have a lot of fun. We got a lot of learning, and you can ask questions directly to the chat and the people, the mods in the chat and everything like that. They are awesome. They are much more knowledgeable about this stuff than I am. But yes, again, thank you very much for the super chats on YouTube. If you send any super chats, I will read them and I will respond. Rapid Pool Repair, what we got?
Good morning. Thanks for, or good afternoon now. Thanks for taking my request.
And it's still 11:30 in the great state of Texas. So good morning to you.
Oh man, I'm down in Florida, man. It's 12:30.
Okay. Florida, that's the Texas of the East Coast. What you got?
Yes, sir. All right, hey man, it's my first time ever really calling into a TikTok. You're the only TikTok live I've ever seen before, but I saw your content. It's kind of enticing to engage, and so I just wanted to see where you lie. I guess your question to me would be, why does Jesus? How do you know Jesus and Paul ever existed?
Yeah, sure.
And my rebuttal to you, as you're, claiming all this scholarly information and evidence, of, documents against Jesus and Paul, I would argue that, if you looked up, Frank Turek, Cliff Knechtle, Ray Comfort,
Cliff
Kent
Knechtle,
Hovind.
him and his son Stu actually backed out of a debate between us,
Kent
them,
Hovind?
and me and my co-author on modern day debates. Modern day debates.
Okay, yeah. But either way, they backed out of a debate.
Yeah, I don't know
There's
why.
still, I mean,
but nevertheless,
argument
yeah,
would-
Cliff, whenever he's pushed on like historical stuff, he tends to fall apart pretty easily. There's not a lot of good evidence, but regardless of who you want to point to who talks about this, that's fine. But what is the evidence they provide?
The evidence they provide. Okay, so the job of a Christian is not to give you all the evidence. of the
Nah, 1 Peter
scripture.
3:15 says to always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do it respectfully.
No, absolutely. I'm not negating that, but the job of the Christian is to give you the gospel, because the
No, give a
scripture
reason.
said-
It literally says to give a reason for your belief. So give a reason behind it.
Right, and we do, and Christians should have a reason for.
Yeah,
their
so
belief,
what's your
and
reason for believing in Jesus and Paul existence 2,000 years ago?
Well, so we can agree that there's a creator, right? Like, I mean, we didn't come from
Why not?
bacteria.
But yeah, when it comes to Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago, that doesn't have anything to do with the creator. That has something to do with history. Like, how do you know that they actually walked on the planet?
Right. Okay. Well, we have to start putting the evidence together. So,
Yes.
So we see that there's a creator, because we see that we live in a creation, right? Like, I mean, are you there? Are you there or not? Or do
I
you
mean,
think we're
sure,
from-
yeah. Just say I'm there for the sake of the argument. What does that have to do with Jesus or Paul?
Okay, so we know that we're from a creator. Do you believe the Old Testament scriptures? Like, can you believe Genesis? Do you believe Exodus? Do you believe?
You know what? For the sake of conversation, sure. How do we get to a
Okay,
historical Jesus?
So if those scriptures are reliable, then why are they unreliable for the case of Jesus and Paul?
Because they don't say that Jesus existed. If anything, you're going to say that the Old Testament is a prophecy. Fantastic. Even if every verse in the Old Testament said there's a guy named Jesus who's going to be born in Bethlehem, raised in Nazareth by Joseph and Mary. He's going to have 12 disciples. One of them is going to betray him, and he's going to be hung on a tree and a cross and everything like that. And then he's going to, 3 days later, is going to show up to Mary Magdalene and stuff like that, who, by the way, is not a prostitute, but one of your popes is eventually going to say that he's a prostitute. She's a prostitute. So what my point is even if every verse says this, that doesn't mean that the prophecy came true. Show me that the prophecy came true, and then we can talk about whether or not he's divine or connected to this creator. Who cares? And just show me the evidence that he actually walked and fulfilled the prophecy.
So then you're going to go through the scripture starting at Genesis and then cut it off at some point and saying the rest of this is not true.
Okay, do you think that
that's what you're
Genesis
doing.
was written after Jesus walked on this planet?
No, it
Okay.
was not.
Do you think any of the Old Testament was written after Jesus walked on this planet?
Of the Old Testament?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Do you think the New Testament, do you think every book of the New Testament was written after Jesus walked on the planet?
I'd say so.
Yeah. So that's a pretty good cutoff for when I'm going to accept evidence or a book for talking about Jesus walking on the planet.
So my next question to you would be, though, so like, if you look at scholars and scientists, there's a lot of Gnostic, atheistic type scholars and scientists who have plenty of credible evidence.
Okay, yeah, and what's the
For the
evidence? What's the
non-existence
evidence
of
that they point to? Yeah, again,
Oh,
like
no,
like
no,
when you pointed to
I'm talking about
Frank
for
and
the
like when you
non-Jews.
pointed to Cliff and stuff, you can name people, that's fine. What is the evidence that they point to?
For the atheists or for the believer?
I don't care, because a Christian pointing to the Old Testament, as you stated, does not talk about Jesus walking on the planet. It says that he's going to at best. So cool. What is the evidence he walked on the planet? Even it doesn't
So
matter
do
if
you
he's a Christian
believe?
or not. What are they pointing to?
So what do you think of Israel, for example? And there's, thousands of people go every single year to Israel. They see the tomb.
Oh, okay,
they
okay. Finally, something. Okay, so
Is
which
that not
tomb?
evidence?
Which tomb? There's 3 in Jerusalem. There's the Talpiot tomb, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the Garden tomb. It depends on what
Well,
type of Christian.
For the sake of argument, they have the whole Holy Land mapped out where Jesus walked, the Garden of Gethsemane, whatever it might be. Is any of that real, or are they just playing everybody and taking our money?
Well, yeah, it's definitely tourist traps. There's 3 different places that try to say that they are the tomb of Jesus, and guess what? They all charge you to go see it. So yes, it is absolutely a tourist trap. That being said, London exists. Does that mean that we can go there and see platform 9 3/4 at a train station and take it over to Hogwarts? Does that mean that, Harry Potter was real? New York is real? Does that mean that the Amazing
Okay,
Spider-Man
so-
comics are real and Peter Parker and Green Goblin duked it out? Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, so for example, let's say the Bible's correct, right? And Jesus lived, his apostles through the book of Acts starting churches, right? And then they die off the scene. King Nero comes in, right? Leader of the Roman Empire, whatever he's called, the governor, leader, emperor of the Roman Empire.
Okay, yeah,
And then all of a sudden you
names
have mass persecution of Christians. Mass persecution of
Okay.
Christians. He's cutting their heads off.
Is
sticking
this
their
still
heads on
within the
crosses.
hypothetical that the Bible is real? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I'm taking it as real.
Oh,
But
well,
this
you
is- this
said
is
let's
more
say
evidence.
that the book is real. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say that. I'm arguing here that it's
I
not
know
real. But
you're not. I know
we're in
I
a
know you're
hypothetical.
not. I'm trying to. I know you're not going to say it's real.
So I'm
coming at it
asking.
like-
Yeah, I'm asking you. Are we still in the hypothetical? Hypothetically speaking,
no,
let's
no,
say
no.
that he prosecuted or
If you're asking
persecuted
me if
Christians.
the Bible is real, let's say the
Uh-huh.
Bible. I'm saying the Bible's real then.
Okay.
And then we need evidence for that. How
Sure.
can we say it's real? There was a resurrection and things. King Nero, emperor of the Roman Empire, which was over Israel at that time, the land Jesus is from. He there's mass persecution. It's historically documented.
Where is this
just-
persecution? The only persecution during Nero, there's not persecution, there's prosecution, because there are 6 stories that talk about how Nero acted during and after the fire in Rome in 64. One of them is found in Tacitus, his book Annals, which was written in 116, based off of Senate records and Roman archives. This former senator named Tacitus wrote this book, and in book 15, chapter 44, he talks about Nero blaming the Christians for the fire in Rome, and then he goes on to say that they admitted guilt to burning down Rome and then ratted out their cohorts. And so further
what is
arrests were
your-
made.
What is your evidence that those books are any more reliable than the Bible itself? Like, how are those
So
books
first of all, they're pulling from the Roman archives explicitly. But even if that was the case, if you want to toss out Tacitus, there goes your connection to Nero. I mean, if you want me to say that they're just as reliable as the Bible, okay, then they're garbage, and Nero doesn't say anything about the Christians. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Okay. So let's throw it all out then.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So then my last thing to you, just for thought, just to thought provoke. That's what we're doing here. You're trying to get us to think. We're trying to get you to think. And I appreciate the conversation so far. What do you say for people that, for example, have come to Christ of the Bible? They have come to Christ, healing, the breaking of sin.
Yeah,
the
that doesn't
breaking
have
of
anything to do with 2,000 years ago. Even if there was a God that was somehow healing you today, there'd be no way to know that it's actually Jesus himself unless you actually saw Jesus show up. He told you, I am Jesus, and then he healed you. There's no way of knowing it's not Jesus. How would you not know that it's like Asclepius doing you a favor even though you're calling him a different name?
So it is the job. So let me just say this one last thing before we go. So
I mean, no. I want you to address this. Listen. You have proposed these crazy hypotheticals and said all kinds of stuff. I want you to actually answer that question. You believe, and I don't generally talk about stuff today, but I mean, since you can't seem to fathom the idea of providing evidence for something, and then when you did actually mention Tacitus, you just decided to toss it out for some weird reason. But that being said, please answer the question. How are you sure that if you pray in the name of Jesus and or you invoke the name of Jesus in a prayer or some incantation or telepathical message or something to the sky, you believe that someone is healed? How do you know that that's Jesus and not the Greek healer god Asclepius healing him anyways and trying to be nice and do you a favor despite the fact that you're not calling him the right name?
Would that God do that? Would he do that?
Yeah, Asclepius is actually, he got in trouble from Zeus because he was actually bringing too many people back from the dead. And so Zeus's brother, Hades, got super fucking pissed.
So, but that's a question from mythology.
Sweet. So how do you know that what you're praying about isn't also mythology? Because you don't actually see Jesus himself showing up saying, I am Jesus, and healing. You just see the healing, right?
Okay, so good.
Right?
So good question, right?
Right?
Okay. That's a good point.
I mean,
That's
just
a
yes or
good
no.
point.
Do you see the healing? Do you see the healing? You just see the healing. You don't see Jesus showing up and saying, my name is Jesus and I'm going to heal you today. Like,
okay, yeah, that's
right?
fair. That's fair.
Okay,
Yeah,
so how do you
yeah.
know that when you are praying, it's actually Jesus and not some Greek healer god doing you a solid?
Because this is the trouble that all religions run into outside of like Christianity, right? Here's the
Outside
trouble
of
that they all run
Christianity, just answer the question directly within Christianity, man.
just
Stop
did.
stop
You
talking to
asked for a
something
yes or
outside.
no.
And in fact,
you asked for a yes or no. I gave you a yes.
No. I asked you a question. How do you know that that's not some Greek god healing the person in front of you, or healing this person that you know of or whatever, even though you called him Jesus?
Yeah, because I'm trying to give you an answer. If you could let me answer.
Yeah, but you keep talking about other religions outside of Christianity.
Right, because that's part of the answer. Like, you can't keep doing straw man answers without letting me give you my rebuttal. Like, I'm asking you your opinion and you're telling it to me, and I appreciate it.
Okay. You know what? Just land the plane about the whole other religions, and I hope that this actually answers the question.
Right. So Hindus claim Jesus Christ. They claim he was Krishna, right? He was the highest point of Hinduism. Buddhists claim that Jesus was the highest point of nirvana. The mythicists and all these other people think Jesus was in touch with the Tibetan people, the same people that Hitler was after, to learn their power.
I don't think you know what a mythicist is, because that's what I am.
All right, I'm sorry. You're a mythicist. I got one wrong. But anyway, Jews hold Jesus as a prophet, and the Muslims hold Jesus as a prophet.
They do not call him a prophet. The Jews don't call him a prophet.
Jews do hold him as a
No,
prophet.
they don't.
They do.
No. That's
They do.
Islam, not the Jews.
All right. Well, you can go back and look at that. I've met plenty of Jews who claim Jesus as a prophet. And the
No, you
problem with
haven't.
that is-
You literally haven't. You have not met any Jews who are actually practicing Jews who say Jesus is a prophet. That is not a thing. You are pulling that out of your ass and lying to us.
No, I'm telling. There's a lot out there that are.
There's
not.
zero.
But
There's.
the point
I'm telling you right now, rapid pool repair. That is a lie. There are zero Jewish people who think Jesus was a prophet. A prophet of what?
Okay, all right, let's give you that one. You got a W on that. So, moving on, all of these religions, though, claim Jesus Christ. If Jesus Christ never existed, why are they all claiming him?
You realize that Hinduism and Buddhism existed prior to Jesus and did not ever have him in any of their holy text. You are just referring to the people who are part of Buddhism and part of Hinduism today who acknowledge that these Christians have this story of Jesus, and because they're actually not assholes who are like shut off to other people like Abrahamic religions generally are, they will generally accept what the Christians are saying as historical because they're being told it, but they're just going to claim that they're just going to view it through their own religion's eyes. In no way, shape, or form in no way, shape, or form is Jesus mentioned in any of the holy texts of Hinduism or Buddhism because they both came hundreds of years before Jesus was even supposedly a thought in a Christian's mind. So no, that's not a thing. You're just talking about how people interact with Christianity. There's no one on the world today, no religion ever in history has ever mentioned Jesus without first coming in contact with Christianity. That's not a thing. So I don't care about these other places. And again, this doesn't have anything to do with how you know specifically that Asclepius wasn't the God who healed the person who you prayed to be healed in Jesus' name. That has nothing to do with the question I asked.
So would people lie down their lives?
That has,
for a
again,
lie?
that I want you
No,
to
it makes
answer the
perfect sense.
question. How do you
Okay,
know
and
that
what's
it
the
is
question?
not Asclepius who is healing whoever whenever you pray to Jesus and say, I want this person to be healed, and they get healed? How did you determine it wasn't Asclepius doing you a solid?
Because, like we started off our conversation, the credibility of the Old Testament gives us the credibility of the New Testament. If we're going to believe
How
the
did
Old
you
Testament,
determine that that wasn't Asclepius? That has nothing to do with the Old Testament's reliability, dude.
it does. It's because Jesus is God, right?
Cool.
Jesus is God. Like, if the Old Testament's reliable, then
Cool.
how
How
is the
did you
New
determine
Testament
that it was Jesus that
unreliable?
healed and not Asclepius?
Because we are reading the Word of God of the
Awesome.
Old
How did you
Testament.
determine that it was Jesus and not Asclepius in that moment?
Is Asclepius going to answer to the name of Jesus?
Asclepius, I said, would possibly be doing you a favor. How did you determine that he didn't?
Because Jesus is the truth. Jesus
Cool.
is the
So
truth.
you didn't even
There
know
are
about
no-
Asclepius. So
there is no
is it possible?
persecution.
Okay, you
There is
haven't
no
shown me any
persecution.
evidence that Jesus even existed. So yet again, I'm going to ask you again. I'm
brother.
going to ask you again. How did you determine that it wasn't Asclepius? Because you
can-
admitted
brother.
that you have never seen Jesus come down, identify himself as Jesus, and heal somebody. You have just seen the healing or the result of the healing. How do you know that it was not Asclepius?
Because Jesus is the name called.
Okay. That guy's a fucking moron. All right. All right. We're moving on to some other people who possibly have some wrinkles on their brain. All right. So as far as the YouTube super chats go, let's see here. We have $5. By the way, Crow 4425 sent 6-7 for 67 jewels. Thank you very much. Let's see, $5. Thank you very much from Matthew Mulkeen says last question was about what year for historical Jesus arising? Thanks. Okay, what year for historical Jesus arising? So what year? So the first time that we get like a gospel that tries to say that Jesus actually had like family and stuff, you could maybe say Mark, I'd say. And so I'd say maybe about 145 or so, 145 to 150 is when they try to make Jesus actually historical, as opposed to just talking about him in some like kind of a spiritual way, or he's just a mythology, that kind of thing, like a god that comes down. I would say it's about the dead center there in about the middle of the 2nd century. Let's see. And then another $5 from Matthew Mulkeen that says King Nero. Dude doesn't even know the proper title, Emperor of Rome, and he thinks he knows enough about history to engage in debate. Give me a break. Yeah, well, that's par for the course for somebody who needed to just pretty much toss out Tacitus. I've never seen anybody fold so quickly on Tacitus. I've never seen that before. That was weird. Anyways, let's see. The guest MJ Zachonius. I think you were over on YouTube.
Yes, I made my way over here.
Yes, thank you for making the journey.
Yes, of course.
Yes, hopefully you've got
I
better
just wanted
arguments
to
than the
mention
last
real
guy.
quick. I just wanted to mention real quick. I don't know if you heard it, but that last guy literally mentioned Kent Hovind.
Jesus Christ.
So I enough said right there. I want to.
The only thing you could possibly get from Kent Hovind is a crock of shit and good advice on how to evade taxes.
Yeah. Oh, it's great advice. So I want to approach this as I'm kind of want to play devil's advocate here because I largely agree with you, but
Okay.
I want to try and approach this from a way that, like, I don't know, might actually give more argumentative validity than the people actually trying to argue for it. So my question comes, I don't know history like you do, and so I'm not going to try and argue with you on that point. What I want to try and talk about is the real crux of this, where I'm kind of trying to get at, like, I guess my first question to you is, have you seen a shift? Have you had an argument with someone and like actually seen them like change their mind, like a Jesus follower, been like, that's a good point, and then like how does this tactic work? And it's kind of what I'm just
tactic?
curious, like,
Like
how
what I'm
well
talking about?
how well it's like I guess my question to you is like what the mission
tactic.
is.
My mission is not to like convert someone away from a religion or something. My mission is to get people to think about whether or not what they believe actually has evidence behind it. And if you should, if it's true, believe it. If you know that it's true and you can prove that it's true, or you have evidence behind it, believe it. If you have evidence to suggest that it is false, stop believing it. So if you think that Christianity is true, what's the evidence behind it? And if there's evidence behind it, please, by all means, continue. If it's not, please, by all means, stop. So that's just how it is.
I get that.
So I'm not up here to
I'm
convert
honestly
people.
with that for the most part, and I don't think you are. I do think you're getting people to question things and try and understand like the context of things. And I think what comes to mind for me is I think a lot of these people who are trying to defend Jesus and don't really have a defense, but they're like not going to change regardless, is that like these people find things. You mentioned earlier, like you could go through, find the needle in the haystack. Like you could find something good in the Bible.
If you're going to quote me, do it properly. I said the hay in the needle stack because it is one piece of good and a bunch of hurt.
No, my apologies. That's actually really funny that you said it like that. And I generally agree with that. I think personally, just to give a little bit of context, I think that everything that is good advice in the Bible can be found in places that are not the Bible, whether it's in other religions or in other just places in general, whether you want to get into philosophy or historians or just different people can pretty much give you the same advice, if not better. So I guess my question, the real kind of what I'm trying to get at is like, so you have all this stuff that disproves the evidence of Jesus existing. I think where it kind of falls apart is like, you can't prove definitively that he didn't exist. And I know this is a common argument. I'm actually curious what your argument to that argument is. Like,
wait,
well,
you don't know my argument, but you're saying I can't do it?
It's like the existence of God. It's the same with
no,
Jesus.
It's not. No, it's not in the slightest. That's why I'm not talking about God up here. I'm talking about people who like supposedly walked on the planet. What are you talking about?
Okay. That's what I'm trying to. I'm genuinely trying to understand it. Like, can you explain to me how it's different?
Okay, yes, because these people supposedly walked on the planet.
Right.
So we can take a look at their story. It's not a concept. Like a God is like a conceptual kind of thing, and that's why you have so many Philbros that are just like, well, philosophically there could be a God. Like, I mean, sure, why not? Knock yourself out. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about whether or not two people existed in the past, and we have evidence to show that they either did or they didn't. That's all I'm talking about. So to say that they did not exist might be harder than to say, hey, we don't have evidence. But nevertheless, the story that is presented in the New Testament of the natural Jesus and Paul definitely is not a real story. I went on technicality simply because it contradicts itself. You can't be born 10 years after you're born. That's a natural story, not a supernatural story. And you can't be born 10 years after you're born. So on technicality, the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament, even the natural one, did not exist. So boom. Now, I will go even further, and I will say that there are stories throughout the entire New Testament, as well as the book of Acts, as well as the Pauline epistles, that include anachronisms. These are things that are out of place in time. These are going to be like synagogues in Jerusalem prior to the destruction of the temple. No, that's not a thing. You go to a synagogue because you can't make it to the temple. There's not a synagogue in Jerusalem until after the temple is destroyed in 70. So no, Jesus couldn't have gone to them, and Paul couldn't have gone to them because he supposedly died in 60s. On top of that, there's no Pharisees in Galilee because Pharisees were like a political organization, more or less, that stayed in the cities, like in Jerusalem and Judea, not the rural area of Nazareth in Galilee. That's dumb as shit. In fact, Josephus, who's born in 37 in Galilee and lived until about 100, said that it would be good for Galilee to get Pharisees. Then rabbis are mentioned in Matthew 23, not just in general, just the title, but also how they preach, how they act, what they say, where they sit in the synagogues, which is also problematic, but even how they dress. And that is not anything that would make any sense because the first rabbi is Yochanan ben Zakkai, who starts the first rabbinic school outside of Jerusalem after the fall of the temple again in 70. Jesus was not capable. Nope. We're going through all the reasons. We're going through all the reasons.
Can I just ask real quick?
In fact,
are these things
the
that are in your
natural
book?
Jesus of Paul, or the natural Jesus of Paul, the natural.
Can I find these in your book? Because I genuinely have to
you
go.
Can find them in the
talk about it,
Bible.
but I have to go.
You can find them in the Bible. Let me ask you this question before you have to go. Answer this question.
Yeah.
How do the disciples know what Jesus is talking about and praying about in the Garden of Gethsemane before his arrest if they're asleep?
Oh, dude, I'm like, again, I just literally don't know this stuff. I'm not a historian,
seriously,
but like,
seriously.
They don't.
Exactly.
It sounds like they don't.
Yes,
but
because
I'm coming
it's fiction.
from a point of ignorance here because I don't know this. That's why I'm asking. Like, I can read about this stuff in your book.
If you're coming from a point of ignorance, then don't make the claim you can't prove that he didn't exist. I can prove that guy didn't exist.
I said at the beginning of this that I'm kind of playing devil's advocate here. I actually agree with you, and it's not a point that I would normally make. I'm just trying to understand your argument and learn from you.
Well, I'm going to unload on the devil. If you're playing devil's advocate, I'm absolutely going to unload on you.
Do it, yeah, 100%.
Then that's what I did, and then you told me to stop because you have to go work.
No, literally.
Who wants to play the devil's advocate before you have to go to work? That sounds awful. That sounds so.
Look, my friend, I'm sorry. I wish I could stay longer and chat.
Well, then
I genuinely do. I'm
to
not
play the
trying to come
devil's
at you.
advocate
I
before you have to
learn.
go. Come on, man.
Hey, but you had a good combo. You got to spit some facts, and I might actually buy your book now.
Come back and have a conversation. I go live every day starting about 9:30 or so Central.
Bet.
All right. So come
I
back.
would love to chat more. I mean, this isn't. I wish this was a topic I could speak to more. I'm really more on your side with this.
Then don't be playing the devil's advocate more. I mean, come on. Christ Before Jesus. You can check it out if you want.
So I'm glad I did anyway.
The ebook is $3. You can check it out if you want, or you can come back up here, or you can listen while you're at work. You can do that too. You can throw on some headphones.
Well, thank you for humoring me, sir. I appreciate you.
Yes, and also with you and your spirit. Yes, yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Thank you for coming up. That was MJ Zirconius. Oh, shit. I apologize there. I just accidentally... Okay, my bad. If you were up here on the panel, you were coming up on the panel, I accidentally clicked disconnect because I was disconnecting the other person there, and they ended up... I apologize there. If you were waiting to come up on the panel, request back up. I can't remember who you were. Let's see. It was... Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, it was a mistake. You better be a good guest. If you come up here and just be like screaming the N-word or something like that. All right, Pep Box 2, what you got?
Yeah, you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, first I just want to say that I've read your book. I loved it.
Well,
thank you. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got my BA is in studying the formation of the early Christian churches, and so I found it really interesting. And I just, and I also want to say that I don't envy your job. Arguing with intellectually stunted is not easy work.
Shit. Yeah, it can kind of be tough.
Yeah. But I have toddlers, so I know the deal. So anyway,
intellectually stunted toddlers.
Well, that's what Christianity does. It stunts intellects. It's like when they say that when you drink coffee, if you're an infant, you're going to be short. It's like that kind of thing. So it really does make you stunted.
I have often wondered exactly how so many people who are in like pretty well respected like jobs and industries and stuff like that could or even things that you have to go to college for a very long time. Could possibly go to church like every Sunday and stuff like that and like listen to this kind of stuff. And
believing bullshit is an advantage in society.
Well,
all the time.
that you get some social benefits, but there's also there's also the idea of I think it can be a little bit like cathartic almost, or just like relaxing to just kind of turn off the brain just for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And just
most
kind of,
people
it's
find
almost like
thinking
entertainment.
painful. Sure. Yeah. I mean, you want to paint in broad strokes, understand the world as with least thought as possible. This is your ticket. But I do have a real question. I wondered if you've ever considered whether or not this is a kind of something that I've been building in my mind for a while, whether or not Christianity could have been a psyop on the Roman world.
From the government?
Well, no, I'm talking about an ancient, in early Christianity.
like
it was
from
formed as sort of like
Rome.
Yeah,
or like from the Roman government is what I'm asking.
No, from Israel to bring Rome into the sphere of the Judeo, the sphere of Judeo influence, sort of like giving them. So like let's just like it's a thought experiment. I want you to debunk it.
I don't even think that it's from like the Roman government. They would have had more of an ability to do it. This is somehow. How did you take the Roman providence argument and make it more anti-Semitic? Like, how did you do that?
Well, I'm not trying to make it anti-Semitic. I'm half Jewish myself.
The idea of Israel. Like, Israel wasn't even a place back then. So the fact that you're even calling it that.
Okay, right. Okay, sure, fine. I'm not. Throw out that term. I'm misspeaking here. Yeah, I hear you. But hear me out. So this is the idea that Paul, Jesus are fictions. They notice that there are these cults in Judea and
who's they?
In
Paul
Jerusalem.
Paul and Jesus are fiction. You said.
Let's say it's a Pharisee plot to sort of.
I don't know who this us. I don't know who this us is. Like I'm not saying it. You can say it at least temporarily. But I'm walking with you. So your potential position is that the Pharisees came up with Christianity?
I would say that Christianity is fundamentally a slave religion. It's meant to disseminate to slaves. It's meant to bring people into slave consciousness. The first Christians were called slaves to Christ. And so basically, if it's engineered to be viral. It's the opposite of Judaism, which is closed door, knock for 2 years, we'll turn you away. This is missionary, and they get the diminutive version. It's Judaism for export, essentially, right? They get the Father, Christians get the Son. Don't worry about circumcision, all other junk. You don't need it.
So what would be the point of this exactly?
Well,
like, why would they not just proselytize
what do you do when
Judaism?
What do you do if you're an early Hebrew and you conquer a neighboring tribe? What do? You enculturate them into you give them your religion. So you conquer them, then you give them your religion, and they become part of your sphere of influence. They become part of your consciousness.
Then why is it that Rabbi Akiva told people to avoid reading books that tie in with Christianity?
Well, listen, this is what I wanted to talk to you. I want you to poke holes in it. I think it's something that I've been toying with in my mind for a while.
Well, and then why does the Babylonian Talmud say that Jesus is boiling in liquid shit forever?
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily...
That's exactly what they say. Except they don't say shit, they say excrement, so it's technically also including piss.
Hey, listen, that may be true, but does that
I didn't say that it would
exclude what I'm saying here?
Well, I don't think Jesus is actually alive, and I don't think that he's
Neither do
boiling
I.
in liquid
Neither do
excrement.
I.
But nevertheless,
Neither do I.
It's still in the Babylonian Talmud. Like, why would they say that if this was something from the Jewish people?
I think basically, essentially they were millennialist cults that existed around.
So we're just going to skip over the fact
Jerusalem
that
and
the Jewish writings later on like talk shit about Christianity. Like, why are they? It came from Judaism, but they talk shit about it. They discourage people from even like taking part in it.
I don't think they ever wanted Jews to take any part in it. I don't think
anybody. I mean, Celsus isn't a
Gentiles.
Jew, and he apparently hears that you shouldn't. Celsus is apparently a Jew, and he says that, hey,
there are many different voices and spheres of influence and different sects and different schools of thought that.
Okay, well, what's the school of thought? What's the school of thought within the Pharisees that came up with the Christian narrative? Because we don't see any Jewish person saying you should absolutely be Christian. Hell, if Dialogue with Trypho from Justin Martyr in the 150s is actually with a Jew named Trypho, like it claims to be, they're literally saying, hey, there's not even any evidence of your Christ.
Well, what about a Paul-like figure who was, his
Paul didn't
conversion
exist.
story from Jew? Sure, we'll take that as granted. He didn't exist. So
Okay.
who spread Christianity then?
Who spread Christianity? It's just a syncretic religion that just spreads already. It already had a framework because it's a mystery cult that goes back to like the 1st century BCE. It already had a framework of communities and stuff like that prior to the gospel.
What I'm saying is not very different. What I'm saying is that there were these cults, these mystery cults, and some of them were millennialists, and these people that were part of these cults were often not working. It was a big problem to society to have people who would believe that the world was ending. And so what they decided to do, if it was a plot, and I'm saying, I take this with a grain of salt. I don't believe it. I don't really believe in beliefs in general. If I can't take it for fact, then what's the point? It's just a thought experiment that I think is interesting.
Well, the experiment needs to end because there's no evidence whatsoever for it, and it definitely sounds hella anti-Semitic. But that being said, there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that. Because there's no evidence to suggest that the Jews are behind Christianity. They talk shit about it every chance they fucking can. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, it is a Judaism for slaves. It's a Judaism for export.
No, it's not Judaism for slaves. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The first time that we get a gospel is from a guy who hates Yahweh. He literally says Yahweh is a cruel, unjust God you shouldn't listen to anymore in the first gospel published. What are you talking about? Like, it's not even remotely close to something that, like, the Jews are behind. No. Like, what?
Well, I mean, when I speak about the Jews, I'm not talking about, like, one amorphous blob of, like, I'm talking about maybe particular forces in that area at the time.
What portion of this amorphous blob do you have evidence actually came out with this material?
Well, I'm saying that there isn't an amorphous blob that I'm referring to. I'm not referring to them as one
small
single entity.
What small part of Judaism do you have evidence came up with Christianity?
Well, I mean, when I initially came up with this idea, I thought of Paul as a Pharisee. So in my original conception of this idea, I thought of Paul as an actual historical figure,
so
a Pharisee who comes up with this very clever marketing scheme where
he doesn't actually say he's a Pharisee, dude. He doesn't say he's a Pharisee. That's not a thing.
Yeah, but that was
no.
Fair enough.
The first time that we get the idea that he is a Pharisee is in Acts. All right. And in that story, you think Jewish people are thinking, or some Jewish person or whatever is coming up with the idea of, hey, you know what we should do is we should promote a story of a guy who used to unalive Christians as a Jewish person, and then he became a Christian.
Very compelling
became a Christian, and that will make people like us.
The conversion story is a very powerful marketing tool. It's a very. This is how I mean. That's one of the
that
best.
They convert out of.
Hey, I used to hate.
What are you talking about?
Christianity.
No.
Then I saw the light, and now look at me.
It's a powerful. It's a powerful conversion tool so that you can like the people who you converted from, who the character converts from. You think a Jewish person came up with the story of someone leaving Judaism?
It's not meant to make people who necessarily well, the effect down the line is that you have, Christians sending billions of dollars to Israel, for example. There's one,
and there it is.
And we have
all right. I mean, look, are they doing that? Yes. Is that a good thing? No. But we can very clearly tell that you're using modern ideas and modern experience and heaping it onto this story in order to come up with this narrative. It's bullshit. That dog won't hunt. I'm not saying that Christians don't spend, or Christian politicians and stuff like that, or people in power use Christianity as some kind of tool to get funding to go over towards Israel. Absolutely they do. Absolutely, we know they do. But the point is, if you're using a modern mindset to try to come up with how this came up with, they came up with the stories of Christianity in the 2nd century CE. Yeah, no, dude. I knew that there was a reason why you said Israel as opposed to Judea. You have a BA, you said, you have a Bachelor's of Arts in that particular study, in the study of like ancient religions and like early Christianity, biblical stuff, and you called it Israel. It was not called Israel. It was called Judea at best. So the fact that you said that immediately tipped me off that you were just looking at this with a modern pair of glasses on. So miss me with that shit. We're not doing that. You know, you're not coming back up, dude. Like, you're not coming back up. All right.
Hello.
What's going on? Ibby is your king.
Hello, how you doing, bro?
Hey, you were here earlier.
I was here earlier, indeed. Am I? I have more questions. Is that okay?
Yeah. What you got?
Yeah. Okay. So, like, on that point of the apostles, just for clarity, you were saying that there was you believe there's maybe perhaps some evidence for the apostles Peter. Who were the other two you said?
I was saying Peter, James, and John are the inner circle of Jesus. Like they're the people who supposedly like are like connected to the whole concept of Jesus there, or they're the closest disciples, and they are the ones who are alluded to the most by the early Christian church fathers, who are trying to draw their their apostolic lineage and everything like that back to those three. So I would say that if there are any people within the disciples who actually existed, I would say maybe it would be Peter, James, and John. We don't have any mention of them outside of Christianity, and no mention of them within Christianity before the middle of the 2nd century. So there's no good evidence that they even existed. None. There's no evidence really at all, except for these stories and people later on trying to say that they knew them. So it could either be people making shit up, this apostolic lineage, to say, oh, hey, I knew somebody who was close to this person in this story. It could either be that, or it could be we actually did know somebody who knew a John person who actually did exist, and that John wasn't a disciple of Jesus, but we've put him into the text as a cameo, if you will, to kind of boost the authority of the text.
Would that not receive criticism though? If you took a real person and like making someone up
later
that's
on,
a little bit different.
Later on, like for instance, I don't have much of a problem of John being someone who's alive at the turn of the 2nd century.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have it. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter to me. We don't have any evidence of him. But later Christians say, "Oh, John, he actually lived until about the 2nd century." That's what they say. So I don't mind him being somebody who was around at that time, and they're saying, "Oh yeah, John just lived that long because he knew Jesus and he just didn't get martyred." Well, no, that part it's fake, but he's still somebody who could have lived, I guess, at that time and been influential Christianity. It doesn't really matter. But again, this is just kind of speculation because there's no evidence for these people. Pew pew to my head, I'd have to say that these people didn't exist because we don't have any evidence for them.
So this is how I'm looking at it, right? There's two kind of options broadly. One, they didn't exist, they were fabricated. That seems a lot easier to believe just because of the fact that it seems easier to have made up a person, okay, and said X, because then you can say whatever you want about them 100 years later, all of this, all about, than to talk about an existing person. But what I don't get is still on that point is if they did exist and he was that person who lived into the 2nd century, maybe you've explained this, I just didn't quite understand. How is it that you're able to say that this man had beliefs about this figure called Jesus, and there would be no criticism of that belief? How would you be able to say that this man who's lived from Jesus into the second century John has beliefs about this man Jesus, and then if that's false, he doesn't criticize, or anyone in that,
because everybody who's reading this shit later on didn't know the guy. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're writing about things that you said happened 80 years prior, 60 years prior. No one's alive to see that guy. You can say whatever the hell you want about Peter. You can say all you want about John. No one is alive who knew him.
So
In like
he's dead by the
165, you can say all you
Do
want
you
about
agree?
some
Sorry,
guy who died in like 100. Like, who cares?
Wait, so you agree that he's dead by the time people are talking about him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. That's where the confusion might have been.
Yeah,
All right.
we don't have any writings about John or anything like that until at minimum the middle of the 1st century. So I mean, yeah, you can say all you want about him. Who cares?
Okay, but
I mean,
then
he's dead.
But then yes, so then surely.
But
he's,
that's implying that he was a real person. I don't even think he was a real person, really. I mean, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but surely he's just as fake as the rest. If he was,
Hey, maybe, yeah, sure,
after.
yeah, okay, cool. He's
Yeah,
fake.
okay.
I mean, it doesn't. All right,
Okay.
knock yourself out. Like it doesn't really do anything. Either he was fake or he was real, and if he was real, we don't know anything about him.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. So, all right. On that point, then, so if they are fake, how? Well, actually, no, let's talk about that. If the Bible or if the early church fathers are making so many claims, like so many crazy claims, someone rose from the dead, someone was crucified, someone like spoke to 5,000, fed 5,000, right? How is that not disprovable? How does that not bat any eyes?
Does what?
Does that not bat any eyes? Like the fact that such crazy events happened just about a century before.
What about it?
Okay. If somebody were to tell me that you know, some crazy shit happened in France 100 years ago, I would think that there would at least be either some people supporting that claim around me or some people opposing that claim. How come that's not the case if you go back then to this what's it?
Claiming that it didn't happen, is that what you're saying?
Claiming that it didn't happen or claiming that it did happen, yeah. Criticizing the claim.
We do have that. In Dialogue with Trypho from Justin Martyr in the 150s, we don't know if that's the actual person that he's talking to or if he's a fictional person. He's just addressing arguments that he was dealing with or they were dealing with in the 150s. But Trypho says to Justin Martyr, this Christ who you talk about, who we don't have any evidence for, so we don't even know if he existed. And then he talks about, like, he attacks the theology then at that point. But he just kind of briefly mentions that, like, there's no evidence for him.
Oh. Okay, so
Yeah,
who
but
was
the
that
people in the middle, Trypho. It's in Dialogue with
Trypho,
Trypho.
okay, perfect.
Yeah. So,
Perfect.
and then Celsus in 170 supposedly wrote, hey, you Christians had a gospel, but then when people pointed problems out with it, you just decided to write more or change it. That's all it is.
But that's a similar criticism to what we have to do. Yeah. Okay, fair. But there's so I could try the Trypho one sounds that sounds good because that's like so he's saying he's lived or he knows people who've lived around that time or he has lived around that time and he's saying
no, he's not saying I knew
yes.
people who lived at a time. That's impossible because Jesus dies supposedly in 30 and Dialogue of Trypho is in 155. Again, they're writing so far later that there's no one there to say I was there, that didn't happen. No one's grandparents were alive to see Jesus at that point. But we do at least have some people who say there's no evidence for this guy, but they don't really have enough way to say he didn't exist. How would you do that?
That feels weird. Do we have writings from within the 100 years of 30 AD?
No.
Do we
Of
not?
Jesus?
That's what you said. Yeah, about Jesus, yeah.
No. I mean, Christians claim that they do. Christians have interpolated texts like Josephus or Tacitus to make it seem as if we do, but we don't have shit about Jesus within 100 years. The first time we get anything about him is Marcion's Evangelion in like 114. And if you think that we have something prior to that, where is it? Hell, I would be willing to answer or willing to accept some arguments for maybe Mark as early as like maybe 136, 137, but that's still not within 100 years.
114, you said?
114 years after Jesus, so 144.
Okay, say that.
144.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Yeah, I think I had more questions, but I blanked now. So, yeah, thanks for this, brother. You're a Jew. You're a Jew. Yeah, lovely. You're looking at me weird. Why are you looking at me weird?
I don't know if he said G. See, I
G.
think
I'm saying G.
I'm
saying G. You can play the clip. You can play the clip. Why would I not be honest about? Why would I hide it? You see the anti-Semites on this app. They're open. They literally have them little. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say the word. The sign. Let's say this. The sign open on these TikTok lives and everything. You can play the clip. G. Okay.
All right. Let me let
You may do so.
let me play the clip back to see if you said Jewish. Let me see if you said Jewish.
I promise.
Right,
Okay,
play
go
it
ahead. Let's
back.
go. Can I hit?
I don't think so. That sounds hella Jewish. Sorry. All right.
Is that how I sound?
Anyways, thanks for coming up.
All right, bless up, bro. Enjoy.
All right. All right. We've got Jesus Christ. I can't say that name, but Bishop.
Bishop.
I mean, I can personally, but I'm not gonna say it on this live. I'm on YouTube now. I'll get demonetized if I say that.
Oh shit, my bad. Well, I just need to ask you something. Did you say yesterday or the day before that Nazareth is not a real city?
Yeah, the beginning of the 1st century. Nah, Nazareth isn't real.
Oh shit. Tell me more about that. I'm not a Christian though. I mean, I'm actually like one of the guys who read your books and trying to like get after Christians about that too. Like I do lives like that in my community. So what about Nazareth? Why do you say it's not real?
I would say that Nazareth is not a real place at the beginning of the 1st century because it's not mentioned in maps, lists. It's not mentioned by Josephus, who was born in 37 in Galilee. Even though he mentions towns next to it in his multiple books, he never mentions anything close to Nazareth. Philo of Alexandria doesn't mention it. Seneca doesn't mention it. The Old Testament doesn't mention it. Intertestament books don't mention it. Greek writings from the time don't mention it. Let's see. Roman writings, we don't have any inscriptions that mention it. What else? Jewish Apocrypha doesn't mention it. The Mishnah doesn't mention it. The Babylonian Talmud doesn't mention it. The Jerusalem Talmud doesn't mention it. And no map outside of Christianity or anything like that no one outside of Christianity mentions it until about the 4th or 5th century, somewhere in there on a map.
So it's not a historical place at all?
It's not a place there at the beginning of the 1st century is what I'm saying. At best, we have some evidence that it was occupied like in the late 1st century, like after like the First Jewish-Roman War, with people leaving Judea or people leaving like Jerusalem to go to more surrounding areas like Galilee there. But we don't have any evidence of it being something that existed at the beginning of the 1st century, and especially not called Nazareth. Even if there was people who lived in the area or something, calling it Nazareth is bizarre. And even if you were to say, well, there was a Nazareth, but it's nothing like the New Testament, or it would have to be nothing like the New Testament, because people in the New Testament apparently know about Nazareth to the point to where they talk shit about it. Like even the disciples, some of them say, oh, what good can come from Nazareth? Because apparently you know it and it's garbage, or it's some trash town or something. Well, have you checked the prophecies? Because Matthew 2 says that there's a prophecy that says that out of Nazareth would come the Messiah. So apparently the Messiah will come from there. On top of that, in all the synoptic gospels, there is a synagogue in there where Jesus reads from the Torah. Or no, he reads from Isaiah. So I don't know how there's a synagogue in a place that's so small that people talk shit about it, and we can't find it on any maps or lists. That's really weird.
That's crazy. Yo, thanks, bro. I appreciate you.
Yep, not a problem. Thanks for coming up. Anything else?
No problem. No, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Before I get to another guest here, thank you very, very much to some people. Let me get to some super chats. We got Dionysian Masks sent $5. Thank you very much. Said, thank you for getting the mythicism message out. Love your book. Christ is a lie. They made Jesus up for money. Don't trust the church. Man, there's a lot that was put into that message. I don't know if they made him up for money per se. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's possible. But nevertheless, yeah. Jesus didn't exist. So there you go. But I'm glad that you checked out the book. Again, that book is Christ Before Jesus, which is available. The link is on YouTube and also on TikTok and on the profile. The ebook's just $3. And then there's another super chat. There's no words on this one because it is part of a gift thing or a goal. Apparently, you can set goals like on TikTok, but you can set it on YouTube as well. So that's kind of cool. But yes, the goal is 5 little super chats there. If you can, just put in the message if you're on TikTok, or sorry, if you're on YouTube and you don't want to join on TikTok, no worries. You can put something in a super chat, and I will read the message and I will respond to it. I promise. So yeah, you can put it there in a super chat because I want to respect the fact that you paid money for that. So I definitely want to respect that. If you have any questions though, and you don't want to spend money or anything, just hop over to TikTok. The link should be there in the chat as well as on the YouTube profile. You can come over to TikTok. That's how I take guests. You can request up and I'll have a conversation with you. I want to hear from you. So come on up. Okay. We've got someone coming back here. I know that he was here. Oh, this is the guy who was working. Ah, damn it. He's back. MJ Zuconius.
I'm sorry. It was a false alarm. I was able to rejoin. So I've been listening now for a little bit, and I've heard a few. There was one. So there, few people back. There was that kind of sus guy that was talking about like Jewish people like being behind Christianity.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he was talking about it being like derivative of it, but
no.
Some people were in the comments making some great points that it's like Christianity is to Judaism like the Latter-day Saints are to Christianity, where it's like, maybe
there's a concept of it being an offshoot, but he is explicitly saying that
like,
he used the word psyop.
Yeah, no, I did. That's why I said he's kind of sus. But so my question, and then somebody else came in here, and I wanted to ask you about this because your chat is informing me that Christianity was made by the Greeks.
They're more knowledgeable on this topic than I am. So there you go.
I'm not even kidding. I don't know, and I'm kind of so. I guess my overarching question now, you've really made me curious. Like, I mean, I've yet to hear a single argument that Jesus and Paul are like did exist, but like my question is like, who existed? Like, who was writing this stuff? Like, I know about Constantine, and I know about
that's
like
4th century Marcionites. Marcionites are the earliest you can get to anything for the New Testament. Marcion publishes a New Testament canon. He's the first to call a canon or a collection of books the New Testament in roughly about 144. It includes Evangelion or Evangelion, which means gospel in Greek. That's his gospel.
Oh, I thought that was an anime.
Well, yes, but that as well, yes. And then there's 9 or 10 books written in the style of letters attributed to a man named Paul. They were also published in this canon, as well as a book called Antitheses, which is a book kind of describing his theology, that kind of thing.
Okay. So these are like the earliest canonized books of the New Testament. Is that and that's in the
first time we get them ever.
Okay, awesome. So
and he's Greek.
I guess
two
questions.
He's from northern Turkey. Well, Asia Minor.
That's where it's at. That's the location. Is like where it's coming from.
He's from Sinope. Yep.
Okay.
Also from Sinope, this god right over here.
Wait, is it Oh, not Diogenes.
Dionysus was around the same time and area and stuff like that, but Serapis is specifically from the same place that Marcion's from.
Oh, cool.
In fact, there's a letter from Emperor Hadrian, supposed letter from Emperor Hadrian in the 130s, down to a friend named Servianus in Alexandria, Egypt in the 130s, who said, the Christians in Alexandria worship Serapis, and a bishop of Christ is none other than a bishop of Serapis.
Interesting. So this is when we finally start to see it actually enter the historical canon, where you hear like, what's the word? Verified historical figures mentioning Christianity. But
well,
it's
the first time
not
we
for,
get
like,
any mention of Christianity that I can tell is Pliny the Younger, who was a
governor.
Yeah, he's a governor in Bithynia and Pontus in late 111 or early 112. He writes a letter to Emperor Trajan saying he ran into Christians. Never mentions the name Jesus and never mentions anything from the New Testament or anything like that. Writes about this group as if they are something that he didn't know about or know too much of, or the emperor. But nevertheless, he is the governor of Bithynia and Pontus. The largest city in Pontus is Sinope.
Oh, so cool. I love
it's
I don't
all
know if
from
you know who
northern
Mike
Asia
Duncan
Minor.
is. I'm a big fan of Roman history, so that's really cool to hear.
So it's
but,
so when people say it's a Greek thing, yes, it is a Greek thing from Northern Asia Minor. Yep.
I see now how it does seem to have a lot of Greek roots, and it as we're saying, it's maybe an offshoot of Judaism, but it's not a like concerted Jewish effort to make Christianity. And,
definitely not.
Definitely not Jewish, and it seems to be coming from the Greeks.
Yeah. Yeah, and it just kind of molds a little bit like the Gospels are kind of a blend between this Hellenistic like mystery cult that had been around for a while known as Christianity, and then you get like some Jewish people or some Jewish thought, some Hellenistic Jewish thought that
Some like converts.
Yeah, kind of like it just kind of mixes in with it.
Yeah. Okay, so now to my kind of, I'm just curious, like, just you seem like a well-versed historian. I'm kind of curious, do you know about the Gnostics and how, like, what role they play?
Well, the Gnosticism is just an
curious.
umbrella term that means not Catholic, really. So the proto-Catholic group, that's just one sect of Christianity that just kind of emerges and eventually wins. They're the group that says that Jesus is both historical and also God, and eventually they come up with the concept of the Trinity to try to explain all this bullshit. But the point is, at the end of the day, we have a bunch of different sects that now are under an umbrella term of Gnosticism simply because they're just not in line with what the proto Catholics
with what
said.
you mentioned, that those first canonized books.
Well, those would be
from
those would be from Marcion. So Marcion's the first one to kind of introduce the IP. It's kind of like this. It's kind of like this. Let's say that George Lucas comes up with Star Wars. This is actually a really good explanation. Do you know quite a bit about Star Wars?
I know enough.
Okay, cool.
So
George Lucas comes up with the IP, right? Like he comes up with the intellectual property for the Star Wars, right? Yeah, okay. So he comes up with the idea, the initial story. Now, over time, you have some stories that, he's got some help from maybe some other people. People have taken it in some different directions. You get like screenwriters that take things in different directions, right?
Yes.
And those people would be part of one particular sect. But then you have another group, and these are the Thrawn novels. These are the ones that are from whatever his name is. Timothy, is it Timothy? I can't remember the guy's name.
Timothy
Zahn.
Chalamet.
No, not Chalamet. I think it's Zahn, right? Timothy Zahn. I think that's his name. Anyways, the point is, you get a whole bunch of novels that are that are really good that people like, that are like saying, oh, hey, we are the new, we are taking this IP that George Lucas came up with, and we're running with it in this direction. All right, we're taking it in a different direction, the story in a different direction. Imagine, if you will, that eventually the people who said, hey, we like these novels, they're not George Lucas's novels, they're Zahn, they're Timothy Zahn's novels.
Timothy Zahn.
Yeah,
right.
The Thrawn novels. We like this story. And they said everything that George Lucas made is now bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all now, it's not canon. Don't listen to him, everything like that. Like, yeah. Like they just say, no, don't listen to it anymore. Even when Kathleen Kennedy comes in and joins for like episode 7, 8, and 9, it's still bullshit. It doesn't matter. All these different screenwriters, no. The only ones you should be listening to, or the only ones you should be paying attention to, is the Timothy Zahn novels. And all these others, they are Gnostic.
Oh.
So yeah. That's it. Even though George Lucas, he didn't create Gnosticism. He starts the IP that continues on, and some other group decides
he's one of the OGs.
That shit is all bad. Even though they are a spin-off of him.
And
they just kind of declared themselves the winners.
Is the Timothy Zahn this takeover, like removing certain books? Is that like the Council of Nicaea?
No, the Council of Nicaea does not remove books. By the time that the Council of Nicaea comes up, you already have... by the time the Council of Nicaea comes up, you already have different canons and stuff like that have been established. Okay. Yeah, this all happens within the span of about 60 years or so.
From the 140s?
Yeah, so you got George Lucas, and by the 60 years later, they've already established what Thrawn novels are allowed.
Okay.
And what books aren't allowed.
And I guess
What
so. Then,
episodes aren't allowed?
if we're fast forwarding to the Council of Nicaea and all that, that's like we're like in a totally different chapter at that point. Like we're
yeah. By that point, they're determining whether or not. By that point, they're determining whether or not Darth Sidious was actually Palpatine or Sheev or they're at that point.
I know they're like sword fighting and
dealing
shit over
with
it.
different
I just,
things.
I love thinking about that. Just like these people just up in arms about.
Yeah,
he was the father. He was the father and the son.
Yeah. There we go. At that point, they're trying to figure out whether or not
Like the Trinity, right?
Darth Revan is a thing. Or like they're off in something else. They're dealing with something else.
Okay, cool. That clears things up for me. It helps me understand like the true. I'm trying to understand the true origins. You know, we've. It sounds like we've been talking a lot about what the origins aren't, and I'm now starting to understand what they are, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'll let you kick me out so you don't fuck up next time.
Okay, yeah. Here, let's see. I've got something specifically designed for this kind of thing here. Ever seen Emperor's New Groove?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Oh shit.
All right. Next up, we got Bandit. We've also got some Dr. Phil. Filth. I like that. But I did want to get to some super chats there. Let's see. Someone said $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much. From Marv34001 said, "Hat, homie." I don't know why they said hat, homie, but they said hat, homie. Have you heard the argument from Silence for Jesus that no known ancient sources denied his existence, implying it was accepted fact? I know it's dumb, but how would you respond concisely? So, good question. A lot of people say, hey, Jesus isn't talked about by contemporaries of the time because he was pretty much a nobody. And I mean, I kind of sort of understand where they're coming from there, but here's the issue. Apparently he's not a nobody in the stories, so the stories are already exaggerating even natural parts. So how do you determine what parts are bullshit and what parts aren't? On top of that, where are they getting the stories? Jesus meeting with Nicodemus is a natural story. Meeting with someone at night and just talking to him is not a supernatural story, but it's not mentioned in Matthew, Mark, or Luke. It shows up in John, which is after that. So was there a story, like an oral history, where people passed down this tradition of Jesus talking with Nicodemus, like in the middle of the night? Like, did they pass that down? And Matthew was like, don't give a shit about writing it. And Mark passed on it, Luke passed on it, and John was like, well, we're definitely writing that. And then no one else after him either? That's really weird. It's only in one gospel. So the point is, very clearly, these stories are things that people come up with later, as opposed to something that had been around prior. That's the idea there. So the argument from Silence only really works if you can explain how not only do we get radio silence about Jesus, as well as like his followers, disciples, and Paul and everything like that, but you also suddenly get this explosion of stories in the middle of the 2nd century. How did that happen? That seems really weird. So the argument from Silence is a really strange kind of tool there. Also, to wrap it up before I get over to Morbid Child or whoever came up there, I apologize. I'm going to get to you. If you come back up, I'll bring you back up. But I just wanted to respond to this thing here. If anybody sends a super chat from YouTube, I'm going to read your comment and I'm going to respond to it. But the other part to it here is that the more that the New Testament explains who this Jesus is in a natural form, the more that we can actually like criticize it. We can actually take a look and analyze it. For instance, if someone just said, there's a Bigfoot and they live in America, and you go, what's a Bigfoot? And people just go, oh, it's just an American animal. It's a North American animal. Okay, well, that's really vague, and sure, a Bigfoot could exist. But the more details that you give for this Bigfoot, the more that we can actually take a look at it and determine whether or not that Bigfoot actually could exist in the Pacific Northwest as this bipedal ape that's like 8 fucking feet tall, super hairy and stuff like that. Like, we can figure out whether or not that exists, and we can determine that it didn't exist based off of all the information you've given. The New Testament gives a lot of information. If it was super vague and said, yeah, there was a guy named Jesus and he just kind of said some shit and we follow it now. Okay, cool. That's pretty vague, and we'd pretty much accept it. There's not a lot of way either way that you could argue for his existence or non-existence. But that's just not what we do. And so the argument from silence kind of falls apart. We would expect to see somebody who is talked about in these ways, this way, especially with the oral history and everything that the Christians supposedly have. We expect to see someone mention them. At the very least, when the Christians get talked about, you should see them talking about this Jesus character. But even when Pliny runs into them in 111, after there's supposedly all the New Testament books are written according to the Christians, and there's been 3 popes according to the Catholics, he doesn't mention anything about the name Jesus or anything from the New Testament. That's really weird. Really strange. So yeah, that's how I would respond to that. And thank you very much to Scribillion for sending the laughing disco, and then James RC416 for sending the makeup brush. Again, if you send a super chat, I will read it out loud, and I will respond to it there on YouTube. Or you can request up. Just click the chat or click the link there in the chat. Join up on TikTok. That's how I take guests. So thank you very much. Really quick, let's get over to. I think I had actually pulled up Bandit first, but Bandit, how's it going?
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, how's it going, man? What you got?
Pretty good. Well, you gotta understand, like when this happened with Jesus, no one wrote anything down for like 200 years.
After
And it was
Jesus?
written down by a bunch of different people. So it was like stories.
Wait, what are you
and stuff
referring
like
to?
that.
What are you referring to?
The life of Jesus up to when he was crucified, that was written down like in the Roman law and stuff like that, because they crucified him.
What do you mean the Roman, like the Roman records? You mean?
Yes, the Roman records. Yes, the
What
law.
Roman
it
records
was
mention
written
this?
down in there.
What Roman records mention this?
And King Herod's record, because he convicted Jesus and he sent him to die on a cross.
King Herod dies
That
in
was
4
something
BCE.
they did
He
for
dies in Matthew
murderers
chapter 2.
and stuff like that. So it had to be written down in the Roman laws.
You said King Herod?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was King Herod.
Well, no, it
I'm not
wouldn't be that.
positive.
So yeah, okay. So Jesus is born during the time of King Herod, and then King Herod dies right over here. Get
Okay.
up. Yeah, those who are seeking the child's life are dead, because he sought to unalive the.
Okay, it's been
children
a
of-
long time since I
read the Bible.
talked about this.
Oh.
But when they brought him and the other guy, the murderer, and they asked the king to pick one to be crucified.
Oh, you're talking about
This
Pilate.
all had to be written down in the law.
Well, unfortunately,
history.
that's not something that they would have done back then. Do you really think they would have had a
Oh,
decision that was
definitely,
made by
yes.
a mob every year, where they
You're
would
talking about
potentially
Romans
release?
here.
Yeah, they would potentially release an enemy of the Roman state and crucify an innocent person just because the mob just wanted it.
That's exactly what happened. Exactly.
Yeah,
you
there's
know?
no possible way that Pilate would remain in power if he had that kind of practice every year. That's insane.
Well, you got to understand, like the Bible, I don't know if it was written yet or not. They wanted the Roman religion to be Christianity. So they were trying to do everything to get everybody to believe in this. And Jesus was going against, he was like a radical, okay? And they just wanted to get rid of him. That's basically why they crucified him.
Gotcha. All right, so I want to get to some other guests. Thank you very much for coming up there, Bandit. We're moving on for reasons obvious to everybody else but you. But we're going to go ahead and bring up, hopefully it connects. We're looking for 308, possibly, if it connects, hopefully. 308. 308. Hopefully. Possibly. I don't know. Is it connecting? Okay. 308. What, wait, are you there? Okay, there you go. 308. What you got?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, question. So
yeah,
I was kind of like listening to you combat a lot of the points about Jesus' name popping up in like ancient scribes and like not being like I would say what's the word like mentioned.
Okay.
I was wondering would that have anything to do with the fact that they didn't call him Jesus because Jesus is like a more modern name turned by like English coin of the J
Yeah.
that wasn't
So
around in that time.
yeah, it's the English term, but like even when we translate what we have from that time into English, we don't see Jesus.
For sure, but even like Christianity itself, which is more of like a newer like coined, I guess, because around that time you had like Jews who were considered not Christians, like they didn't consider themselves Christians. Like where if you go back into ancient texts, we realize that Christianity isn't, as ancient as the text is itself. So when you try to mix the text with Christian like I guess standards, you get confusion because it wasn't around at the time. Not to say
I'm
that
gonna keep it
Christian.
real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't.
Well, okay, so like for instance, the Bible being like a more Torah based book. Like Paul himself didn't call himself a Christian. He called himself, I think, like an Israelite.
Okay. What does that have to
so-
do with whether or not Jesus and Paul existed?
Well, no, not rather their existence, but you're looking for the name that they didn't go. And from my perspective, it seems that you're searching for like the name of these people or the terminology of these people where it wasn't coined or it wasn't what they were under at the time. Like Jesus didn't announce himself as a Christian, he wasn't Christian. So it would make sense that where you're looking,
That Jesus wouldn't be mentioned?
yeah, Lord, not necessarily that he would be mentioned, but the name. Like if you're specifically looking
The name
for
Jesus?
Yeah.
So the name Jesus wouldn't be mentioned because he didn't call himself a Christian?
No, he wasn't like, okay, for instance, like Christ, right? Christ is a label, not like his actual last name, right?
I think he's trying to say that you would find him in the archives if you would search for different spellings of the name.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, that's already been accounted for. Like, I understand that Yeshua would have been his name, Yeshua or Yehoshua. But we don't. That's already been accounted for within the records.
So, like,
especially when
okay.
translated into English, if somebody felt like that was Jesus, they put Jesus.
But okay, so basically you're talking about the translation of these ancient texts?
I mean, yeah,
Which would-
most translations are done by people who are religious in some fashion.
Right. But we do also understand that there's usually like a bias that goes into those.
Yeah,
things
where they want Jesus to exist. So they'd be very inclined to say this is talking about Jesus.
To clarify though, that would also like point to continuity errors to like certain things that they've painted or kind of pushed that even you yourself could acknowledge like, okay, that was by that church or that was by this denomination, this didn't actually happen or this isn't the way that's actually understood. If they were to admit to that, they would have to admit to a lot of different things as well. That makes sense. Like for instance,
I am somehow
recommend
further
reading the-
from an understanding of what you were talking about than what?
I'm trying to like, okay. So like basically my point, the reason why this is kind of like so vague is because like the point kind of does offend people. Like, oh, are you saying that this isn't this or this isn't that? So I'm trying to kind of like step over.
No,
those
just
barriers.
say it. Just say it. I'm not gonna get offended.
Okay, because like
Unless
for
you
instance,
call
like-
me a bitch. Like I'm not. Like I don't.
Okay, so like so like if you like for instance, okay, like Christianity was not even a term that the apostles called themselves. Or I'm
Okay.
sorry, Christians were not even a terminology that the apostles called themselves.
Okay.
Right?
Like
They
Acts
were-
tries to say that they were called followers of the way.
Yeah, Yahudim.
Later,
They were-
later Christian historians don't say that. They say that they were called Jesseans
Right.
or Nazarenes.
Right. And so you would run into a lot of continuity error based on whoever is writing the text. And that's what I'm saying. That's where the confusion comes from. It's like for instance, like whoever's publishing it obviously added their own bias to whatever you're going off of for historical context. So when you find like an error in continuity, it's because of, have you ever heard the saying like the victory or the winners write the history?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
Trying to
and the
make this
winners would be Christianity. So why don't they write a whole bunch of things with Jesus mentioned? And
Well,
wouldn't they be very inclined to
did.
say if they're well, they did, but like, why don't they? They would be very inclined to if some text was talking about Jesus to say that was Jesus. In fact, we see that they do that. We see like in Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, book 20, chapter 9, section 1, where it talks about Jesus, the son of Damnius. They're like, that's us. Like, we can see that they do that. So like,
and they add he was the Christ.
yeah. So I mean, we can see that this is happening.
Mm-hmm. But then you would even say that that's not proof of existence.
No, I mean, we can see that they're going back in there. It's the bias that you're talking about. You're literally talking about how like the victors would be biased to themselves and could rewrite the history, and that's what we're seeing. And then you're like, well, is that not evidence? Fucking no, you just said it was bias.
Well,
And I would agree with you.
But they're not getting it from like nowhere. Like this is an event that's happening, but they're taking their own perspective on it. That's what I mean.
The event happens in the 60s. Like, so it would be after Jesus dies anyway, so they're doing a really shitty job of giving a perspective. That's like saying, oh, hey, this John that's walking around in 2000, he's actually John F. Kennedy. It's like, well, no, John F. Kennedy is not alive in 2000. Unless you read lovely newspapers such as The Onion. Let me flip to a lovely. Let me see here. We're gonna flip to a. I'm gonna read a. I'm gonna read some of The Onion here with some. All right. All right. Trump downplays significance of Trump Tower found on Epstein Island. That's funny. All right. Anyways.
308. I would recommend reading the book Christ Before Jesus, because it covers this really well. Sort of the claims that historical Jesus has been referenced in stuff like Josephus, and there's also a mention of Christos, right? Which people, at least at a time period, assumed might have been a reference to Jesus Christ, but the book does a pretty good job mentioning that this is a family name, or it was definitely somebody else.
Okay, cool. One more thing then. So what about the like historical like leverage that has been left over time, like the civilizations and like the people who are connected to those stories? Are those also non-exist, or would you say those also have no merit or like non-existence as well?
Give me an example, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, like for instance, like the events that take place in Jerusalem, like the temples that have been discovered or the artifacts that match up with these stories.
No. In fact, there's a temple in Jerusalem that was discovered, in Asclepion, a temple to Asclepius, that Jesus supposedly like visited and saw like the 5 porticos where people would lay sick and then get into a pool in order to get healed. Yeah, that's built in the 130s, so it doesn't line up. In fact, it makes it worse. A lot worse.
Okay. Okay, interesting. So then,
yeah, archaeology actually shows that this story doesn't make any sense. Every once in a while, there's some things that make that line up, but it's just okay. Every once in a while, there's stories about geography that lines up in the Amazing Spider-Man comics. Okay, sweet.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
And then so even like so like when you take back the history of like Portugal, right? So before you like just kind of hear me out, because like there's a lot of history that takes place there with the stories of the exile of the Jews, right? Which would be connected to the existence of Jesus in the first place, right?
And his name is John C.
All right. Well, that guy's gone. Zach Adad, what you got? Or actually, Morbid, if you're there. What you got, buddy? Saw that you popped up. Wanted to bring you up. I thought maybe you had a question.
Yeah, I'm reading the book.
Thank you.
Almost done with it. It's really interesting, and I would recommend everyone who's coming up to read it. Even if they disagree, it's always good to hear differing opinions, and I think you guys do a wonderful job going through early Christian history.
Thank you.
So there were two main questions. I think the first is because you mentioned that you sort of were able to recreate Proto-Mark.
Yeah.
Would you ever release your version of Proto-Mark so it's readable?
So we actually finished it in the English version. It's actually kind of interesting. We finished it and we were about to go ahead and just publish it just about like 6 months after the first book. But then we realized that, no, we were wrong. But I mean, if you wanted to read it, like we could put it together, but like we were wrong in the sense that there wasn't an earlier version of Mark before Marcion, because when we ran it compared to the other parts, the parts that we didn't think were in it or wouldn't have been in it if there was a proto-Mark, they still came up as the same author, and there wasn't any way for us to split them. So we ended up seeing that just wasn't the case. But it still is an interesting take, I guess. It's just it's not real, but you could read it.
Yeah.
I
would love to. Yeah, I think it's really interesting, the idea to sort of pinpoint what is left. I thought it was such an interesting part of the book.
I think it actually may just be part of, let me see, it might be part of the new book that's coming out. Because I know we talk about it in the new book, but I don't know if we put it, we may have put the entire thing in there. Let me see.
I know I'd be happy if you did.
Yeah, but it's not real, so it's kind of hard to justify putting it into the book, but
yeah.
Let's see. I don't even know if we put it in here. There it is. What happened to Proto-Mark? Okay. Maybe we put it in there? It looks like we may have at least put a little bit in there. There's a little bit of it in there at least. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to read it, I mean, I think given that it is something that we don't stand by. I mean, we could maybe just like publish what it is, or like publish it as is with a disclaimer that this is not a real book. But yeah. I mean, you could read it if you wanted. It's fine, but
I would love to.
Okay.
Yeah. But I was just, because you mentioned that you were able to sort of put it together and it's the length of a letter, and I was like, oh, I want to read that. So I still want to read it.
Than Evangeline, yeah.
Yeah. So even though it's been debunked, I would still love to read it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I probably wouldn't mind sending it out. I'd have to check with my co-author just to make sure he's okay with it. But yeah, we'd probably email it on demand, I guess, or at request, I guess, if somebody wanted to.
Nice.
But yeah, thank you for your interest in it. But yeah,
of course, I'll send you a DM about it.
Okay, yeah,
we'll
do. Yeah, go ahead.
The other questions I had was, it seemed to me, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that the Pauline letters had more authors than the Gospels.
Yes.
That's where I was sort of getting. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot more people involved with them than there are for the Gospels, because actually quite a few times for the Gospels we would see that they're basically coming from like one group of authors or one author themselves. And that actually led my co-author to go on the hunt for any kind of potential evidence that the Gospels were commissioned, like they would pay somebody who wrote for a living to actually write these things, as opposed to anything else. Because that's how we get like the things of like Apollonius of Tyana. The empress actually commissioned someone in the late 2nd century to write stories that ended up seeming a lot like the Gospels for this Apollonius of Tyana. And that would be like what somebody would do, like if you paid them to write a fake story or something like that, they would go around and like use like earlier influences to try to piece these stories together and try to come up with a narrative that's creative but still drawing off of certain influences and tropes that were around. It's kind of like if you just commission somebody to write a superhero story today, they would be using things that we know of as superhero material or superpowers or something like that. They're in order to make something creative, in order to make something original, they're still pulling from things that are technically influenced by other things.
That would be very interesting if you find the fact that the author wrote something else, was commissioned to do something else.
Yeah. So we were trying to work on that, or he was at least there for a little bit. I don't know where he ended up landing with that, but yeah, we talk a little bit about that.
And the last question I had is regarding the Book of Revelations, because it seemed that it came up with the Septuagint, that it was originally a Hebrew text, probably aged similarly to the Old Testament. And I was just curious, do we have, or are you aware of any sort of older versions of the Book of Revelation?
So I'm not saying that it's aged that way. We were saying that it's coming from Hebrew and translated into Greek, and so that's why it would come up with the Septuagint. It's not written at the same time as the Old Testament. It's just something that was Hebrew into Greek.
Okay, so I must have misunderstood.
But yeah, we're saying like as far as language goes, and so we're trying to piece together like how it could have been something that was involved with the Jewish people. In fact, we would actually say that it's probably still about Nero or about Hadrian even, but it's from a Jewish perspective and utilized by the Christians later on when they translated into Greek.
And did it look like, I know the first two chapters were added in later, but did it look like the other text was messed with?
To some extent, there's slight edits. Like between chapters 4 and 20 of Revelation, anytime you see Jesus, he doesn't really do anything on his own. Jesus, when named, he's like attached to God. Like it'll be God and his son Jesus. And so you can tell that it's something that was very clearly added after the fact as like an afterthought, as opposed to or a later edition, as opposed to like something that is explicitly written by Christians. The only time Jesus really does anything like directly or is talked about directly without any connection to anything else or in, like God or anything like that is like before chapter 4 and after chapter 20.
All right.
Yeah.
I think that's the gist of my questions. I'll continue reading the book, and I can't wait for the second one.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you very, very much for coming up, everybody. That was morbid chid, morbid chid, morbid chid, chide. I don't know. Anyways, what is going on? Marv 3400.
Good afternoon. What's going on?
Yeah. Not a lot.
New to the the channel, TikTok, all that trash. I want to say I've bought your book and I've been reading it. No disrespect. I just got to say more pictures, right? More pictures, less words, makes it a much easier read. All right. Second, I sent you some bread.
Wait, what? Anyways, keep going.
Personal, I sent you some bread earlier about the argument from silence, right? And I think I failed to elaborate as much as I should have in the super chat. But basically, the argument I came across, right, was that no Jewish source in around, I believe, like the second century to like whenever we actually started examining this, denied that Jesus was a person. And that, the Talmud.
Oh, the argument from silence in the 2nd century, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, kinda. So if Trypho is an actual Jewish person, dialogue with Trypho from Justin Martyr in the 150s mentions Trypho saying to Justin Martyr that there's no evidence for Christ.
Type shit. 1 second. Hold on. What's the name? Trypho?
Dialogue with Trypho is the name of the book. It's later on in the book. I think it's like section 70 or some shit.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Because I heard that argument from a friend of mine, and obviously, like, silence is not evidence for someone's existence if someone's existence is claimed. That's like just common sense. But I did find it strange that if there were like for he also used the example of Eusebius and the interpolation into Josephus, right? That if people really thought that if that was really an interpolation, someone would have denied it, someone would have called him a liar, and that silence is evidence that he may not be a liar. But that doesn't really make any sense either, right? That was kind of my issue, like dealing with that argument, even though I know it's not logically sound, regardless.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that line really fast. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Let's see. So it's dialogue with Trypho. I think it's chapter 8. Yeah. Yeah. So what he says, the direct translation says, but Christ, if he indeed was born and exists anywhere, is unknown and does not even know himself and has no power until Elias, he says, Elijah come to anoint him. So he basically starts talking about Jesus as presented by the Gospels. But he said, I mean, there's, if he exists, if he was even born, like they're saying, we don't even know if he was a person, is what it's saying there. Now that of, yeah.
Now,
like he doesn't explicitly say like Jesus didn't exist. He's just kind of saying like we don't think that we don't have any evidence that this person existed.
Now, for the other art, do you find it strange that now you can correct me if it does exist, but the fact that no other copy, so prior to, there's no copies of Josephus and the Testimonium prior to Eusebius.
Yeah.
But if people at that time had such a copy, is it strange to you that the Testimonium is like still like no one questioned it, no one called it a lie, no one published calling it a lie, and there's silence in that area? Would that matter to you?
Who would question it? By the time that, so I don't think that Eusebius lies and says that paragraph exists, but I don't think that he's actually the person who puts it into the text per se. I think it's more just that a later, because copies were made by hand. So if somebody is writing and making a copy of Antiquities of the Jews, they'd be writing it by hand, and it'd be a Christian scribe later on, most likely well after Christianity was the official religion of the Roman Empire. So very clearly, no one's going to fucking call this into question. But the point is, whenever they get to that section, they'd be like, "Hey, I've got this line from Eusebius that's supposed to be in here, but I don't see it. So let me put it in there because it's supposed to be there." It may not even be the scribe being an asshole or being devious. He's literally just doing what he thought he's supposed to do. So he puts in that paragraph, and then later copies include that paragraph till we eventually get the oldest copy that we have today, which is the 10th century. So sometime between the early 4th and the 10th century, sometime in those 600 years, we get this added into Antiquities of the Jews. I don't think Eusebius himself puts it there per se. I mean, he could have, but he at least gives us the paragraph, and then it gets added later. That's how shit worked. That's why we see all these different writings in the margins and stuff like that, because people are trying to like in these older scripts, like manuscripts of like say Tacitus and stuff. We can see things in these ancient historian texts getting edited and altered throughout the years with each new manuscript, because people are trying to, in the margins, explain what's in the text or add things to the text or add certain notes to the text, so that later on a scribe who's copying it later could either add to it or help explain what's going on in the text. That's just kind of how it works. I mean, that's how things were copied down before a printing press. And I think that if we had a printing press and we were able to print a lot more copies of an earlier version of Antiquities of the Jews, we would have that version that doesn't have the Testimonium Flavianum in it, but we just don't. As luck would have it, the oldest version of Antiquities of the Jews was saved by the Catholic Church, found in a monastery or a Catholic church, preserved by them, and includes a version of the Testimonium that even Christian scholars today say there are parts in here that he definitely did not write. I'd also like to point out that in about the 11th to 12th century is when we get a Slavic version, like over in kind of like Russia area, of another work from Josephus that has even more interpolations into it. It has like 7 references to Jesus, and it's very clearly something that is interpolated into, to the point to where at a certain point you just got to say, hey, look, Christians are definitely willing to write things and add them into text and portray them as being historical. It is a common motif around this time for things to be added to a text and presented as original. And we can tell that they have been edited.
Fantastic.
They're we know for a fact that they are fucking with historical documents.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. You know, I kind of got off the arguing about religion train. You know, after you do it for a while, you kind of get stale. Like, obviously it's real or it's not. But this kind of brought me back into it, for better or for worse. So I want to, express my appreciation for that. And
Thank you.
hopefully you pop off and blow up and all that trash. And,
maybe, I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, I just like my oh, he left. Wait, hopefully I don't know if he hopped off. I don't know what happened. I didn't hear him at the end. But thank you for coming up, man. Thank you for your kind words. I will say one of the there he is. Yeah, there we go. Something happened there at the end. That was weird. Yeah, Marvin. Yeah. You're saying there. Yeah. Are you there?
Testing.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Well, what I was saying there before you something happened there, I was saying that the best thing for me to say, like the best compliment I could possibly get, is someone talking about mythicism, someone explaining that this is something that is hard to argue against, even if you don't agree with it. Like the fact that it is tough to argue against it's pretty damning. Even if you don't completely agree that Jesus didn't exist, the fact that these arguments can be made, that the text could be in the 2nd century, and there's no evidence of the New Testament in the 1st century. There's no good evidence for Jesus or Paul. The fact that these arguments can be made means that mythicism, at the very least, is a viable position to have. And even as Christian scholar M. David Litva said to me, to my face, well, at least on a video call, he said, "Don't apologize for being a mythicist." He doesn't agree with me. He doesn't agree with me at all about Jesus not existing. But nevertheless, even though he has said some things about mythicism in the past, specifically Richard Carrier, I guess, but or his position at least, it is a position that you could have, and if you feel like there is good evidence that Jesus did not exist, hold that position. You don't have to cave simply because a whole bunch of people just say, no, you're just wrong. What evidence do they have? Like, just ask for evidence. That's all that it is. Have a true, honest conversation.
What brought me back, because I've been a mythicist for a while, right? Because to me, if someone's entire existence, or they're told about existence, is fantastical, at that point, I just have no reason to think they exist at all, right? If before I came around this area, I was like, if someone wanted to argue mythicism with me, I would just say, well, look, virgins don't give birth, and if you don't have a version of that guy who doesn't give, who isn't born by a virgin, then I have no reason to believe in it. Yeah. And I genuinely thought that's as far as it could go. But, what really interested me about you was the Paul mythicism, because if you do dig deeper into the conversation, you do eventually come across the stereotypical, well, why would Paul make it up?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And Christians aren't very generous or they'll obviously say, well, these other people made it up. These other people were lying and they believed their lies, but Paul was just so benevolent and good, there's no reason he would ever make it up. He had no motive to.
Yeah.
But it's not, and although you don't need Paul mythicism to, get rid of that argument, it makes perfect sense if he just didn't exist either. Right. And I had never considered that. Yeah. So I want to, also express appreciation for that, because it kind of ties everything together especially with the narrative you're putting together in your book. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming up, man.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely agree with what Marv was saying there. I mean, at the end of a discussion, or near the end of the discussion about whether or not Jesus existed, or by the end of the discussion, you will have talked to somebody who thinks he did about Paul. It doesn't matter if it's some person who's a Christian. Doesn't matter if they're, some even a Muslim would eventually talk a little bit about Paul, unless they just keep appealing to faith and how Muhammad is special somehow. Even if you talk to Bart Ehrman's big thing is, hey, Paul met James, the brother of Jesus, and you can't have a brother if you don't exist. Cool. Yeah. Sweet. What's your evidence that Paul actually wrote that? What's your evidence that Paul actually existed to actually go and see James? What's your evidence of that? Like, I understand that sounds like you're just being a contrarian, but no, seriously. If you don't have any evidence for this character meeting this character, if you don't have any evidence of that, and that's your evidence for the other character's existence, some other character's existence, then I think you're kind of building on top of a faulty foundation. I feel like you're building on top of a house of cards. Yeah, it's really cool that you've made this house of cards into a skyscraper, but like, I'm just gonna knock it down. Like, sorry. Anyways, what's going on? Dots Connected 111. And by the way, over there on YouTube, wanted a big thank you sent over to Warm and Lovable, $5 super chat saying interesting stuff. Well, thank you very, very much. Thank you. And by the way, if you're on YouTube and you want to come up, you can. The link to the TikTok chat. Oh, okay. The link to the TikTok chat is in the chat there on YouTube. Or on the YouTube profile. That's how I take guests, is on TikTok. Or if you don't want to join on TikTok, you can send a super chat. I promise I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. So yeah, Dots Connected, are you there? I heard some background noise or something, but are you there? Are you there? I hear a bunch of like spinning wheels or something. What is that?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Is it good now?
It's better. Oh, what you got? Yeah, this should be good.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, I mean, I've seen your lives for some time, but I'm not too sure. What's your belief? Or like, what's your take on, I guess, anything spiritual, or like, do you believe in the supernatural?
Oh, I don't usually get into that here. I understand that's a sincere question. It's an honest question, but I don't get into it because it doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not Jesus and Paul existed. And as soon as I say like what religion or denomination I am, they're like, oh, that's why he believes what he believes. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, reason I asked is because I guess what would be the whole purpose of, I guess, whoever wrote the Bible, for them to say, oh, this guy was this and this guy was that, and turns out he never existed.
Like what? Like, could you rephrase the question? Are you saying
I guess
like
what would it be?
Why would they come up with a
so what would be
mythology?
So what would be the whole point of just them lying and saying this is God?
So intent is very hard to prove. Intent is very hard to prove. Short of having a document that explains exactly why somebody's doing something, we don't really know exactly why they did it, or you don't have that much of a good idea. But I would say that if I had to speculate, I would say that the mythology of Jesus, it shows up in the 2nd century. Christianity had been around for at least 100 years prior. At least. Probably closer to about 200 years prior. At least 150 or so. Well, yeah. And,
okay, and would you...
they come up with the mythology of Jesus as an origin story, like a mythological origin story, to try to explain why they believe what they believe or why they do certain things. Like they have certain practices like healings, and they're into philosophy and a certain way of living. And they do like the Lord's Supper, like the Eucharist, like drinking wine to symbolize blood and eating bread to symbolize flesh. They're doing these things because a God came down and like gave that to them. Like it told them how to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
they also do
again, like,
baptisms because of it. Yeah. Keep going.
would you assume? I guess who are the people that wrote it?
Well, the first gospel published and the first times that we get Paul's letters, like the earliest versions of them, is the Marcionites. These are people who follow Marcion. They published them there in about 144. So they're just a Christian sect, a sect of Christianity. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the reason I say is because I mean that's saying that Christ never existed. I mean is probably not the craziest, but you know, it's definitely there where what we have almost 2.5 billion people who believe in him, and just to say that he doesn't exist is kind of
What is
it's
that?
crazy.
Anything? That's just
But
that's just like that's including like a bunch of people down in like the very Christian or very Catholic South America. How do you think the people in South America heard about Jesus? Do you think they heard about it through their ancestors, or do you think that that was something that was brought to them based off of colonialism from a country that used to be part of the Roman Empire that became Christian in 380?
oh yeah, definitely the word got around, but I guess
Yeah, it didn't
um
get. It didn't just get around. They're like, "Hey, did you ever hear about Jesus?" Oh, no shit. Well, welcome to Machu Picchu. No, like this is this is something that spreads by the sword and the horse and the gunpowder. Like
okay.
absolutely, like
And
it comes from some countries that come from the Roman Empire that became Christian in 380. Christianity is the victor of the Western world. And the Western world, like from Roman Empire and everything like that, included places now known as England and France and Portugal and Spain. And they went around and colonized like the entire planet. So, yeah, like it's just kind of how it goes. You're going to probably get Christianity spread to these people, and it's going to be something that's on the mouth of or on the minds of over 1 billion people because, you know, it
right,
spreads.
okay. And then I guess also as far as like people with the most power, like who run things, right? Um, and since they have the most influence, and it seems to me, like for example, the Files, uh, they're into Satanism
Okay.
in the form.
Okay.
I mean, would you agree or like something
I
similar to
mean,
that?
even if they were, I don't give two flying fucks. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not they're pieces of shit. And on top of that, it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus is a real thing. Even if they wanted to be like, ooh, like some like contrarian or rebel-ish kind of people who do weird Satan shit. Like even if that was the case, like it doesn't. I don't care. It has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus or Paul exists. Yeah, I mean,
Reason I say is because it's basically the opposite of Christianity, or like I guess
not
the
really.
main.
Satan isn't something that is really talked about very much within the New Testament at all.
I mean, I guess the other. Yeah, I would say Lucifer,
Sa-
Satan, that is the same.
Well, first of all, it's not the same thing. But even if it was, Satan is something like Hasatan is just something from like the like Jewish religion. It's the adversary. It's another demigod. He's just a person who or a demigod or not demigod, but another god. It's a god that's like against Yahweh. Like it's just part of the pantheon, if you will. Like it's just kind of silly. It's not anything that's a
Okay, yeah, I
real
guess.
thing, and it doesn't really have anything to do with Jesus.
I mean, I guess my assumption is the same Satan who tempted Jesus, right? In the stories, uh, it seems to me that people with power in this world, like in some way, look up towards that same Satan.
I don't care because it's not a real thing, dude. Like, I mean,
No,
there's
what I'm
people in
trying to say
power that
is
look up to Jesus, and he's not real either. I don't
no,
look at the
I get it,
politicians.
but
I don't look at the pieces of shit that end up getting elected or running things and say what do they believe because that's what I think is somehow real or tangible. In fact, I look at these people and I go, these people got to where they are because they have social connections with other people who are massive idiots who believe things that aren't real things. Including Trump is in the position that he's in because he convinced people that fake news is a thing, that we should not believe true things and we should believe false things. That's what he convinced people to do, and that is ultimately what I'm trying to get people to not do. Look into whether or not you believe something, whether or not if you believe something has evidence behind it. If there's not evidence behind it, stop believing it. Because if we believe false things, society is hurt. Society is definitely going the wrong direction, and we end up with Mango Mussolini. And maybe, just maybe, if we all looked into whether or not we believe the right things, we would end up not putting in positions of power or even positions in leadership in like organizations and whatnot, or giving money to organizations that could potentially aid or help these people do these terrible things on that island. So, yeah, I think that if we believe as many true things as possible, we can stop a lot of injustice in the world if we just kind of stop doing dumb shit.
Yeah. And again, like, would you agree that it's, I guess the 13 families, and I guess, for example, the Roth and the Rockefellers, I guess those are
we're
the
getting
people
into
in power.
weird like conspiracy things here, but what does it have to do with Jesus?
I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I guess people in the 0.1% of the world, if they believe the opposite of what Christianity is, that should be somewhat in question.
What?
Yes. So again, like, what I'm trying to say is 0.1%. Like, I'm talking about billionaires, not people in public, but some who are just holding the strings.
Yeah.
Those same people, I guess, it seems to me that they're somewhat of satanic or in Satanism. It sounds conspiratorial. I get it.
Yeah, you've fallen for some weird conspiratorial bullshit. Like, you just have. Like, and even if they were, that doesn't mean shit. Like you're like one step away from just calling them like part of like this weird like Jewish takeover. Like, the first thing that people do when they spread bullshit is they try to get you to be against someone for some weird purpose. And that weird purpose here is religion. They are trying to get you to be against what is going on or anything like that, and say that, oh, hey, it's because of a religion, not because these people are just massive pieces of shit. If someone is, first of all, there shouldn't be any billionaires. That's dumb as shit. And there also shouldn't be anybody who goes over to Epstein's island. These things are bad because these people are rich and out of touch, and you shouldn't be that rich. Capitalism is the problem. The problem is not that these people are satanic. That's dumb as shit. There's no evidence that they actually really are. And even if they were, cool. That doesn't have anything to do with why they're doing what they're doing. There's poor Satanists too. And do you think they ever made it to Epstein's Island? No.
No,
So
agreed.
it's not Satanism. It's just being rich and out of touch. That's all that it is. Hate that part, not the weird religion part. I'm not on here to say, oh, hey, you shouldn't be Christian and also you should hate this religion or do it. No, I'm not going to say that, because I don't care what religion you're in as long as it has some evidence to back it up.
Yeah, because I'm also on the same boat, just trying to figure things out as well.
Well, then don't fall for the part that paints people as a particular religion and says that part is evil. No. The religion part has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Every single person that went over there and did terrible things and is in those files are rich. There's not a single broke-ass motherfucker over there. Are there broke-ass motherfucking Satanists? Yeah, there's probably a good 10 or 15 of them in the chat right now.
Yeah, agreed. But, like, why are the 0.1%? Why are they into that stuff?
I don't know.
Too?
Why are
Like,
the
it was
bottom
shown in the
0.1%? Why are they a certain religion? That's just how it works, man. It's how it works. Religions can be everything. Has nothing to do with it. You have fallen for their trap, man. Like, first they try to say, oh, hey, it's black versus white. Then they try to say, oh, it's this religion versus this religion. They will try to use anything and everything to point to, instead of it's rich versus poor and you should eat the rich. That's the last thing they're going to say. They'll never say that, even though that's exactly what everything you have listed about all these bad people. The one thing they have in common is not Satanism; it's being rich, and that's the thing. You want to focus on the Satanism, which isn't even a real thing. That's so dumb. Anyways, do you have anything else on Jesus or Paul, or what do we want to do here?
No, I'm just here to, learn in general. But
Okay.
again, yeah, I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thanks for coming up. All right. We got, let's see, Make You Laugh. Make You Laugh.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, you're doing good. Doing good. Are you gonna make us laugh? Is that the point?
Yeah, no, I'm no, actually I'm just on a lunch break, so I'm not gonna be on here for too long. I just it's my first time on your channel and I really find it interesting what you have. I would love to go into further conversation with you when I'm not on my lunch break.
Okay.
But the two main things that I have right now from what I've heard is, well, number one, what's your thoughts on, and I know you don't believe in any religion, so I kind of want to make this
When did I say
kind
that?
of brief as far as, well, from the little bit, I've probably been on here for about 20-30 minutes, just from what I've heard. I don't know that you don't believe in, or you're like, prove me wrong for what religion or something like that.
Just
Like,
the
I
existence
don't know
of
the guy.
Jesus and Paul. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. What are your thoughts, even though you don't believe in Jesus and Paul?
Mhm.
What are your thoughts on the divinity, like the Trinity, or of like the Son and the Father? Especially when the Father, he said, or yeah, when Jesus has said in the Bible that the Father is greater than I am,
Mhm.
and how the Trinity, they believe, they're all three in one. So that's my first question. My second question is
So,
kind of like
are you
based
asking
off
like
of,
how did it come up, or what is the Trinity? Is it?
yeah, kind of like, yeah, just like, what's your thoughts on the Trinity? Like,
Oh, well,
because I think that it's a contradiction when,
Well,
in so many
yes.
ways, the Son, yeah.
Keep in mind your second question. Let me go ahead and answer the first one real fast. The Trinity
Okay, yeah.
is the Christian's concept of like trying to address a problem that they kind of created because of the evolution of Christianity itself, or the story. So the first time that we get a gospel, it is published by a man named Marcion, who says that he lists three gods. The first one is Yahweh. Yahweh is this cruel, unjust God of the Old Testament. Then you have a God the Father, a previously unknown God who is the father of Jesus, who sends Jesus down to die on the cross, not for our sins, but to purchase humanity's souls away from Yahweh. And believing that Jesus did this is what's actually going to save you, or not save you, but to put you under a new covenant. Because the old covenant
question
from the
real
Old
quick,
Testament is
right-
bad. That's the idea from Marcion.
Right. Yeah, right at that, I just want to ask
Yeah.
you a question on that. Do you believe that, like, just from a human and a mankind perspective, do you think that's fair? Basically, when I think of that, I feel like we have a free pass to sin. When you
What?
believe in the Trinity, when I say
the
Jesus
Trinity doesn't show up
died
until
for my
later.
sins.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I
okay.
see what you're saying. That's more of a theological question. I can't really answer that. That's not really what I talk about. I guess
Oh,
I know
okay,
what
sorry.
you're asking, but like,
Yeah, okay.
if it's not tied to like a historical thing, I mean, because I mean, I get what you're saying. You're saying, oh, hey, if Jesus died for your sins, then that means you could sin as much as you want, and then just say, forgive me or whatever, and you're fine. Like, I get it.
Yeah, from a theological perspective,
Yeah.
like, how can you justify that?
But you can't. I mean, the story's dumb. So I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's
Right.
yeah. From a
Okay.
theological perspective, it's just like some weird get out of jail free card. That's basically all it is. But I mean, from a historical standpoint, the reason why they end up saying this, they end up dropping God the Father, and Yahweh becomes more connected to Jesus. All right. And Jesus is like a descendant, if you will, or he comes from Yahweh as opposed to this other God the Father. And we see this over time. We end up with Jesus becoming more of a Christ figure in later Gospels. So they took what Marcion had come up with, his gospel that he had multiple gods in, and they build on top of it or take it in a slightly different direction over time. You get Jesus's birth story, you get a genealogy of him, you get a different genealogy and a different birth story, and then you get all these different things over time. And then the Holy Spirit gets worked into it as well. But eventually, the Christians are faced with a problem. Well, we have these gospels that very clearly deal with this other, like a father of Jesus or whatever, but we don't want to say that we're polytheistic. We want to be more monotheistic. We also have this Holy Spirit figure. How do we justify this? So they just kind of say it's a trinity, and they say it's all three gods but in different ways and stuff. It's very clearly BS. Oh, thank you.
Right. Okay.
It's very clearly
Okay.
BS, but the concept of the Trinity is it's born out of necessity, because you've taken the initial story so far from where it initially was that it's confusing now. Because now if you read all these different gospels, you're getting these weird contradictory things. So they try to create the concept of a Trinity to explain these contradictions away, and it ends up just
Exactly.
making shit worse.
Yeah. Yeah. 100% agree. Thank you for explaining that. My second question is, so you talked about good and evil, and just people just being bad people just because they're bad people, and religion has nothing to do with it, and people just like to put religion basically at the blame,
Yeah.
so they can fall into a certain sector or whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
Or
do you?
they fall for the Christian trap when bad people do bad things and the Christians say, hey, they were Satanists.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even if a few of the people who were doing those things over there on the island were Satanists, not all of them were. That doesn't even make any sense. One of the people that's listed in there, unfortunately, Will Forte from SNL. He's a Mormon.
Right. Right.
What are you
So
talking
where do you
about, a
think
Satanist?
where do you think the standard good and evil, if we don't know what you are, and I know you don't talk about it, if there, I mean, I don't know, you don't think that there's a right religion, where do you look at for good and right, like the standard good and right? Do you believe in
Talking about
Adam
me?
and Eve? Well, I mean, not just you, just like, yeah, kind of like what you're talking about. Yeah, because like I mean, you don't have you're not saying what religion you are, or your belief in God or whatnot. So it's where would you, or people that believe, or what you believe, where would you guys like take the good and evil from? Did it come from kind of like, I don't know, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, where would you, if you were a Muslim, or if you're a Christian?
Are you just asking me, like, where am I getting my standard of right and wrong? Is that all you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't be a dick.
Yeah, yeah, okay, I get that.
All right,
So
well, there
like,
you go.
is there like a punishment? Is there standards that you have to live by? Like, where are these people, like, when
Standards
they
I have to
do
live by.
the-
Yeah, don't be a dick.
Yeah, like, so when these people, when whoever, Satanists or Christians or Muslims or anybody,
Yeah.
When they're following a certain set of rules that they go by,
Uh-huh.
do you believe in a hell and heaven? There you go. I think that's a more accurate question. Like, do you believe like in a hell or hell or
Okay,
heaven?
we're way away from the topic of the live. Now we're not even close to morals anymore. I mean, I get your questions are sincere, but what I would recommend is there's a live that you can hop over to. Thank you. Or I don't know if they're live right now, but Crystal J, she does a live where she talks about this kind of stuff a lot, and I think she goes live later on today. But her live is Critically Crystal.
Okay.
Crystal J. Yeah, I'll put
Okay,
it. In the
awesome.
chat
Thank
there.
you so much. Thank you.
And then Ace is on. Oh, she's on now. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Critically. God damn it. Critically Crystal J. Okay, I think that's how you spell it. But yeah, I put it there in the chat. Go check it out. I think she's live right now. Tell her CBJ sent you, like Christ Before Jesus sent you, and she'll be ecstatic. She'll be over the moon.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Bye.
Double Donkey, she's alive now. I think she's alive now. I'm pretty sure. All right. Hardy Harfine.
Yep. Hi.
Hey.
I just had two questions for you, actually. I just got your book, and it kind of like, I started like mentioning some things about it, or like what you've been talking about on your lives. And something that kind of stumped me, just because I'm new to it, was what at least the response I've seen a lot is like when I say like, oh, there's like evidence for writings about different godheads or god figures or whatever stories, religious stories, that the Jesus story kind of replicates in some ways, whether it be quotes or events. And it's like the answer is typically like, oh, well, these events happened way before even those were written. So of course they're going to
Could
be
you give me an
copying.
example just to make sure? I think I know what you're talking about. Could you give me an example?
Let me think. Oh, like, so if I say there's actually like a resurrection story or a savior story. I'm sorry, I can't give like a super specific example.
Yeah, so you're saying like a dying and rising God kind of
Correct.
thing? Yeah.
Correct.
And
or like Dionysus, like turning like water into wine.
Yeah. Okay. And then the argument against that is that those things happened? That Dionysus actually did that?
No, so they'll say like, oh no, like the more like earlier, I would say like Old Testament stuff, they'll be like, oh well, all these events happened like at the beginning of time. Like they happened before this, so like the new people writing about it are going to be copying these stories because they're real events. But I'm like, I don't know how to properly...
Wait. Please be as specific as possible in what you've had pushback on, because I think I know what you're talking about, but please be very specific.
Okay. Okay. So like, let's think about like the Epic of Gilgamesh. So like a flood story.
Yeah.
So they'll claim that the flood happened before that was even written. So you can't say, because we can show that Bible story was written later. So clearly that didn't happen.
Okay. I mean, I get that. They're saying that their flood story goes all the way back. So therefore the thing that kind of is in between when the Bible is written and the flood supposedly happened is just another take on what they're saying.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. What does that have to do with Jesus though? Like not just the flood, but like how would they use that for the Jesus thing? Because Jesus is supposedly at a certain point in time.
I honestly don't know. Like that's usually where the conversation goes. Like when I start bringing that up, they'll be like,
let me gonna whip out the handy dandy notebook over here. Okay. So we got
I'm so sorry. My screen is black. I don't know. I can't like see you or anything.
Oh no, I'm black. That's
okay.
Oh, you meant okay. No, no, your screen is like blank.
Yeah, it's like all black. Like I cannot see you at all.
That's really weird.
I can see the comments and everything, but
yeah, I don't know why. I have no idea why.
Not there. It's just a black screen.
Hey, everybody else can see. That's strange. Well, I don't know what to do there. I have no idea. I think you might need to drop down and come back up. Because everyone else can see. Drop down really quick, and then I'll bring you back up.
Okay, all right. Let's see.
Yeah, just hit, or I'll disconnect you if you and then request back up. Also, in the chat request there, I see Jimmy Jesus Christ is King. I will bring you up because you sound like a very interesting person to talk to as soon as I can here. So back to Hardy Harfine. Hopefully this connects here. Okay, does that work better?
Nah, same thing, but it's cool. I can pull you up on YouTube and I'll look at your notepad.
Weird. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's fine. But we have, for everybody else who's watching though, we have a flood, and then we have Gilgamesh. So we're going to put FG. All right. Pay no attention to the B and the M there. Okay, so FG. So you have the flood, and then you have Gilgamesh, and then you have Noah. So I understand that people are saying, well, Gilgamesh and Noah are still talking about the flood. So as a result, it's fine. But if you want to say that we have Jesus, and before that is Dionysus, what are they saying it's based off of?
I really don't know. I think they're saying like there's like prophecy or something that is describing the Jesus story. So I think they're trying to get the point across that like, oh, it's been working throughout time. Even before Jesus was born, they would be talking about him and mentioning the prophecy. So it's not they're saying it's not weird that you're seeing hints of the Jesus story around history. But I'm like, I know that doesn't make any sense, but I'm not good at the dating aspect of it.
Wait,
To like,
I mean, I think I know what you're saying. So basically, they're saying, hey, because Dionysus is said to have done things prior to Jesus, that's because it's
They
almost
would've-
like a weird kind of prophecy, if you will. Thank you, Gnostic Rosa on YouTube. I mean, but that's not even from the Bible. It's Greek.
yeah, I know. Like I said, it doesn't. I really don't. I'm not versed enough in like actually pointing like other religions, but like in the sense of like they'll say like a
Just say
prophecy.
prove it.
Yeah, that's what I say. But
Just say prove that that's a prophecy. Like what? That doesn't even have anything to do with the same religion.
yeah, well, they're saying like in the sense of like none of those are real, because I'll use the other stories to say, hey, they're all saying the same thing. Maybe they're all fake, and they're like, no, or this one's real, and they're all copying it. Pretty
But
much.
Dionysus is before Jesus. What is he
Literally, I
copied
know.
before Jesus? What?
Yeah,
Well,
they'll say there
to be
was
fair,
a
Justin
prophecy.
Martyr does the same damn shit. Justin Martyr, the most prolific writer of the one of the most prolific writers of Christianity there in the 2nd century, in the 150s, he said that the Eucharist, drinking wine to symbolize blood and eating bread to symbolize flesh, was done before Jesus was even born by mystery cults because of Satan. Because Satan was doing it and teaching it to people in advance of Jesus in order to make Jesus look bad. What? Like, what? That's a ridiculous line of reasoning. Like,
yeah, well, that's what I'll say that. I'll
that's
just I'll
just
say
saying that
that's
you took it from someone
ridiculous,
else and then
but-
just saying that they're wrong.
yeah. And I'm like, I guess my problem is like, because I can't whip out like the dates of like, Justin Martyr or Josephus or anything like that. I find it difficult. I'm like, it's so obviously like that's dumb, but like I don't know how to actually confront that.
Well, look, you keep learning, you keep listening, and eventually you can whip out those arguments.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good.
But again, the easiest thing to do, if you're caught in that kind of situation where somebody seems to be saying something that like doesn't make a lot of sense, is just say, walk me through that. Like just walk me through how Dionysus is copying Jesus. And they'll have to be forced to reconcile that, their belief with the idea that Dionysus is written 1,000 years before Jesus is supposedly walking on the earth.
Gosh, yeah.
What?
Okay.
I'd also like to point out, by the way, that not just the whole water to wine thing, and not just the whole eating, bread and drinking wine and stuff like that. That's all Dionysus. But in Acts, Paul is on the way to Damascus, and on his way, there's a bright light. He falls to the ground. And Jesus says, Saul, Saul, why doth thee persecute me, or whatever. And then he says, it is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. This is the phrase that is in Acts. Jesus apparently says this to Paul.
Yeah.
This is a direct quote from Dionysus. A direct quote to the letter from the Bacchae, a play from Euripides hundreds of years before Christianity was even... the Gospels were even a thing.
How do you spell that? The Bacchae?
The Bacchae. B-A-C-C, I think. B-A-C-C-H-A-E from Euripides. It is written in 405 BCE.
Wow. Okay.
And the main character is Dionysus.
Okay. All right. That's very interesting. Okay. I've not heard that before.
Yep. It's a play that actually gets utilized quite a bit for like the Book of Acts. And the quote is, it is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. It is something that Dionysus says to somebody who is persecuting his church. And then Jesus says to someone persecuting his church the same thing.
Interesting.
It's almost like these Christians are not very creative. But see, the thing is, like, the reason why we don't know about this stuff, the reason why this stuff is not like talked about a lot, it's not a lot more obvious or brought up a lot, is because not only has Christianity had a stranglehold on Western civilization and therefore pretty much the world for the last like 18 to 1900 years, but on top of that, once they came to power in 380, they wasted no time destroying a whole bunch of temples and statues and people and documents from not just other religions that they think were satanic, but other parts of Christianity that they deemed heretical. So the point is, like, yeah, we're not going to get a lot of things that are common knowledge to people that talk or show that Christianity is very clearly, or talk about or show that Christianity is very clearly lifted from prior sources. We don't get that a lot. We just don't, because they did a good job of destroying it, like actively destroying it.
Yeah. Yep.
And we know about it. We know about it. So
I guess, yeah, that's a big struggle too. Is like I feel like a lot of that history is pretty. I hesitate to say obvious, but it's not hard to find. But they'll act like it doesn't exist, and so like I bring it up, and I'm like we know this. It's not. This isn't up for debate on this aspect. So let's work from there. And it'll just be like no. And so I'm like, I don't really know. After that point, it's just kind of like, okay, whatever. But,
yeah.
Okay. All right. And then really quick at the very end, I think I figure I'll figure this out more as I read your book. But when you get when in the wild, like people give you claims, or they'll say, hey, this relic was found and it's dated, during Jesus' time or whatever. What is like your first step in like the process of verifying that, like for yourself?
Process of verifying what?
And like claims, like if people say I found like a relic, or people say that they found
Jesus or something.
Yes, like if it mentions.
I say when's it dated to?
Okay, and then okay, all right, perfect. All right, just kind of the process. I mean, like I said, I feel I'll read that in your book, but just kind of like the start of a process, because I'm not too familiar with dating and all that.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally, the Jesus story shows up in 144. If someone says, oh, hey, we have evidence of Jesus, we found this evidence, we found this drawing, we found this inscription, we found this artwork, we found whatever, we found this manuscript, we found this artifact, whatever they want to say, just say, when did it date to? I can guarantee you it's going to be after 144. Now, if they suddenly appear magically with out of nowhere with some kind of artifact that dates to the 1st century that mentions Jesus, I will be the first to say, you know what? I was wrong. And I will go back to the drawing board, or potentially even just take my book off the shelves and shut down the YouTube and the TikTok. But all we're going to need for that to happen is an artifact or something like that from the 1st century that talks about Jesus in a mundane way that isn't very, very easily dismissed or proven to be something that is forged or interpolated from a later Christian.
Okay.
It's not that hard. Just find something that definitively dates to the 1st century. Talks about Jesus in a mundane way. That's it.
Gotcha.
That's all you got to do, guys. Over on YouTube, that's all you got to do. Over on TikTok, that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do.
Simple enough. Simple enough. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you having me up and answering my questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming up. That was Hardy Har. Hardy Har fine, everybody. Hardy Har fine. By the way, YouTube is crazy because there's so there's two chats, two comments right next to each other. One is Oye Biosean, who says Jesus is the only way, and literally right after that, from DVizzy13, it says Jesus was a rapist. Like what? Like those are two comments that are like the exact polar opposites of each other. Ridiculous. All right, if you're over on YouTube and you don't want to come over to TikTok or anything like that and click the link that Mazikeen is doing such a good job of giving to you guys, if you want to actually come up and have a conversation, to click. If you don't want to come over to TikTok, which is how I take guests, that's fine. Just send a super chat. I promise I will read the message out loud and I will respond to it. Just send a super chat and I will respond to it. I promise. Let's see. And by the way, thank you very much over on YouTube. There were some people. Let's see. Derek2603 sent Flow State. little gift there. Thank you very much. Otre 0892 on YouTube sent Flow State. The Only Diver sent Flow State. And Gnostic Rose 13 sent Flow State. And thank you very, very much to the people who have sent gifts over here on TikTok as well. Wanted to give some shout outs there. We got some roses from, looks like Caitlin and Mike L. As well as Rookie Brooks 66. Nice to see you again. And then there were some cowboy hats as well, but for some reason it's not showing me all the cowboy. There's a cowboy hat from the Prototype 101. I know you. And the Prototype 1011 also sent another fucking hat. How many hats were sent? And then Bishop, is that Bishop Rena or something? Oh, I can't say that word. Also sent a cowboy hat. Thank you very much. Oh, and Adam sent one. I got to do the damn thing. And that little cat thing from Ann. So thank you very, very much. Oh, YouTube, over on YouTube, there is a super chat for $4.99. Thank you very much. From Hardwork8395 said, YouTube is not crazy. Say hi to your mom. A friend asked me to pass that along. All right. Do I have a sound for that? Of course I do. No. We're going to play this one. There we go. Nope. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yep. Get G-noted, everybody. Get G-noted. Then there's another super chat on YouTube for $1.99 from Jesus Eurachia. I think I know what you're talking about there. Said, if Jesus never existed, then I would be homeless. Jesus, are you homeless? Is that what you're saying? Is this a cry for help? Or are you? I don't know what's going on there. Or are you saying that you live at a church? Like I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're trying to get at there. It's funny, I think, maybe, hopefully, but hopefully you're doing okay there. Hopefully you're not homeless. Journal of a Human Being. What you got there? Journal of a Human Being? You up on the chat, on the panel? He's a pastor. Yeah, probably.
No, hold on.
There you go.
Am I in? Am I coming on?
Yeah, you're good.
Sorry, I haven't
You're
used
good.
this before.
Oh, no worries. What you got, man? What's up?
So I'm not going to be on the subject because I completely agree with you. I ran into about 3 days ago, and I love what you're saying so far. I mean, what that guy just said. I'm an ex-Christian, so I used to be a fundamentalist, completely believed it, every word of the Bible, and from the last 2 years, I've completely, what do they call it? Deconstruction. Spiritual deconstruction or whatever. It's a serious process that people like. I think from your perspective, you don't see what I can see from like these Christians like asking these questions and all this stuff. And when that guy just said, for instance, if Jesus doesn't exist, I'm homeless. This is not even a joke. Like their identity is completely tied to this being, and they don't know who they are without it. And so when people, a lot of times when they're defending the faith, they're just defending their right to exist because they don't exist outside of it. And so I don't know. I have a question for you, though. Do you believe in any Abrahamic religions at all, or are you just kind of attacking, or are you just like, calling out Christianity as a lie only? I'm just curious.
Well, considering the fact that Islam also has Jesus in the Quran, if I'm saying that Jesus never existed, then I'd be calling out two different religions. And according to the Department of Defense, Mormonism is not Christianity, so I'd be calling out three different religions.
Yeah, well, the only thing's left is Judaism. So I was just wondering, you're not Jewish, are you? Or it doesn't matter, I'm just curious.
You're not Jewish, are you? Yeah, that sounds like
I'm just
early
well,
1900s Alabama.
Said,
sounds
no,
like
I'm not
2026
Alabama. Listen, I understand the narrative right now. I'm not.
No, I get it.
I'm not anybody's label. Or whatever.
So
I'm not some MAGA,
because of the
I'm not
fact
some white
because of the fact that that's an ethnicity, I do need to address that. I am not Jewish.
Yeah, no, it's not even about. It's about do you. Well, the only reason I said that is because you mentioned that you have your own spirituality. And so I'm curious from your perspective.
My own spirituality. When did I say that?
I don't know. I just heard you just said off the cuff. You said this to a woman just earlier. When did I say it?
I say a lot of things to women.
Religion.
I don't even know what that means. Anyways.
Okay. All right, whatever.
No. I said don't be a dick. Like that's.
No, you were talking about. I don't. So are you an
Wait, hold on,
atheist?
hold on, hold on.
Here's the question.
Happy Pride, everybody. I say a lot of things to men. That's actually true. All right. Well, okay. It depends on how you look at it.
Basically, I agree with what you're saying. So if you take everything you say, everybody just believes it. Christianity is just completely set aside. What people are doing, they're just going to rise up and make more mythology or whatever. What is do you have any sort of solutions other than like, where do people
encourage people
fill that
to
void? Because
educate themselves.
There's an ego death that happens.
Yeah, well, encourage people to take a look at what they believe and see if it has any evidence behind it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't believe what someone tells you. I'm saying make sure that you have good reason to believe it. Faith is not a pathway to truth. Faith itself is the excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. So don't just take it on faith. See if there's evidence behind it. That's all that it is.
I totally agree. I'm just saying the ego is attached to this deity. Whatever deity you believe in, there's an identity associated with that. You have to go through an ego death. What does that person do? Because that's
Ego
like a
death. This
whole
is the most
thing
Buddhist
they have to go
conversation I've
through.
had in a long time.
It's not. It's just ego. Just think about it like an identity thing. I am associating. I'm externalizing my worth to something other than myself. It's not self-sovereignty. Just think about it like that. It's not some mystical thing. It's just you're outsourcing your worth. So for people like that, how do you bring them back to themselves? Just like, do you have any? You know what I mean? Other than just subtracting a belief. Do you have any?
All you
additives?
need to do is just look to see if you've got evidence behind something. Don't take it on faith. Take it on trust. You can trust people. That's perfectly fine. Trust people, but verify. No, I'm kidding. But don't have faith in it. Like.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer this question. This might be too personal, but do you have any association? Like, have you been in this? I call it a cult. Have you been in this Christianity and like have come out of it, or is it just something you've witnessed from the outside?
I can tell you right now that I used to be a
bullshit?
missionary. Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah.
I mean, So I'm. That's all I'm gonna say. I appreciate what you're doing. We
But
need more
as
people
as
like
far
you.
but you would agree on like the historical part there for Jesus, Paul, is what you're saying overall?
Do I agree with it? No, I'm kind of more leaning towards what you're saying instead of the mythology.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
But-
you would agree with like my take on like the historicity part. Yeah.
I think everything you're saying is literally just common sense. Like if you just look at it, like all these things that you're bringing to light that I've just now looked over your channel. This is stuff that I had when I was a fundamental Christian.
Mhm.
That I was like, I would want to believe, but there was just it's a cult. I'm not going to lie to you, and it's like you can't question these things. You have these questions. Your conscience is completely going against your own conscience, and you like have these. Well, what about this? Like this doesn't make sense. How can we prove this and all this stuff? And then you're basically just bringing forth what the intuition is already doing. Everybody here, even the Christians here, everybody already knows what you're saying is true. They just can't believe it because literally it's an ego death they have to go through. It's tied to their identity, this whole religion. So just so you know that that's what's going on underneath.
Yeah.
They're not ready to hear it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a huge process.
The ego death, man. I've definitely heard that because I've definitely grown up around some philosophers and everything. So I mean, or at least philosophy majors.
It's not so.
Velociraptors.
I know it sounds like it sounds like gobbledygook, but it's not really.
No, I'm not. I know what you're talking about. I get it. Whoa, there's a dragon. That's on TikTok.
Alrighty. Well, there's probably more people that want to talk to you. So.
Hey, not a problem.
Thanks
Well, thanks for coming up, and thanks for the kind words, and also just kind of sharing some stuff about like how you kind of came out of it and stuff like that. But thank you.
Yeah. No problem.
That was a Journal of a Human Being, everybody. Journal of a Human Being, and also his dryer, which very clearly has something like, I don't know, maybe like a. Whoa. Oh yes. Something like a bra in there that's like slinging all around, or maybe some jeans with a little button in the front. Anyways, it was a hoodie. Okay, it's a hoodie. Oh, I was thinking it was jeans or a bra or something. All right, Flex, what you got, Flex? Also on Super Chat, there on YouTube, $1.99 from Hardwork8395 says, "Read this." There are people on this planet that it was probably a mistake to teach them how to type. That's all I'm saying. All right, what's going on, Flex? What you got?
Hey, happy Wednesday to you. How you feeling?
Doing good, doing good. Top of the morning to you. Well, top of the middle of the
Afternoon.
What's going on?
I'm in California and I'm 56. I've came on here before. I've been watching you now for about the past 2 months. I ordered your book in paperback. I got it yesterday. I've
Thank you.
already gone through chapter 1, and it's quite eye-opening. I wish I would have had this book when I was in college. I went to Morris Brown. I majored in theology and philosophy and minored in pre-law and paralegal studies. I thought I
Damn,
wanted to be a
son.
lawyer.
You
Huh?
You want to leave some knowledge to the rest of us? Like what? Like my God, that guy's
Well, no, my
that
thesis
guy's
in
one of the
college was
smartest
that
people I think I've
all
ever talked to.
governments. My thesis was that all governments were built on religion, and if you understand the religion, you can understand the government. And there was an author who wrote a book called the Historical Jesus and the Mythical Christ by Walter Williams.
Okay.
It was okay. I understood what he was trying to say, but your book is much more concise, and I appreciate that. Plus, after listening to the many lives that you've had with different guests, I've learned a whole lot, and I wanted to say thank you for your work. Thank you for the time and effort that you put in, and your honesty, because I think that's what's much more paramount than what your message is, and that is, if it's true, believe in it, share it. If it's not true, let it go. And to me, that's just like the simplest thing that a human being can do. But hey, it's still a work in progress, and there's 8 billion people on the planet, so we have to make do with what we have. But I just
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah,
say
that's
thank
exactly what my mentality is. There's 8 billion people, but we are working on 496 on YouTube and 333 on TikTok. We're chipping away.
you.
We'll see if
But
we
hey,
can make a dent by Christmas.
I just wanted to say thank you, and I wish I would have had your book in college, but
Thanks, man.
hey, it's here now, and I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for getting a copy of it. Christ Before Jesus is what he's talking about. The ebook is $3. There is a print version of it. There's an audiobook version read by me and my co-author. They're on Audible. The link is on YouTube profile, and the link is also on the TikTok profile there on my bio. But yeah, thanks. And again, if you have any questions or anything like that, send us an email. Our email's in the book. You can send a DM if you want. But thank you for your kind words there. That does mean a lot. Thank you, Flex.
You have a great day.
Oh shit! Oh, my bad. I clicked disconnect at the same time. I will have a great day. Hopefully you have a great day as well. I'm sorry. I apologize. I hit disconnect at the same time that you started talking. So I apologize. But yes, definitely a W to Flex. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. I didn't. I just did. Yeah. Okay. No, it was. Aren't you? Anyways, unknown flows. We got unknown flows.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Good evening. How are you?
Hey, doing good. What you got, man?
Awesome. Thank you for bringing me up. I appreciate you. I'm a Christian, so I'm here to defend the existence of Jesus and Paul.
Not a problem.
And I think there's multiple historical evidence outside of the Bible that defends both of them.
That sounds really good. What you got?
So you have Josephus Flavius, you have Suetonius, you have Pliny the Younger, you have Tacitus. You have
Who would you like to tackle first?
Serapion.
Who would you like to tackle first?
Let's go with Josephus Flavius first.
Okay, it's Flavius Josephus, by the way. Never heard of him though. So what does he say about Jesus?
So this is what he says. Consequently, to get rid of the report, Nero fastened guilt and inflicted the most.
That's Tacitus. Never heard of him though. But that's Tacitus, not Flavius.
Josephus Flavius, the Jew who wrote the Antiquity of the Jews.
Yeah, you're not reading Antiquities of the Jews. You're reading Annals, book 15, chapter 44 from Tacitus in 116. That would be about 15 to 16 years after the death of Josephus. So you flipped it. You mixed it up somehow. I mean, if you want to tackle Tacitus, we can do that. But you said Josephus. Flavor.
Yeah, I think let's start with Josephus. I'm just trying to find the exact statements he
Yeah,
said.
no worries.
Just give me 1 second.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll
Thank
give
you
you
for your
30.
patience.
I'll give you 30.
Davis. Okay, yes. So Festus was now unalived, and Albinus was brought upon the road. So he assembled the Sanhedrin of judges and brought before them the brother of Jesus, who was called Christ, whose name was James. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Can I just read say what I believe he said? Because I'm finding it hard to find the exact quote.
I mean, you're in the right spot. I mean, you're
let me see
in
if I can-
book 20, chapter 9, section 1, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Read at the end. See, you're reading a
Just give me a
passage,
second.
like a paragraph, right? There's like a paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
What's at the end of that paragraph? What
Yeah.
does it say? What's the last sentence in that paragraph? Go ahead and read us. Read it for the class. The class. Never heard of him. Yeah, never heard of Joseph. I have no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, read the last paragraph. All right, last sentence of the paragraph.
Okay.
I don't even know. That is hilarious. Whoever put your name as Joseph, who did that? They're on TikTok. That is funny. I don't even know if we should call him a man. I want a screenshot of that. Can somebody get a screenshot of that comment so I can send that to Matthew? I don't know who that is, but that was funny. I don't even know if we should call him a man.
Okay, so thank you. I finally found it.
Okay.
So it says, about this time, there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man.
Oh, man, we were looking for the last sentence of that passage, and you skipped to book 18, chapter 3, section 3.
So what section do you want me to
The last sentence of book 20, chapter 9, section 1. Well, you started reading it, but you said, oh, this isn't what I'm looking for. Go to the last sentence of that. I just want to kind of put that to bed. Just put it to bed.
All right, just give me a second. Chapter. Okay, what chapter was it?
It was chapter 9 of book 20, section 1.
Chapter 9, 8, 9. Okay, section 1. Okay, so on which account King Agrippa took the high priesthood from him when he had ruled but 3 months and made Jesus the son of Damius high priest.
Yes, so in other words, that passage you were reading from tells us that that's a Jesus, the son of Damius, in the early 60s who becomes high priest.
Oh, okay, so that's not the Jesus.
Yeah, it's not the right Jesus.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But if you want to go to the other part, we can go to the other part that you brought up. There's book 18, chapter 3, section 3.
But,
oh, sure. Go ahead.
But why does it say that this Jesus was crucified?
It doesn't say crucified there in that passage.
No, but in another passage, it does say that Jesus was crucified.
No, that's in the other one. The other one, book 18, that you were started to read.
Okay, so wouldn't that be a contradiction if he's saying Jesus was crucified and then he's also referring to Jesus?
This is a different Jesus.
A different...
the Jesus that's found in the book 18, chapter 3, section 3, which is what you were trying to read, and then I said, no, we got to go read that last sentence, that kind of thing. Book 18, chapter 3, section 3. That's Jesus of the New Testament. I mean, it absolutely is. I mean, there's no way around it. It straight up says Jesus, and it says Christians, Pilate, and crucifixion, and everything like that. Let's go back to that passage.
Yeah. Okay, so that means this passage is totally unrelated to that passage.
Yeah. It's not related. It's not even the same book, or it's not even the same portion of the book. Yeah. Go to the other one though.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the other one. Yeah. Go ahead. We'll give you some time.
That's book 18, yeah.
Yes, book 18, chapter 3, section 3. 18:3.
Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Okay, all right. Chapter 3, section. Okay, yes, awesome. Can I read it? Now there was about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, for he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as received the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ. And when Pilate, at the suggestion of the principal men amongst us, had condemned him to the cross, those that loved him at first did not forsake him, for he appeared to them alive again the third day, as the divine prophets had foretold these and 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him. And the tribe of Christians, so named from him, are not extinct at this day. So, like, wouldn't you say this proves that Jesus did exist?
Do you think Josephus was a Christian?
No, Josephus was a Jew. I think he hated the Christians. He called them an abomination.
Sure. But why does he say that Jesus was the Christ? Why does he say that Jesus was potentially more than a man in the first sentence? And
I think he's describing what the Christians felt about Jesus at the time. So he's trying to.
He says that he resurrected this and 10,000 other wonderful things about him. But where does he say that the Christians just claimed that?
I would say because he described other people as the people at the time would have seen them, like Pilate, for example, described Pilate as a stern ruler. I wouldn't necessarily say we should say this writing style is how he personally felt about Jesus, because I don't see where he's claiming to believe in Jesus.
He says he was the Christ. Do Jewish people say Jesus was the Christ?
I mean, there are Jewish people that say Jesus was perceived to be
not
the Christ.
religious Jewish people. Those are called ethnic Jewish people who are Christians.
So are you trying to say this is a forgery?
Bingo. The first time that we get that is written in early 4th century. Yep, don't worry. The early 4th century is the first time we get it. It's written by a guy who's an admitted liar. His name is Eusebius. Prior to him, Josephus, including Antiquities of the Jews, that same book, is quoted multiple times by different church fathers. Prior to Eusebius, none of them mention the line there in the Testimonium Flavianum. That's the passage that you just read. It's called the Testimonium Flavianum. No sentence in that paragraph is ever hinted at. Hide nor hair of that paragraph is ever seen, neither hide nor hair of it, throughout any time or any century going all the way to Eusebius. That's because it's not there. There are phrases
so how do I
in
know
there.
These claims you're giving
Yeah, well, you can look it up. It's fine. Even Christian scholars acknowledge that parts of it are not accurate. Say what?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, so how did you come to this conclusion that it was Eusebius that wrote this particular
Because he's
chapter
not only the first person to mention it,
of the Jews?
He's not only the first person to mention it, he's also someone who uses the phrases that are in there a lot. There are some phrases in the Greek of that particular paragraph that Josephus either doesn't use or uses in a different way. And Eusebius uses it in that same way multiple times in the same book that he gives us the paragraph for the first time ever. In fact, the paragraphs before it and after it go together. In fact, if you look at, I think it sounds like you're maybe on a website where you're able to view the whole thing. If you look at the paragraph, so Antiquities of the Jews, book 18, chapter 3, section 4, right after it, it says another tragedy that befell the Jews. So in other words, it's talking about bad things happening to the Jews. If you look at the paragraph before it, section 2, you will see that it's talking about something bad that Pilate did to the Jewish people. In other words, if you take out the Jesus paragraph, it flows perfectly.
But you don't really have any concrete evidence that it was Eusebius that introduced this. This
Yes,
is just like,
so whenever we take a look at it using something called stylometry, we can see that the style of writing is the exact same as Eusebius. We actually do have data science to back this up, yeah. In fact, there are multiple people who have actually taken a look at this. There's a scholar, Kenneth Olson, who actually takes a look at the word choice there and says that it's from Eusebius. The only scholars who have ever taken a look at the word choice and said that they believe it's Josephus are people who haven't compared it to Eusebius.
Are there any atheist scholars that believe it was from Josephus?
Atheist scholars who think that
From
the passage, there are atheist scholars that believe that it's authentic to Josephus, but parts of it are added. Even Christian scholars acknowledge that some parts are added, but they can't really give any evidence as to why they determine some of it is added and some of it isn't. They don't have any real way to know, because the oldest version, the oldest manuscript we have of it, dates to the 10th century and has the parts that they think are added. And Eusebius is the first to mention it in the 4th century, and he also says the parts that are added. So we don't have a version of it that even Christian scholars say is the real version. We don't have it.
But the earliest dating of this is from the 10th century.
Yeah, the earliest dating of like a manuscript of Josephus, like a Greek version, is kept by the Catholic Church, and it's found in the 10th century. It dates to the 10th century. We have like Eusebius. We have copies of Eusebius, who was writing in the 4th century, who quotes Josephus, and he gives the bad version in the 4th century, apparently. But we don't have any copies that have the true version, as scholars claim that it was. Because scholars say, Josephus would not have said he was the Christ. He would have said he was called the Christ. And he wouldn't have said he was potentially a god. He would have just said he was a man. And he wouldn't have said the divine prophets foretold things about him. Like, he wouldn't have said that. He would have said something else. That's what scholars, the consensus is. But we don't have a version that says those things. So for the most part, it's either it's in there or it's not. And we can tell using stilometry that it actually matches Eusebius. Like, he's caught dead to rights. We know he wrote that. There's not really any way around it. In fact, the material that's in the paragraph before it and the material that is after it goes together without it. And he talks about it in his book, Wars of the Jews, as well. He talks about the material before it and after it without the Jesus part. This is Josephus.
So would you say that there were no other copies of the Antiquities of the Jews that could have been used at the time to counter the narrative of Eusebius and to show him to be a fraud?
No, by the time they show up. So Eusebius claims it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's when it's added. So it's just added sometime between the beginning of the 4th to the 10th century. So there's 600 years for them to add it. It's found within the Catholic Church, so it's most likely something that has been added by some Catholic scribe or Christian scribe along the years. The point is, in 380, at the end of that same century Eusebius is writing in, Christianity becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. So no one would have been around to really like stand up and say, hey, you're wrong. Eusebius didn't, or Josephus didn't actually write that. Not to mention, because the people who were really in charge of this shit would have been Christians. Like, it wouldn't have really mattered. In fact, there's a slightly different version, and it's in Syriac, and I think it comes from the 5th century. Just shortly after Eusebius, and it's based off of Eusebius, and it just copies what Eusebius says.
So would Eusebius have also had access to that slightly different manuscript?
What? No, the Syriac is... What are you talking about? No, the slightly different manuscript is after Eusebius, after he dies.
No, because like what I'm trying to understand is I'm just assuming at the time that Josephus wrote this, there would be multiple copies of it. So I'm trying to think how all the copies, all of them were changed to affirm this one thing.
They don't have to. They don't have to
like,
change that. It just has to be something that's done over time. That's all that it is.
Yeah, but I'm thinking the unbelievers of that time could easily just point to it and say, look, you guys are literally editing
the unbelievers
text.
In the 600 years between the early 4th century and the 10th century, Christianity becomes the official religion of the entire Roman Empire by the end of the 4th.
No, it's
even if this was done in the 5th century. Okay.
Because for the first 300 years, Christians were persecuted before it became the official.
No.
Christians were not persecuted for 300 years?
No.
Wow. Okay. Wait. Okay. So let's back up a bit. So after Jesus, there was no persecution of the early Christian church?
Not for at least not for a good portion of time. The only time that we ever see them running into like the Roman Empire or the government is when they're actually like prosecuted for like disobeying the law, but they're not explicitly like illegal, to my knowledge, until about 3 to 6 year
So
period before 312.
how were the disciples unalived then? Could you? So how
The
was
disciples
Peter
didn't
unalived?
live, let alone die. There's no evidence that he ever
Wasn't
lived.
Peter There's no evidence that Peter was crucified?
No, the only time that he's ever mentioned is crucified is in a book called the Acts of Peter, which is written in the end of the 2nd century and mentions a talking dog.
So do you believe that's a total forgery then?
The book about a talking dog? Yeah, dude.
I mean, there's a lot of we can't discount a book because some of
That's
it
the only that's
think,
the only time that we get Peter crucified. There's no other story that says he was. It's
But that's
only
still
from
part
the
of
Acts of
historical
Peter, and it
evidence.
has him floating and having like a mage battle versus Simon Magus, and then he also he unchains a dog who's like chained up or something, and he like whispers in his ear, and then the dog walks over to Simon Magus, who is like Peter's rival, talks shit to Simon Magus, and then dies.
So then just so we have
I mean,
the
it's
same
a
view of
stupid
history,
story,
when were
dude.
Christians? So when were Christians persecuted? Because you said Christians were not persecuted. So when did Christian persecution began? Like, give me a time range.
About 306.
Until when?
312.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's not, and I encourage everyone here to please go look that up. That's not true.
Well, in 306 is when it becomes
there's
like
literally-
officially illegal to be a Christian.
But even before that, Christians were being fed to lions.
No, there's no
Christians were
evidence they
being
were
fed
fed
to
to
lions.
lions.
Christians
No.
were being crucified.
Mm-mm.
No, I
Even
mean
if
that's
no,
just
definitely
not
not.
true.
They're definitely not fed to lions. There's no evidence of that. But that being said, as far as like actual like prosecution, sure, because at that time, especially like at the beginning of the 2nd century, when we have Pliny the Younger running into them as the governor of Bithynia and Pontus in like northern Turkey now, he said that they were meeting together, and you couldn't do that unless you had a permit. Like, he also had to break up a volunteer fire department because they didn't have the permits to meet together. That's just how it goes. It's not a matter of persecuting the church. It's a matter of they broke the law. They were also not worshiping the Roman emperor, which you could worship just about anything you wanted. You just also had to worship the Roman emperor. That was a law before the story of Jesus showed up. That was a law before the Christians showed up. Has nothing to do with whether or not it's persecution. It's a dumb law, but it's still punishment for breaking a law. And when Nero did something in 64, they admitted to burning down Rome.
But were the pagans held to the same standard?
Yes.
So my question,
Yes, they were.
That's not true.
Yes, they were.
No, the
Prove
pagans
it.
were not held to the
Prove
same
it.
standard because when the pagans would meet up, they were not punished as severely as the Christians. And even apart
Yes,
from that,
they
you were
were.
talking of Nero.
Yes, they were. No, Nero. Okay, listen.
who did
First of
Nero
all, the
blame?
only thing you're talking about is Nero. That's not breaking up a volunteer
Who did
fire
em-
department.
but who did Emperor Nero
Listen.
blame the fire?
Listen. Nero is what you're referring to, but that's not because they met together in secret. It explicitly is because the Christians admitted to setting fire to a city, to unaliving people. Like, that's the Christians in Tacitus's annals.
Where's this admission?
In what you were about to read. When you first came up and thought you were reading from Josephus, you were reading from Tacitus's Annals, book 15, section 44, and it says the Christians admitted to it. Like,
So what did the Christians have to gain from that? What did the Christians have
I
to
don't
gain?
know, they're domestic terrorists. Happiness? Boners? What do you want me to tell you? I have no idea.
Come on. You're a very intelligent man. You're
Well,
a very
yeah, and
intelligent
so
man.
I don't know what the hell you want me to talk about. What do you want me to tell you? Like,
If the
you
Christians
clearly
bought the
haven't read the text. The text that you're trying to claim talks about how they were like tortured and everything like that, as far as like Nero goes, because you literally mentioned Nero. So this is the only time Nero has any interaction with him is in this text. The text that you're trying to use as historical
Okay.
evidence literally
Host,
says that they admitted
host,
admitted
host.
to burning down Rome.
Host, I just did a Google. I just did a Google,
Sure.
and you're wrong. It says no, early Christians did not admit to burning down the city of Rome.
No,
However, a
that's
famous
not.
misunderstanding of this
Nope.
event.
Nope.
Let me just
You're,
finish this, please.
no,
However, a
because you're
famous
not. Okay,
misunderstanding of this.
shut the fuck up. We're going to look at it ourselves here. We're going to pull this up. All right. So in this particular passage, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up right here. Okay. We're going to pull this up here. So no, what you're referring to is probably just some dumb AI thing that's tailored to you. But what it says is, let's see. Christ is from the right here. Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Later on, it says, accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pled guilty or pleaded guilty. Then, upon their information, an immense multitude was convicted. So they ratted each other out. Let alone were they domestic terrorists, they were also little bitches who squealed.
That's your interpretation.
No,
Just
it
'cause they were
straight up
convicted,
says,
you know what I
okay,
mean?
no. Accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pleaded guilty. What does that mean?
So, firstly,
What
those
does
who
it mean?
pleaded guilty were arrested. Those who pleaded guilty
Okay, so we're going to
were
read this
arrested.
again.
But,
We're going to read
but
this again.
then read the second.
We're going to
also
read
the
this
second
again.
part as well.
Okay.
Read both parts.
Yeah,
Host, please
sweet.
read
I
both
will.
parts.
It's not going to make it better. Okay. Accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pleaded guilty. Then, upon their information, an immense multitude was convicted, not so much of the crime of firing the city as of hatred against mankind. Because what happens is they burn down the city and they unalive people, and that's an evil thing. So in other words, they are saying, look, you guys are getting arrested not just because you burned down the city, but because you apparently liked it. You loved doing it. You hated mankind. You hated humanity. So when I told you that what they got out of it was boners, it was probably because, and hold for applause, they got boners.
Wouldn't you say then they were convicted of hatred and not arson? This is what I'm understanding from the text, because we're both getting two different informations. A few people admitted that they burned the city, but then they probably tortured them into confessing the names of their underground church.
No. You are reading into it. It never says. Listen. It
Because-
never. Listen.
hear me out, Host.
You're
Let me
about
just
to
make
be
this
muted
point.
again, and I don't want to do this. It never says that anywhere on this text. It never says that they were tortured before this happens. It says, accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pleaded guilty. Then, upon their information, an immense multitude was convicted, not so much of the crime of firing the city as of hatred against mankind. It doesn't say that they didn't do it. It says they pled guilty, they did it, and on top of that, they apparently had, even more so than setting fire to the city, but also hatred against mankind. Then it describes the torture. So they don't get tortured until after they pled guilty and then ratted each other out. In no way, shape, or form can you look at this and say, they didn't plead guilty, and also they were coerced into doing it because of what this text says. If you want to interpret it, because I'm reading what the words say.
Host, can I ask you a question?
You tried to say that you tried to accuse me of interpreting a certain way. You're literally adding a section that comes later in front of the earlier section in order to fit your narrative. You are interpreting it a different way and adding words to it that aren't there.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
First of all, it is possible that the Romans pinned the fire on them.
That's what it says
Then
they did, because they admitted guilt. Yeah. You typically pin a crime on somebody who probably did it. I mean, you can pin it on somebody who didn't do it, but it goes on to say that they did it. So I don't know what to tell you.
Well, not always. And then secondly, you said hatred of
not
mankind.
always. I mean,
Wait,
I
you
don't
said-
care about not
you
always.
said-
It says right here that they pled guilty. So what
All
do you
Host.
do with this?
Then the second question would be, hatred of mankind doesn't mean they enjoyed it. Hatred of
Yeah, it
mankind could be
does.
the Christian refusal
Yeah.
to
So what
worship
this
pagan
means?
gods.
No, it
They could
doesn't.
have
That's
seen
not
their
what that means.
refusal to
That
worship
wouldn't be
pagan
hatred
gods
of
as a hatred of
mankind. That would
mankind.
be hatred of our religions, or hatred of the Caesar, or hatred of the Roman gods.
But
In
you,
no way, shape, or
but
form
host,
is
you don't
man.
exist within the
Listen,
cultural
listen,
context of that
listen,
time. How would
listen,
you know?
listen. Caesar
You don't
is
exist
not.
within the
Caesar is not mankind. The gods are not mankind. No, it's hatred against mankind because they also did this. It doesn't say they didn't do it. It says not so much of the crime of firing the city as of hatred of mankind. In other words, they did it. They admitted guilt to it, but it's the fact that it seemed to enjoy it. It seemed to be coming from a group that liked to do this shit, which lines up pretty much immediately or perfectly with this right up here. A class hated for their abominations. So in other words, this group doesn't do good things. They don't really like them. They're not people who people really got along with in Rome. Later on, when Pliny runs into them, they swear by an oath not to commit crimes, probably to steer clear of all these problems that they had before. But nevertheless, in this particular instance in 64, they were hated for their abominations. Suetonius, who you tried to mention earlier, doesn't actually say Christ and doesn't say Jesus, by the way, but does say that there were Jews that followed Chrestus that started riots in the late 40s,
But
early 50s.
was he referring to the same person, the person of Christ? Because he doesn't need to say Jesus. If he's referring to the same person,
He doesn't
then
say Christ.
He claims
He doesn't say Christ.
Okay, but is he? So what I'm trying to say is Suetonius referring to Jesus Christ when he
No,
says
he
Christos?
doesn't say Christ or Jesus.
So who is Suetonius referring to
A
in
man
that
named
that
Chrestus.
instance?
A man named Chrestus, or someone with that
So
title.
who is
Chrestus means the good one, and it could be a title for a god. It could also be a title for a slave.
Did Suetonius say that Jesus Christ was crucified? That
No,
Christos
he
was
doesn't say
crucified?
anything about crucifixion.
So what is, since the Jews constantly made disturbances at the instigation of Christos, he expelled them from Rome. So who could this Christos be?
As someone who is leading a slave rebellion, it doesn't really give us a lot of information there. But what I'm saying is it's possible that it's connected with this group because Tacitus in his in the earliest manuscript that we have from Tacitus, which is from the 11th century, it doesn't say Christians with an I like Christ. It says Christians with an E like crest, like Christians. And that means followers of Chrestus. So it could have been who Suetonius is talking about. It's possible. It doesn't have to be because there's, doesn't have to be. But there's not enough really information there in Suetonius to say that they're connected, but it's possible. Either way, there's no Jesus behind it.
Also, in this verse where you just said they confessed, it's now to my understanding that the confession might have been to their Christian faith, not to the fire of
no,
the fire
dude.
within Rome.
No, not.
So
not
how
a thing,
do we
dude.
know that confession was to the crime of arson?
That's what it's fucking
what is
talking
the
about, you
categorical
dipshit.
evidence?
That's what the whole
how do we-
paragraph is talking about, how they
my
set
brother.
fire to Rome.
My brother, you're intelligent enough not to insult me. We can disagree without insulting each other.
All right, then I'll go ahead and remove you so I don't insult you anymore. All right. No. Use your eyes, man. Just read the book. Read the text. It's clear to me that you were confusing all kinds of texts with each other and blah, 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 blah. You hadn't really read them. Come on, man. Do better. Try something else. All right. Thank you to Timmy the Orange Cat for the makeup brush there on YouTube, by the way. If you think you got some evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. I'm going to be live for about 10 more minutes. So if you think you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come over on TikTok and request up. I'll bring you up. Or send a super chat over on YouTube. I promise I will read it and respond. I think they got a lot of their stories. I think maybe. Yeah, the YouTube chat is wild. Pretty wild. Someone said reported you broke YouTube's terms and conditions. Oh, really? Man. Tell us, where is Carmen Sandiego? All right. Someone says God Logic. Who is God Logic exactly? Maybe I've talked to them. I don't know if I've talked to them before. Oh. Oh, okay. I think he's popped by the. I know him. Who's the other? Who's that guy? He's like a. Who is it? Who's the other guy who's a lot like God Logic? What's his name? No, it's not Shams Moon. It's another black guy who talks on YouTube a lot. I can't remember what his name is. I can't remember. I don't know. Maybe he's not like God Logic, but maybe I'm confusing him with this other guy. I can't remember. Bring on Wes Huff, and this argument is over. Yes, you are speaking the truth there, Chris Yee Kublo or whatever. That's very, very, very true, because as soon as I bring up Wes Huff and dismantle his argument, then the argument for Jesus or Paul existing will be over, because we will understand that, no, they never fucking did. So you are correct. Go ahead and bring up Wes Huff if you possibly can. Go ahead and set that argument up, set that conversation or debate up, and we'll do it. We will do it. I can't remember the other guy. Q-Top, that's it. Adam said, yeah, Q-Top. Q-Top's been up like once or twice or something like that, and he doesn't really go anywhere. Because he thinks that he can like talk about how Jesus existed like philosophically, I guess. He's just dumb. I don't know. It's really weird. It'd be over for you. Yeah, it'd be over for all of us, finally, because Jesus and Paul would be proven to never existed. Yes. Chris Yee gets it. Chris Yee on TikTok gets it. He understands and has stated multiple times now that if Wes Huff came up here, I would absolutely destroy his arguments and there would be no more conversation about Jesus or Paul. So yes, you are correct. Chris Yee is very... Thank you, Chris Yee, for making that statement there on TikTok. All right. Let's see. If anybody else has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Otherwise, I'm going to hop here. I sent an invite over to Chris Yee just in case Chris Yee wanted to come up and glaze me anymore. Surely Chris Yee's not going to glaze more. Has a teenage girlfriend? Q-Top has a teenage girlfriend? What's going on, Ivano Cardona?
What's going on? What's going on?
Ivano Cardona. Man, my God.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's going on?
Not much. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Good. I just wanted to ask you your opinion. What do you think is the most compelling evidence that he does exist, if you were to give one? If you were to play the devil's advocate and say that there's one piece of evidence that does sound the most convincing.
I'm going to answer this question. And then what I want you to do is I want you to give me evidence, the best, most convincing evidence that Abraham Lincoln never existed.
But I don't believe that he never existed.
I understand.
You believe that yeah.
I understand. That's because I'm struggling to find any good reason to ever think that he did. And you would struggle to find any good reason to think that Abraham Lincoln didn't.
So you don't believe that there's any good evidence?
No. Like I could just pick one of the arguments that they give me and I could just kind of say it, but I could also dismiss it. Like it's not anything that you could come up to say that Abraham Lincoln didn't exist, you could very easily just turn around then and just say, well, it's bullshit. I mean, that's their best argument, but it's bullshit. I mean, it's kind of a silly question because there is no good evidence for Jesus. There's none.
But then why is the scholarly consensus that he did exist at the very least?
Because the majority of religious scholarship is religious in some way. There are atheist or agnostic or non-religious scholars who would say that Jesus definitely existed, but unfortunately they are going to be playing ball with their religious counterparts or utilizing the church tradition for their reasoning. Bart Ehrman, for instance, he says that Jesus existed because he had a brother named James who met Paul. But there's no mention of Paul outside of Christianity, so he's already accepting Christianity for the existence of Paul. Then he accepts when Paul wrote based off of Acts, which is, again, Christian tradition. And so it's just nonsense. Then he assumes that Paul's letters, the versions of Paul's letters that mention James are before the Marcionite version that don't mention James, because a later Christian author known as Irenaeus said that the Christian versions that mention James are before the Marcionite versions that don't. So he trusts the church for Paul's existence, trusts the church on when Paul is writing, and trusts the church for what version of Paul came first. I don't know how to tell you that, like, all of it is based off of this absurd amount of reliability that even agnostic or atheist scholars place upon the early church traditions. It's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, I don't know. I find it hard to believe that somebody would who is a respected historian, whether they're religious or agnostic or so on and so forth. Why would they deliberately lie, like knowing that they're lying?
They're not deliberately lying. When did I say that he was lying?
Well, to say that their whole premise starts on religious grounds means that they're aware of what they're doing when they're starting with that premise.
No, they just assume that they're reliable. That's all that it is.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, yeah, they assume they're reliable, but I just can't wrap my mind around how so many historians, like the vast majority, all at the very least agree that he existed. I feel like that's compelling evidence enough. Like, how could that be that so many of these respected historians all come to that agreement?
Because the majority of them are religious, but the others are playing ball with them because the majority of them are religious and also value the.
Why play ball with them? Why play ball with them and not just
because you can't get a job in academia if you're part of a religious department and saying that to the religious people who are taking classes and also teaching these classes, they were personally religious, that their favorite character didn't exist based off of the fact that none of the people that they believe are reliable are reliable. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I guess he's off the app. I don't know. I can't hear you when you're off the app.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so let me ask you this. What do you think about Pascal's wager?
Okay, dude. What do you got for Jesus, Paul?
Well, it's about Jesus.
Sweet. What do you got for
Jesus,
Jesus,
about, like,
Paul?
following Christianity.
Yeah, no, that has nothing to do with whether or not he existed, man.
Okay, so you just don't want to answer it?
No, it's irrelevant.
I can
What's
continue
your social security number?
About...
Yeah, you don't have to answer irrelevant questions, man.
Okay, no, you don't have to.
Yeah, no.
I was
Yeah,
just
I'm not going to answer
genuinely
irrelevant questions. Do
curious
you have anything on the topic?
on the topic.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that there's an outstanding amount of evidence
All right.
to
Provide
prove
some.
that Christ exists.
Provide one.
Well, kind of everything that you've already said.
Okay.
Tacitus, Josephus.
Josephus.
Yeah, Josephus, Paul. But you don't even believe that Paul existed.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you
So
have
it's
any
like-
evidence that do you think we have historical evidence of Paul?
Outside of his epistles? No.
Okay. Well,
But I
outside
think that's enough, though.
yeah, outside the letters of Hercules, do we have any evidence that he existed?
Okay, do you believe that there's less evidence for
You're going to run
Christ
from that
and for
question?
Paul than there? No. I'm responding. Do you believe that there's less
Evidence
or
for Paul
more
than Hercules?
evidence?
Yes.
That there's more evidence for Paul or less?
There's less evidence of Paul than there is for Hercules.
Okay, what about for Christ? Do you believe that there's more or
There's
less
less evidence of Paul than there is for Jesus.
of Christ?
Yep.
No. But I'm asking of Christ, not of Paul.
Oh, okay. Where there's none for Jesus, so there's even less for Paul. The only reason I would say that there's even less is considering the fact that there are people who have interpolated into like historical documents like Josephus and Tacitus to make it seem like Jesus was talked about by historians, but Paul, we don't even have that. So Jesus is piss poor, but
Matthew,
I mean,
Mark,
Paul is nothing.
Do you believe that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are all fabricated as well? Like, do you believe that it's all pure mythology?
Yeah, man, there's no evidence of them whatsoever. They don't even say their names in the fucking books. So no, dude. And Mark doesn't say Mark. It doesn't say, "Ooh, my name is Mark." The author doesn't identify themselves in the Gospel of Mark. So no, I don't think that Mark exists.
And how about the early church fathers? Do you believe that they're
Which ones?
all Irenaeus, Ignatius?
Sure, yeah. The people who have like contemporaries talking about him, sure, yeah. I'll go with that.
For like in your eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
There has to be contemporary evidence for a character in history, a person in history, for that person. Like for you to believe that
contemporary
person
evidence, if there's not
existed.
good evidence, like contemporary evidence for that person, then we can't necessarily say that that person exists in this particular way. We can't say that. Like you can make the claim that like Mark existed in the first century and did X, Y, and Z. Sweet, but like we have no evidence of it, so it's just moot. Who cares? Or I could also say that Jesus was a velociraptor. Okay, it doesn't mean anything.
I get that, but like it seems. Like I don't know, like you seem like a smart guy. Like it sounds like what you're telling me. You're welcome, man. That's not like I'm not fucking, trying to glaze, or I'm not trying to give you some false backhanded compliment. You truly do seem like an intellectual, right? But why is it that I don't know? It seems as though the contemporary history is the only history that you're willing to officially disclose is factual.
I mean,
Like, there has
that's
to be
how we know that someone
contemporary
existed. Otherwise, it's just kind of garbage.
Okay,
like,
but then
we don't have anybody who
believe
even
that-
says they know one of the disciples.
Well, I mean, there is evidence. You just don't accept the evidence.
Who is a author within Christianity who says I knew one of the disciples? All right.
Well, the early church fathers.
Who?
The early church fathers who were taught by the disciples.
Who?
Oh, I don't know them off the top of my head, but
Okay,
I've
well, I'm
definitely
not
read it
dismissing
before.
anything because you're not presenting anything. And also, we don't have any church fathers who said I knew this person.
So, okay, so you know how Catholics believe that Peter was the first pope.
Sure, man.
And then there's apostolic succession, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're like Peter obviously had someone that he passed that down to, at least in the Catholic view. I'm not saying that that's what you believe. I'm not saying that that's what you believe, right?
Uh-huh.
But like in the Catholic worldview,
yeah,
Peter taught.
I think he got a call or something. I can't hear him anymore.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, I don't know what happened. Yeah, so like at least in the Catholic view or in the Greek Orthodox view or like so on and so forth, like they're for that chain of apostolic succession to have gone 2,000 years, there had to have been a successor after Andrew, after Peter, right? So there clearly is early church fathers that were taught by the first disciples.
No. No, you told me to just accept within that worldview, and then you said, so there clearly is that. No. Are we still talking within a hypothetical?
Not you.
When they say
not
something
you,
happened, then
I'm
there
saying
clearly
Catholics.
is something that happened within that worldview. Yeah. Okay. And in my worldview, where Jesus is a velociraptor, it's very clear that Jesus is a velociraptor.
I don't know, man. It seems.
I mean, you asked me to accept a hypothetical and then just decided to just assume that hypothetical was fact, just randomly throw it on me.
Right, no, but I'm not telling you to accept the outcome of that hypothetical. What I'm saying is at least in the Catholic view, the early church, the ancient churches, right? Like, because if we're gonna look at evidence, we're gonna try to look for it in those churches because they were the churches that were founded early on. So, like, when we try to see, why do so many people believe that Paul existed and that like Paul,
because they like the stories? Why do so many Greeks believe that Zeus existed? Because they like the stories. Why do so many Greeks worship Asclepius? Because they like the stories. Why do so many Norsemen like Odin or Thor or Frigg or Tyr? Because I like the stories.
Yeah, but then so you you don't believe that they existed, right? So then you don't believe that they then died martyrs for their faith. Like you don't believe any of that.
Plenty of Vikings died for the faith of Odin. Does that mean that Odin existed?
Okay, so what would have to happen? Like what discovery would have to happen for you to believe
that Jesus existed? Something in the first century. I'll give you the entire first century. There's 70 years to play with. Something in the first century that bears his actual name that's mundane that we can date to the first century and talks about him in a mundane way.
Okay. So the Dead Sea Scrolls aren't enough.
That wouldn't make any sense. That dates to 250 BCE and doesn't mention Jesus. That's the Old Testament, not the New. So that wouldn't make any sense.
That's the Old Testament, not the New. Yeah, right. But I'm saying something within that time frame.
That also wouldn't make any sense because, again, that would be before Jesus was supposedly born. So that wouldn't make any sense. You're off the app, or you got a call or a text or something. I can't hear you. Okay.
Yeah, I got a call there. Yeah. So that's what you need then. Like you would need that 70 year.
I mean, something from 30 to 100. That's 70-year time frame.
And why would you need that specific time frame only?
Do you want me to just limit it to right after he was unalived or during his lifetime? I mean, I can if you want. It's not even really a 70-year time frame. If you can get something that was contemporary to Jesus, that'd be great. That's a 100-year time frame.
Right. I believe that faith does play a work in it.
Ah, there it is. There it is.
Well,
We
what there
finally
is,
got
it's
it.
true. Faith
Yeah, no,
definitely
man.
has a role in it.
Yeah, I
right?
bet it does. Yeah, I know it does, considering the fact that faith is not a pathway of the truth and is the excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something.
Well, I mean, to you maybe, but like,
No,
you know,
that's just how
people
faith
that-
works.
to people that
That's how
believe,
Mormons
to people
have
that-
faith. Scientologists have faith. That's how it works, man. They can't all be right. The only way that we can determine what faith is true or what faith is false is evidence. So I don't give a shit what the faith says. I give a shit about what the evidence says. So what's your evidence?
Okay. And like, do you believe, like, are you agnostic? Like, do you believe that there is some sort of God, but
That has nothing to
or
do
would you
with
say
whether
that
or
you're,
not.
or would you say that you're atheist?
Yep, doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus or Paul existed.
Okay. Well, look, I just came on because I've been following you for a little while now, and I just wanted to hear your thoughts on some of these things. I'll pray for you if that means anything. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Yeah. Well, and besides that, that's pretty much it for. Unless you want to circle back to the
Evidence? That'd be great.
No.
Oh,
Not
okay.
to.
Then it wouldn't be great. Yep, I think you're getting a call.
Yeah, I'm a very popular man. What can I say?
Parole
yeah,
officers
so,
don't count.
Yeah, so all good, man. I just wanted to hop in here. I'll let you continue with. I'm sure a lot of other people want to join.
That it?
That's it. Unless you want to circle back to the.
You're gonna have to answer.
Wait, just give me 1 second.
Alrighty. I heard from a super chat. There's a super chat over on YouTube. Again, if you send a super chat on YouTube, I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. Zeno Le Poudre sent $2 saying Adam from TikTok has a question. Frek. Anyways, we'll get over to Adam. Adam, while this guy answers his... Oh, nope, he's back. What'd the parole officer say?
I don't have a parole officer, bro. I don't know.
That's what everybody with a parole officer would like to present.
Right. Yeah. No. So I'll just end off here. I was gonna ask you if you wanted to maybe circle back to the Pascal's wager, because I think that is somewhat important. Like it's like his wager does present something that is worth thinking about.
Hey, yeah,
and
cool. Yeah, that has
do want
nothing to
your
do with the
opinion
topic
on
now,
it.
does it?
Well, I think it's important. Like, I don't know.
Cool.
I think
yeah.
it's
Do you
it's
think
relevant.
that has
to a
anything to do
degree.
with whether or not Jesus existed?
Well, if he didn't existed, then his wager means nothing.
Cool. Well, he didn't exist, and if you could prove that he did, then maybe we could talk about the wager.
Well, you're not willing to accept anything, so that's fine. You could move on to the.
You didn't present
to
anything.
the next gentleman.
You didn't present anything that is easily dismissed. So, sorry. I mean, try harder, maybe?
I will. I will definitely try harder.
Sounds good.
All
Scrape
right,
the
take
bottom
care,
of
man.
the barrel, try to find... by the way, you believe that Jesus was God, right?
Yes, I do.
Cool. So God did a shitty job of giving you evidence. If he sent his son down here to earth and then said, hey, I want you to spread the news for me, and he gave you such shitty evidence that some dirt farmer from North Texas on TikTok could just miss it in about 20 minutes, yeah, it's not a very wise God, is he? So Pascal's wager that. All right, Adam, what you got?
Hey, what's going on, buddy? Also, for real, when 69 coins. Look at me.
Oh wait, hold up. There we go.
If you did something, I can't see it. Oh,
Oh no,
okay, yeah.
it was the sound.
I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, my whole screen turned like
Yeah,
blank. I don't know what's going on. It's
TikTok
weird.
just kind of does some things every once in a while. That's just kind of how it
Larry
works.
Ellison. What's up, comrade? Question. I was
Listening
talking
to the
to a guy the other day,
Yeah.
and he was bringing up, and I think you've talked about him before, but I 100% forgot about it. He was bringing up that T.C. Schmidt's guy's book where he talks about Josephus.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. Is there anything in that book that's different than just the normal run of the mill? Because I'm not going to read it because, I don't want to. And I don't think this other guy read it either, but he kept saying, well, this scholar T.C. Smith says it, so then it has to be true, like it's in his book. But I don't know what's in there, and I know you've talked about it before, but I forgot. Like I said, is there anything in there other than the run-of-the-mill Josephus argument, or is there something goofy in there?
No, well, I mean, there's something slightly new where he says that we can take a look. So stilometry takes a look at the style of authorship, right? And it doesn't always involve distance formulas. Distance formulas are just a very, very surefire way of analyzing like authorship or authenticity. But when it comes to stilometry, technically that's a broad term that also incorporates like just taking a look at words and seeing if those words are ever used by these people ever anywhere else. And so what T.C. Smith does is he takes a look at some of the thematic words that are found within the Testimonium Flavianum and tries to figure out whether or not Josephus ever used those words anywhere else. And sometimes he does, but that doesn't mean that he wrote the Testimonium Flavianum, because distance formulas that look past thematic words and look at function words, which are much more indicative of authorship, say that that's not Josephus, it's Eusebius. T.C. Smith also does not compare it to Eusebius.
Is his whole argument that it wasn't interpolated?
Yeah, his whole thing is that the whole thing is real.
Well, what an idiot.
He doesn't even line up with other Christian scholars. Yeah, he's
Well, the guy I was arguing with admitted that this is how I know he didn't read the book and he's a liar. He's a friend of mine, but he's a dumb, stupid person sometimes. No, this is how I know he didn't read the book, because he agreed it was interpolated. He said, yeah, but this guy still says it's talking about Jesus. Oh, hell, if T.C. Smith says it's not interpolated, then yeah, he didn't read the book, and that's dumb.
No, T.C. Smith is trying to say that it is real in the way that we have it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's not even really saying what other Christian scholars say. He says it's just legit. It's just in there.
Well, to quote a very handsome and very moist cowboy friend, now my friend is dumb in two ways.
Congratulations.
So, okay. Well, yeah, I just want to know what the hell because he kept quoting it, and I'm like, I know you haven't, because I know this guy. I'm like, I know you haven't read it, but like, I don't know what's in it, so I can't just say, well, T.C. Smith's wrong because he's wrong because I said so, and I know you knew about it. So, okay. Well, yeah, now I'm just, okay. Well, he's an idiot then. I got it.
Yeah, I mean, T.C. Smith is doing the bare minimum to basically just push an apologetic. That's really all it is.
Right. And I'm not saying TC's an idiot, but my friend who said that he was quoting him.
TC is at least dishonest, but I don't think he knows he's dishonest. I think he feels like he's doing the right thing because he is technically doing stilometry where he's like looking at thematic words and like comparing things. He's like, but that's not, it's unscientific, but it's something, like it's something.
Yeah.
It's like having somebody use AI to come up with a poem or a short story from Edgar Allan Poe or in the style of Edgar Allan Poe. And then T.C. Smith comes by and says, well, this talks about darkness. Edgar Allan Poe talks about darkness. I guess they're from the same author. And it's like, well, yeah, you can do that, but it's not very scientific.
No. And to be fair, I think when we were all doing apologetics, those of us that were former Christians, I don't think any of us thought we were being dishonest. You're just grasping, looking for any way to kind of make this stuff fit. And I guess that's what he's doing. It may not be intentionally dishonest for some sort of nefarious reason, but yeah, it just sounds like he's not doing a very good job on the correlation there. But no, like I said, my friend's whole argument was, yeah, I agree that it was interpolated, but this guy T.C. Smith says it's talking about Jesus, which clearly shows he didn't read the book. So I don't know. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, kind of silly. But anyways, that being said, thanks for swinging by. We do have one more guest, it looks like.
Okay.
I got to get over to Jija. That's the name. So,
Will? Hello? Hello?
how old are you? You also have a bad connection. I can't even really hear you. All right. That kid was like 8. Anyways. All right. I wonder is there a way to set up like a bot on YouTube to keep like posting the link? Because you can call in, but it's over on TikTok that I take guests. So there's like a link. But anyways, I'm hopping off for right now. I need to look into the bot. That way, it'll just kind of pop in that way. Anyways, so thank you very much to anybody and everybody on TikTok and YouTube who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Again, let's see. On Friday, I'll be hanging out on Ace's channel a little bit after I hop off. And then also there is at 6 p.m., there's a fundraising event. We're playing Kahoot. We are playing CBJ version of Kahoot. Again, I need a link to the CBJ version of Kahoot that someone created, but I don't know where it's at. So someone please send that over to me. I need the link before too terribly long. Friday at 6 p.m. Central, we will be doing that. My wife will be on here as well, and we'll be having some fun. It's over on TikTok only. It will not be live streamed to YouTube, so make sure you're following on TikTok. Again, thank you to anybody and everybody over on YouTube. Thank you for the super chats and the gifts over there. That's awesome. Thank you for the gifts on TikTok as well. You guys are awesome. I don't know why. I honestly have no clue as to why we have so many views. But we've got 140,000 views over there on YouTube. 140,000. Couldn't tell you why. No idea. But make sure that you follow or you subscribe over there on YouTube because I do this every day. I will be back tomorrow as well. And if you want to come up, you definitely can. If you're on YouTube and you're thinking, how could I go up there? There is a link. It's on my YouTube channel. And every once in a while it gets posted there in the chat there on YouTube as well to join on TikTok. TikTok is how I take guests. If you don't like joining up on TikTok or don't want to do it, you can send a super chat and I promise I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. So you can send a super chat as well if you wanted to get a question over without going to TikTok. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to the Prototype and Queen La Dr. Jem for sending some stuff over. I think you sent that over to Adam when he was up. I'm pretty sure you did. But nevertheless, thank you very much. I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for the Thin Mints. I will see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. So there goes the TikTok. And again, guys, if you're over on YouTube, make sure you subscribe because I will be back tomorrow. I will be. And you can come up, I will get to you, or you can send a super chat, and I will be able to respond to it. I do see Dionysian Masks sent a $2 YouTube super chat. Says, can you do the literary analysis with the Quran? And the short answer is yes, and that's what we're currently doing. So we are working right now on a book that goes over the Old Testament, the Quran, and the Book of Mormon, as well as Homer, Shakespeare, and Plato, a little bit of them. And we are finding some interesting things about the Quran. There for the Quran, we actually see that there is a minimum of 3 different authors who are writing. We doubt that really Muhammad really had much to do with it. He was probably just the leader who was in charge, and they just kind of said, oh, hey, it's his book or something like that. They just kind of ascribed it to him. But nevertheless, there does seem to be some evidence. There's actually evidence for Muhammad's existence, and there's some evidence to suggest that the Quran is actually coming from multiple people, including some later Christian texts, specifically like the Parable of the Seven Sleepers and the Infancy Gospel of Thomas. This is just later Christian apocrypha that it's pulling from. So yes, we can do that kind of work on the work on the Quran, as well as the Old Testament and the Book of Mormon. It's a lot of fun to kind of do that kind of stuff. Have a caption. Why aren't you talking about it? I don't know what that person's talking about. All right. Well, I will see you guys later. See you tomorrow, where we talk about this topic, if that's what that person's talking about. I have no idea. Let's see. The perfect of the stream is to exalt himself. Nope, it's not. It has nothing to do with me, and has everything to do with how Jesus and Paul never existed. So I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints.